The modern world has advanced by leaps and bounds. All mages use AI technology to easily cast spells in a simple manner. But our main character was born unable to adapt to modern technology. Normal people cast spells in the blink of an eye. It takes him an hour to cast a single spell. Despite this, he was still happy that he cast the spell faster than before. After reading all the books in his house, he suddenly found a book that no one could open. But because he diligently liked this video, only he could open the book. Who would have known that this was a compilation of all the knowledge of the strongest archmage in history? The one who doesn't watch TikTok. And who, without relying on any AI, could still defeat everyone. And okay, without further ado, let's begin. The story begins with the figure of a young man, carrying a spark of magic, stepping into some abandoned ruins. Appearing before him was a monster, the master of this place. As soon as they met, it roared, revealing its sharp fangs. Instantly, in the sky, layers of magic circles gathered at one point. The young man lowered his head, his hair flying in the wind, hoping that a staff strikes the ground. A glowing circle also appeared at his feet. A large snowflake immediately appeared on the young man's hand. This block of ice will freeze the earth. Embrace it and lull it into an eternal sleep. As soon as he finished reciting the incantation, the Snow Queen was summoned. Eternal frost. The temperature dropped rapidly. Everything around slowly began to freeze over. The monster retreated a few meters. It roared warily. The Snow Queen simply blew a cold breath and directly froze it solid. Once the job was done, the magic circle at the young man's feet gradually disappeared. He raised his head. The sunlight from outside seeped in. The young man's crimson eyes held a sharp glint, returning to a place of luxury and prosperity. The Ma Dao family, the strongest magic family in Korea. One of the many geniuses in this family, was still considered an outstanding genius until that incident happened. The middle-aged man, in Hayek, frowned and spoke. Hazan, do you understand now? The young man with blood-red eyes is the third son of the prestigious Ma Dao family. Hazan, he smiled. Yes, father. I will bring you results worthy of our Ma Dao family's name. And Hayek turned away abruptly, looking out the window. You must graduate as the valedictorian of Obelith Magic Academy and become the world's greatest mage, leading this Ma Dao family with talent that surpasses even your older brothers, is second to none. I have great expectations for you, my son. Reach the pinnacle of magic and prove your strength. Hazan raised the blue gem on his chest with one hand and declared confidently, Yes, father, I will definitely prove it. In his thoughts, to become the world's greatest mage, I told myself I had to surpass not only my brothers, but also my father, the country's greatest mage. 2 years later, at the prestigious Obelith Magic Academy, the teacher at the front held a notice board. All second-year students, gather here. Today will be a practical exam. First up is Sahi UC. Don't be nervous. Just do as you normally do. Hearing this, he showed a disdainful expression. Why would I be nervous? After all, the person who will be last is already obvious. Hazan, that piece of trash who can't even use basic magic. How did he even make it to the second year? A failure who can't use AI magic. Hazan put his hands in his pockets. His face showed a look of annoyance. In this day and age, mages are still valuable and rare talents. Several simulated monsters were summoned. The system announced, Sahi UCS practical exam. Begin. For his first move, he used fire to attack. Fireball. In the blink of an eye, the system announced, completed the test of exterminating magic beasts within the time limit. Sahi UC shrugged smugly. Too easy. There's something you need to know. Modern magic has evolved powerfully thanks to the application of AI. Mages today all have an AI chip implanted in their bodies to be able to easily use magic without reciting complex incantations. But I am not compatible with it. Similar to Sahi UC's turn, 2 simulated monsters appeared. Next, Hazan begin. Hazan half closed his eyes, condensing magic in his hands. In his mind, he carefully repeated each step of the casting process. First, accumulate magical power, the root of magic, into the heart. The magic formula is formed in 8 steps. Suddenly, the monsters swarmed him, causing Hazan to lose focus. Sahi, you see, stood to the side and burst out laughing. Mockingly. You idiot. You call that magic? Hazan. An old-fashioned mage wouldn't know how to use AI magic. Know your place. You're not worthy of using magic, Hazan. Hazan sat slumped on the ground, staring at the black smoke in front of him. The time limit for the magical beast subjugation test had been exceeded. This became a source of entertainment for the others to laugh at. His fists clenched, his expression unreadable. I failed. But at least my casting time is faster than before. The moment I was judged incompatible with AI was when my father gave up his expectations for me. He even gave me a potion to destroy the magic circle in my heart. But I have no intention of giving up on my dream. I chose traditional magic, something that has long been forgotten. But unfortunately, these ancient spells can only be learned from books now. In his room, books were piled up everywhere. Damn it. It would be great if they converted classic magic books into ebooks. There's no more room to stack them now. He thought to himself, there's no more room to stack books now. Suddenly, Hazan's eyes landed on something. A strange magic book. He was a little curious. Did I buy this book? Out of curiosity, Hazan picked it up. At first glance, he flipped through a few pages. It's a bit old, but it looks high quality. Must be expensive. What is this writing? The handwriting is terrible. I can't read it. Bay 10. It's been a while since I've seen that. There is a legend that the first archmage of humanity, Bay 10, was the first emperor of the Bay 10 magical empire and the creator of all magic. When I was young, I used to read a lot of books about him. Suddenly, the book began to glow. It emitted a blinding light, along with brilliant golden magic. Hazan unconsciously dropped the book on the floor. What is this? He frowned, examining it cautiously. This light is. The book shone brightly. A voice came from within it. Descendant who shares my constitution and can hear my voice. I, Bay 10. Leave this book for you. He shielded his eyes from the light with his hand, thinking to himself. A voice is coming from the book. Back then, I had no idea that for me, being an incompatible was a God-sent blessing. Hazan remembered that day, when Trang Exo had said, today, those who failed the practical exam will have to take supplementary lessons. He just stood there, listening to everyone's chatter. Someone failed the practical exam? It's that guy who was rejected by the AI. Back in the present, facing the opportunity that had opened up, a helpless person like me, who could only endure. Never thought I would get a second chance like this. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. At the academy's cafeteria, everyone was in pairs or groups. In a certain corner, Hazan was quietly by himself. Just then, a young man carrying a food tray walked over. Eating alone again today? He recognized him. Oh, you're here. The guy casually pulled up the opposite chair. That dish looks pretty good. The young man sitting comfortably in front of him. His name was Sun Chan. He may seem a bit dopey, but he's in the top 10 of the academy, and he achieved a 3-circle magic at the age of 18. A rather talented mage. While they were chatting, Sun Chan eyed his food. If you're not eating that, can I have it? Hazan frowned and reminded him. Just eat your own food. Then he looked at him thoughtfully. And this is the only person I can call a friend in this damn school, Sun Chan said while putting a piece of meat in his mouth. If anyone bullies you, just let me know. He'll take care of them for you. Hearing this, Hazan just refused and looked out the window. No need. Hey, I found a strange book yesterday. Sun Chan asked curiously. What kind of book? He recalled the book sitting on his desk. A strange book. From the 3rd page onwards, it's all blank. Then Hazan calmly recounted the strange phenomenon from yesterday. It's a book. About Bay 10. But someone must have tampered with it. When you open it, there's light and even a voice. Sun Chan didn't doubt it at all. He was just amazed. With magic, you can do that too? That's some serious investment. What are the contents? Hazan smirked scornfully. Leaving his magic to his descendants. Something like that. But if you don't have the same constitution, you can't open the book. He looked excited. That sounds interesting. Can I give it a try? His face suddenly darkened. He put on a mysterious expression. And on the last page, it says you have to die once to get it. Sun Chan couldn't help but be shocked. What? His eyes. Hazan's mind swirled with memories of yesterday. Not in the heart, but to create a magic circle in the brain. Sun Chan's face was full of confusion. That's weird. Create a magic circle in the brain? That's the same as telling someone to die. Hey, let me see that book first. That night, at the Obelith Academy dormitory, Hazan took out Beitin's book. Is this the one? If you don't have the same constitution as Beitin, you can't open it, right? He suggested to Sun Chan. You try opening it. Very quickly, he had to strain all his muscles to open it. After trying for a while, Sun Chan gave up, defeated. I can't open it. It won't budge at all. Hazan asked curiously. Could it be locked with magic? He just scratched his head dismissively. I don't know. Oh well. Forget it. I'm going back. Good night. As soon as he finished, Sun Chan left in a flash. Afterwards, Hazan casually opened a few pages of the book. His mind was filled with thoughts. But I can open it so easily. This page was blank before. Just then, Beitin's voice echoed again. Descendant. If my guess is correct, you are using magic by creating a magic circle in your heart, correct? For an ordinary person, there's nothing strange about this. Hazan seriously read the next few lines. But for you and me, that is not the suitable method. What is this? The book suddenly flew up. Beitin continued. If you accept my will, and are willing to become my disciple, destroy the magic circle in your heart. Then, create a new one in your brain. After that, open this book again. Hazan's pupils trembled as he looked at the closed book on the floor. What a cruel joke. It keeps telling me to create a magic circle in the brain. As people in this world already know, the pressure from the source of magic is toxic to the brain. If it enters the brain, one's mind will collapse. And in the worst-case scenario, it will lead to brain death. Hazan clutched his head. He clenched one hand into a fist. That's right. No matter how you look at it, it's like it's telling me to die. With that, he got into bed in annoyance and pulled up the covers. Who would do something like that? Hazan ignored the book. He went straight to sleep. The next morning, the sun was already high in the sky. Trang Exo looked at Hazan with a scrutinizing gaze. Student Hazan, what is it? He carefully brought the book of Beitin to him. Lecturer, could you please examine this book for me once? Trang Exo mumbled. A book? It uses ancient letters. He flipped through the pages, thinking to himself. It seems quite old. But, a moment later, Trang Exo spoke up. So, how do you want me to examine this book? Hazan frowned and suggested the best way. Just helping me open it would be enough. And, could you check if it has been sealed by magic? Trang Exo couldn't help but be curious. Sealed? He quickly affirmed. Yes. Recently, in the academy, a very strange rumor has been spreading. Hearing this, he intended to remind Hazan. Paying attention to rumors isn't good for your studies. They'll help you check, but you should focus more on your studies. Let me concentrate for a moment. Trang Zou's face grew serious as he used magic to scan it. Right after, he delivered a blunt verdict. There are no signs of magic on this book. Forget about the rumors. Just focus on studying well. Although he didn't quite believe it, he still took it back. Thank you, lecturer. Hazan walked down the hallway hugging the book, hesitant. I was hoping there was some possibility. Even Sun Chan, who has high magical power, and the teacher couldn't open this book. If that's the case, it might be real. His hand gently brushed over the cover of Beitin's book. That night, Hazan sat pensively, looking at the book. He took out a few small pills and thought. The medicine that my father sent me. Just by taking it, the magic circle in my heart will be destroyed. Hazan recalled in Hayek's stern words. Put magic aside. Focus on studying magic technology. Hazan bit his lip tightly. His pupils trembled. But I have no intention of giving up on magic. Don't tremble. My life is already on the edge of an abyss anyway. Today, I will die. As soon as he swallowed the pill, Hazan's pupils constricted to their limit. The pain from his chest made him slide to the ground. It hurt so much. The magic circle connected to my heart is gradually breaking. This pain is the death of a mage. From now on, I will challenge the taboo, channeling mana into the brain. My old self will die and be reborn as a mage. As soon as the mana was channeled into the brain, the pain disappeared. A pain as if death was imminent. That's right. Is this what death feels like? Someone whispered the word death. Hazan vaguely realized. At that moment, someone was whispering. A hand of Beitin gently supported him. Oh, my successor. Can you hear me? Hazan had no strength left to open his eyes. He could only guess. It's the voice of Mana. Hazan's body was lifted up. A source of light enveloped him. Light, darkness, the sky and the earth. The spirits of magic are dancing and whispering to me. Then I became one with the magic. Along with that sound, Hazan thought to himself, I can hear their voices. They are laughing, singing. The last sentence the voice left behind was as if it was bestowing a blessing upon me. Hazan suddenly opened his eyes wide. He struggled to sit up and looked around. Am I still alive? Hazan quickly looked at the open book. He picked it up and examined it carefully. Writing appeared on the blank page. He confirmed something in his heart. The whispering grew clearer. That voice echoed faintly in Hazan's ear. Congratulations on taking the first step. I to Z. That is the name of this book. From now on, your legend will begin. Through this book, I to Z, I leave all of my magic to you. Hazan felt as if he was being supported by Beitan. He suddenly reaffirmed it. Now what should I call you? My disciple. Time passed since that day. A few days later, as usual, Hazan had a class. But he seemed to be focused only on I to Z. Another new page has appeared. So this is how enjoyable it is to learn magic that suits me. I to Z contains a lot of dormant knowledge. First of all, mana has a will of its own. For ordinary people, when mana enters the brain, the wills of the two will conflict and destroy the brain. This is why mana is a poison in the brain. But I'm different. The will of the brain will obstruct the will of mana, and it is not destroyed. The brain does not accept the will of mana. So this body has the ability to refuse any AI from interfering with the brain's will. And the teacher above called out loudly, Students, you all know that the second-year students will have a midterm evaluation test, right? This time, the test has a new rule. This interrupted Hazan's thoughts about I to Z. A new rule? The teacher smiled with a mocking face. From this year, students who do not meet the standard will be expelled. This is a new regulation proposed by the head of the Ma Dao family himself. Sahi Yusi deliberately spoke loudly in contempt. It's time to get rid of the defective product. The teacher from before also chimed in mockingly. It seems there is a student in your class who is in the danger zone. Hazan didn't pay much attention. He just calmly contemplated his next step. Father. That afternoon, the whole sky was tinged with yellow. On some street corner, the crowd had thinned out. Hazan went alone to a place called the training center. He stood outside thinking for a long time. This rental simulation center in the middle of the city is so expensive. It's 200,000 gold an hour here. Damn. Looking at this fee schedule is making me dizzy. After some thought, Hazan pushed the door and went inside. Hello, he said to the receptionist. 1 hour, please. He was a bit surprised. Are you here alone, sir? Hazan nodded in confirmation. Yes. With that, the receptionist handed him a card. Then please use room number 14. How to use the hologram device. Hazan took the card, nodded, and left. I already know. The receptionist put his hands on his hips and watched him leave. That guy? Isn't that Hazan from the Ma Dao family? A young master from a prestigious family who's incompatible with AI. How unlucky. A moment later, Hazan was in room number 14. Begin training simulation. Mission. Challenge the wolf pack. In no time, more than 5 wolves were surrounding him. They bared their teeth and growled. Hazan waved his hand forward to prepare an attack. These may only be low-level monsters, but facing 10 of them at once won't be easy. He calculated quickly in his mind. The average completion time for this challenge at the academy is 12 minutes and 33 seconds. Right now, I'm training according to what's written in I to Z every day, and this is the best way to check my progress. Hazan's eyebrows furrowed. A glint of determination shone in his eyes. Oh, my new magic circle. Endless circle. The simulated wolves began to charge. With a single gesture, a wall of water appeared. This should hold them. The excitement surged through Hazan's veins. Is this my true power? Unbelievable. Other mages only activate the magic circle in their hearts to use AI magic. But I can activate it. Through my brain and throughout my entire body. Multiple endless circles. And the power I've suppressed for so long has been unleashed. In an instant, Hazan drew a fire attribute magic circle. He was so amazed his jaw dropped. Beitan's voice spoke reassuringly. My disciple, don't be surprised by such trivial things. You still have much to do. The endless circle is just the foundation of Bay 10-style magic. Control the magic according to what your heart draws. This is the first step of Bay 10-style magic, the principle, and also the beginning of Bay 10-style magic. A blinding light seemed to shatter everything. When the training time was over, Hazen left. The receptionist called after him. "Thank you, sir. Please come again. I really want to go home. Speaking of which, I wonder how the fallen genius did in his training." His eager expression immediately twisted, because the system screen displayed an astonishing time. Hazen completed the Wolf Pack Challenge in 6 minutes and 37 seconds. This is an international record. How could an incompatible person set such a record? I bet this piece of junk is broken again. That afternoon, Hazen comfortably held I to Z while humming. This is the beginning of a legend. Hazen recalled the simulation training from the other day. The endless circle, when it connects with the mind's will. The first magic circle, I had so much trouble with it. What's recorded in I to Z is completely different from the knowledge I've learned until now. He remembered Bay 10's instructions. This magical power is your arm, your leg, your heart, and your brain. Just control it as you wish. Hazen propped up his chin. His mind mulled over those words. What does that mean? To comprehend such vague words, he could only look at what was recorded in I to Z. Hazen recalled a concept from long ago. It's like having a transparent curtain covering a thought. You can clearly reach it, but you can never touch it. In the study of magic, this is called the wall of enlightenment. Mages encounter this when they reach their limits. And this has been an unchanging fact for ages. For now, I must focus on circulating magical power throughout my body, according to what's written in I to Z. Is it really okay to do this? Early the next morning, the sky was cloudy. Back at the academy, Hazen was still lost in thought. By the time I came to my senses, I had already been circulating mana for 10 hours. Normally, this would be enough to make me pass out. But strangely, this time was different. Is it morning already? Just then, Sun Chan came up from behind. Good morning, Hazen. Why do you look so tired? Are you okay? He slapped Hazen hard on the back. Normally, I'd be fine. But mana was still surging around his body. Maintaining mana circulation during daily life isn't easy at all. I want to quickly adapt to the new magic circle and master it. I have to hurry. When I was 12 years old, after connecting to the second magic circle, I was nicknamed a prodigy, and my father had high hopes for me. But now I've only connected to one magic circle in my brain. What should I do? Breaking through the wall of enlightenment is a very important step for magical advancement. That's what my father used to say, back when he still had expectations for me as a child. Perfection is just a chain that binds you. Perfection is a lie created by human arrogance. Thinking this, Hazen suddenly said it out loud. Perfection is a lie. After returning from class, he dove headfirst into training. When Hazen's eyes were shut tight, the energy inside his body became clearer. I can feel it. It's my arms, my legs. It's my heart and my brain. Just control it as you wish. The imperfect thing is free imagination. Magic that doesn't require an incantation to be cast. Instantaneous magic. AI magic shortens the incantation for activation. Its movements must follow certain rules. The method recorded by Bay 10 is all about free thinking. The form of the magic can also be changed at will. It doesn't have to follow the algorithmic procedure of a formula. Hazen's cheeks flushed with boiling excitement. This is only the first circle, and it's already this draining. I can't believe I can use such absurd magic. At this moment, he could affirm to himself, I am breaking through the wall of enlightenment, to reach even greater heights. A normal morning at the academy. Trang Exo called out from outside. Hazen, someone is looking for you. Follow me quickly. Hazen was studying I to Z when he paused. Looking for me. Then he followed him. It's your father. He's here to visit. The presence of Hayek was quite a surprise for Hazen. Father? He was brought to the reception room. Hayek, arrogant in his long coat, spoke. Come in. Trang Exo replied in a low voice. I have brought Hazen here. He glanced briefly at the door. Hazen stood before Hayek, without any emotion. Father, it's been a while. Understanding the cue, Trang Exo quickly bowed and said, I'll take my leave now. Now, only the father and son were left to talk. You're still at the academy. It seems you haven't taken the pill I gave you. Hazen met in Hayek's eyes directly. Yes, but recently, my magic has improved. He was annoyed by his son's lame joke. What improvement? You still haven't given up on that pipe dream? However, in response to Hayek, he firmly asserted, yes, I will definitely become one of the greatest archmages of this era. This attitude stunned him. His gaze. Hazan's eyes were still filled with determination. Seeing this, Hayek could only sigh. Hazan, you've already wasted a whole year. Look at reality. No matter how hard you try, or what you achieve in the future, if your body still cannot accept AI magic, then you can't become a complete mage. But you have a natural talent. If you give up on those useless fantasies and seriously study magical theory, even if you're not compatible, you can still make use of your talent. Hazan interrupted in a serious tone. Father, I've said it before. I will not give up on magic. I don't want to live a mediocre life under your shadow. What I want is the position of the next head of the Ma Dao family. Hayek pondered at his son's firm confidence. Both becoming a great mage and becoming the head of the Ma Dao family cannot be achieved by willpower alone. He smiled confidently. I will prove it to you. Disdain crept into the man's eyes. How will you prove it? Don't tell me. You plan to do it by just passing the academy's test standard to avoid expulsion. To build trust. Hazan made a firm promise. In this exam, I will make it into the top 10. If not, I will leave the academy and focus on studying magic as you said. But if I do it, I want you to acknowledge my abilities as a mage and promise to support me with all your power. Hayek had a headache because of his precious son. You've gotten cocky after just a little progress. So what? I hope. It's not some meaningless progress. Hazan washed his back as he left. The weather was quite clear and sunny. Time flew by, and a few days had passed. Trang Exo stood on the podium and announced sternly, everyone, listen up. I will now announce the method for this evaluation test. The students in the class started to chatter. A duel? I prefer fighting monsters. The man above raised his voice to quiet them. The testing method this time is a direct elimination tournament. One-on-one. In other words, dueling. The test period will be 3 days. From the round of 16 onwards. Outside corporations and partners of the Magic Tower will also attend as spectators. Everyone, please do your best. The announcement ended. Hazan clenched his fist with determination. It's time to show everyone. Another normal day at the Magic Academy. Whispers echoed inside the main hall. It's a duel tournament? Even the Magic Tower is coming? Wow. Hazan walked through the crowd. He glanced around cautiously. The news about the midterm exam made the whole school buzz. If the Magic Tower is coming, the media will definitely pay attention. One needs to know about this group, the Magic Tower. An organization founded by 12 high-class mages from all over the world, possessing power, equivalent to a nation, and all students at the academy dream of joining this organization. Suddenly, someone blocked Hazan's path. Hey, you defect. Feeling okay? He didn't even bother to glance at Sahi Yusi. However, there was one thing Hazan had to admit. This guy is Sahi Yusi. He may look like a punk, but he's one of the most outstanding second-year students. With a look of contempt, he approached Hazan to provoke him. I heard your first opponent in the midterm exam is me. Get ready to die. I will definitely get my revenge for what happened 5 years ago. Hearing this, he could only sigh. 5 years ago, in the finals of the youth magic competition, this guy lost to me miserably. Everyone called him the crybaby mage. That's because Sahi Yusi burst into tears when the announcer declared. The winner was Hazan. He was bawling his eyes out. Mommy, things just went on like that. But ever since he found out I was incompatible with AI magic, he has been constantly bullying me. Now, Sahi Yusi was also taunting him condescendingly. I heard that anyone who doesn't meet the standard in this midterm evaluation will be expelled, right? One of the guys in the group chuckled. Then we should beat him up good before he gets kicked out, right? Sahi Yusi seemed to enjoy this encouragement. So, are you going to run home crying? Looking at his smug face, Hazan smirked. This guy is my first opponent. I can't miss such a good opportunity. This midterm exam is the perfect opportunity for me to prove my abilities. I will make full use of you, Sahi Yusi. He spoke mockingly. I thought you guys were the ones who were going to do that. Sahi Yusi suddenly retorted, his face darkened. What? The 1-on-3 verbal spat drew everyone's attention. Sahi Yusi was quite bitter, but still raised his voice to warn him. Is this bastard crazy? Are you really insane? You still haven't come to your senses? You damn defect. Do you really want to die? Hazan was helpless at his childishness. He didn't forget to put on a smug face. You were just as loud 5 years ago, and you were still defeated by me. Haven't you improved at all after all this time? This attitude made Sahyek take a few steps back. This bastard. A second later, he switched to an innocent attitude and laughed it off. Sorry. Why are you so salty over a small loss? Crybaby made Sahyek. He was so angry his veins were popping. Damn it. You damn washed-up defective product. Hazan directly swatted away Sahyek's hand from his collar. It seems you've only lived at the bottom of society, so you wouldn't know. The term fallen only applies to those who were once at the top. But once. A genius. Always a genius. Just you wait. I will make sure you remember that. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left, satisfied. A frustrated Sahyek bit his finger and hissed. You damn defective product. I have to grind you into dust. The next day, Hazan was a hot search topic with the headline, The Genius Reborn. Could it be true? The fallen prodigy of the motto divine family. Hazan, overcoming adversity. To rise again. He dried his hair while thinking to himself. I even made the front page of the online news. It seems Sahyek's family background isn't too bad. He managed to find a reporter to write an article exactly how he wanted so quickly. With his personality, he's bound to pull some kind of trick. With that thought, Hazan became even more determined. This time, for the midterm exam, I have to show everyone the return of a prodigy. The more attention I get, the more it will benefit me. Excellent. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Hayek. He answered nonchalantly. Yes, I'm listening. I've seen the article. Yes. You don't need to worry about it, father. This made him a little suspicious. Did you do this on purpose? Hazan answered succinctly. Yes. I provoked Sahyek to attract his attention. And Hayek fell silent, recalling yesterday's conversation. Hazan, I accepted your previous offer. But that doesn't mean I trust you. It was only because it wouldn't bring any disadvantage to the motto divine family. Even now, I don't believe you can win. That article could become a disgrace to the motto divine family. But you still want to let it be. What is your purpose? What is it? Hazan was sick of hearing these words. Everyone thinks I've been disowned by the motto divine family. Even if I do something shameful, it's just a small matter for the family. He touched Ida Z while Hayek continued. But no matter how small, it's still damaging. No matter where you are, you still carry the name of the motto divine family. A strange glint appeared in Hazan's eyes. I know. But considering the benefits to be gained, I don't think it's a big problem. This surprised him. Benefits? If you win, what will the family gain? He simply and calmly affirmed. Me. The motto divine family will have the greatest mage in the world, and the strongest family head in history. I will become the greatest head the motto divine family has ever had. On the other end of the line, Hayek sat down quietly in his chair. Just stating a goal, and you're already claiming to surpass. The entire magic tower? For now, just let it be. Hazan showed a clear look of relief. Thank you, father. He spoke up once more. But, if you do anything to harm the family's honor, then be prepared. I'm hanging up. Hazan put the phone down on the table. His hair stirred slightly. A wide smile blossomed on Hazan's face, as if he had victory firmly in his grasp. The stage is set. In the blink of an eye, the day of the midterm exam arrived. The students were present. The stands were all full. Hazan stepped into the arena. His hands were still warming up. His opponent Sahyek smiled mockingly. Defective product. Have you seen my article? Prodigy? You're famous now. Just thinking about you failing to cast a single spell and losing in disgrace makes me laugh endlessly. In response, Hazan calmly reminded him. Perhaps the one who loses won't be me, but you. He lost his composure a bit. What? Are you insane? Hazan placed his hand on his chest and said softly, Thank you for following my plan. Exactly. The part where you hate me that much, huh? But I barely paid you any mind. And I was going to win for sure anyway. So don't blame me. Sahi Yusi was so furious his vision blurred. He's really lost his mind. Right after, Hazan dealt even more damage. One circle. Just one circle of magic is enough to defeat you. In a vast plaza, 3 figures stood on the spectator stands. The arena on the campus of Obe Academy. Hazan, with a look of excitement, declared firmly, "One circle. Just one circle of magic is enough to defeat you." The crowd in the stands watched in silence. Hearing this, Sahi UC gritted his teeth. Sweat streamed down his face. He brought a finger to his mouth and cursed in frustration. This bastard. A defective product dares to mock me? At that moment, the referee blew the whistle. The first match of the Obe Academy second-year midterm exam. Begin. Hazan smirked, his face full of determination. Sahi UC swung his arm, unleashing magical power. Die, you defective trash. His eyes glowed brightly. From thin air, a flame shot quickly towards him. As Hazan dodged, he assessed inwardly. Sahi UC's signature spell. Detonation. The AI chip on the back of his neck sparked with electricity. Sahi UC furrowed his brow, pointed forward, and shouted. Casting permission for 3-circle magic. Detonation. His eyes blazed. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. A second later, a massive explosion erupted from Hazan's position. The reporters in the stands quickly took out their cameras to take pictures. Sahi UC laughed heartily. Drenched in sweat, he cursed. Idiot. You're nothing, yet you still try to act tough. Suddenly, his expression darkened. His brows knitted together tightly. Hazan emerged from the smoke and dust, looking calm. Impossible. Not even a single scratch? Then try blocking this one. As soon as he finished speaking, Sahi UC's hand shot out 3 flames at once. Hazan simply used magic to create a water orb in his hand. Water shot. The shield created from the water orb easily blocked the flames. He exclaimed with a panicked look on his face. What? In his mind, he thought. Detonation. My signature spell was blocked so easily. A mysterious person raised a hand to their chin and muttered. How strange. Looking out from the glass window at the stands. The other person agreed. Indeed. Although it's just 1-circle magic. To be able to cast it instantly like that. The girl, Sue, glanced over with a serious expression and remarked. I was wondering why you would postpone the Blue Tower schedule just to come and watch this student's match. Could it be that you know something about the magic of Hazan? Kanjin, with his hands in his pockets, replied calmly. I just read an article saying a young prodigy had reappeared, so I came to see out of curiosity. She showed a helpless expression and continued. So it was just a coincidence. But if people find out that the master of the Blue Tower, an 8th-circle mage, came here to watch a student match, it will surely cause a commotion. Kanjin chuckled. I know. This man is the master of the Blue Tower. The 8th-circle mage, Kanjin. The two of them looked towards the stands together. He put his hands on his hips and continued. That's why I'm using the VIP room. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door. Kanjin turned his head to look at the person. Then he gestured excitedly and exclaimed, As expected, you've come as well. Out in the arena, Hazan stood there calmly with his hands on his hips. Opposite him, Sahi UC gritted his teeth and wondered. Damn it, what the hell is going on? My 3-circle detonation was blocked by his 1-circle water shot? The scene of him fighting with the water orb replayed in his mind. Sahi UC's anxiety grew more and more. Moreover, that guy's casting speed is terrifyingly fast. At this moment, Hazan smiled excitedly and taunted. What's wrong? Curious about my casting speed? He waved his hand and shouted. Shut up. Just die for me. Sahi UC once again shot 3 flames from the simulation screen. A huge explosion erupted. He clenched his fists, laughed savagely, and cursed. Idiot. From the moment you used that 1-circle spell to show off, I already knew how this would end. You defective product. What other tricks are you planning to pull? A ray of magic was pushed by Hazan towards Sahi UC. It quickly rushed towards Sahi UC, making him yell. What the hell? Sahi UC glanced over. Breaking out in a sweat, he wondered. When did that guy cast Wind Spear? And my attack didn't even leave a scratch. Why is he still standing there unfazed? Sahi UC gritted his teeth and questioned. You bastard. Do you really think you can beat me with that 1st-circle magic? Once again, Hazan cast a spell. He calmly replied. Of course. The spear, as fast as lightning, rushed forward. He raised his hand to block the immense pressure from Hazan. Sahi Yusi looked pleased as his shield blocked it. Then Sahi Yusi gathered something in his palm again. What do you think you're doing? Don't get cocky just because your casting speed is faster. To me, you defective product. Hazan, you. He frowned, full of questions. When did he cast a wind spear behind me? Not letting him remain confused for long, Sahi Yusi directly questioned him. What the hell did you do? Kanjin and Su watched every development intently. He pointed upwards, creating a small wind spear, and asked with a smile. What? Still don't get it? Do you need me to do it again? Then he snapped his fingers, creating an illusion of a small bird flying out. That whirlwind rushed forward like a giant bird. Sahi Yusi turned his head, exclaiming in astonishment. What is this? Is this really Wind Spear? How can Wind Spear be activated twice at the same time? Hearing that, Hazan gave a sly smile and replied. That's right. There's no way that's possible. But I can do it. Try to block this. This time it's 4. 4 wind spears were launched one after another. On his side, he waved his hand, creating a barrier and shouting, Shield. The shield enveloped and protected Sahi Yusi from the attack. Sahi Yusi smirked, trying to reassure himself. After all, it's just first circle magic. As long as I block it properly. Unexpectedly, the wind spear turned around and stabbed him in the back. Sahi Yusi gritted his teeth, wondering in disbelief. A wind spear had its trajectory bent? On his side, Hazan spoke mockingly. It's good that you can think. But you look so dazed. Are you all right? The match has only just begun. A second later, the birds made of wind spears flew in the direction he pointed. Sahi Yusi jumped back to dodge. Damn it, this bastard. He told himself. I have to get out of the wind spear's range and maintain distance. The power and range of magic are limited. If I can create some distance, that unusual attack won't be able to reach me. Hazan realized his intention. He praised him aloud. A wise decision. In that case, he cupped his hands and raised them high, casting a new spell. A fierce gale immediately rose up. Sahi Yusi looked up in alarm and yelled, What is that? Immediately, the giant bird rushed towards him. Kanjin, watching the match from above, was also a little surprised. He was able to cast instantly, and he could also change and merge the magic's trajectory midway. What kind of magic is that, anyway? At that moment, a man was watching silently. Hayek, with his arms crossed, watched sternly, not missing a second. Lord Hayek, from what is known, the head of the family, of the prestigious Ma Dao magic family, the 8th Circle Sword Mage. Hayek, Su, standing beside him, confirmed in confusion. That's right, the magic of Hazan is completely breaking the rules of open-source magic. Let's clarify a few concepts. Open-source magic. Reverse wind slash has been registered. Its trajectory can be modified only once during use. Taking reverse wind slash as an example, if the opponent is outside a 38-meter range, the spell cannot reach them. And if the trajectory is modified once, it cannot be modified a second time. In other words, the spell only works exactly as it was recorded. So, duels between modern mages are like a game of wits. Reading the opponent's moves and reacting flexibly are the most crucial factors. It's like using skills in a game. Magic in the style of Bei 10 completely ignores the principles of modern magic. Just then, the wind spear bird crashed down on Sahi Yusi. At this moment, in the arena below, he sat collapsed on the ground, self-mockingly. To think I was defeated by just first circle magic. Hazan stood before him with his hands in his pockets. He reminds him, You're underestimating first circle magic too much, Sahi Yusi. Even if you unleash all your third circle spells, I only need one circle to take someone's life. He was so scared, terrified. What? Hazan, with a grim expression, created magic in his hand. First circle magic. Water strike. Magic is similar. You don't need fancy spells to kill someone. Sahi Yusi was submerged in the swirling water, finding it extremely hard to breathe. Hazan lectured non-stop while waving his hand. The Academy's combat uniform is protected by a barrier, a safety zone, but it seems like it won't be able to save you this time. Just looking at you now proves it. After these words, the stands fell completely silent. The crowd held its breath, awaiting Hazan's next move. Then, He turned, smiled, and reported, instructor. The result is already clear. Is there a need to continue? The final whistle blew. The vast stands erupted. The match is over. The winner is Hazan. It's done. Two medics came to help Sahi Yusi away. Hazan turned and walked into the tunnel. He clenched his fist, thinking to himself, it's been a long time since I felt this way. The feeling of becoming a mage again. Elsewhere, Kanjin and his assistant walked down the hallway. Recalling the match, he stopped and looked down out of curiosity to see if a prodigy has truly returned. Interesting. They'll have to look into him more closely. Elsewhere, Sunchan burst through the door and cheered happily. Hazan, you won, huh? That was awesome. Seeing him, he awkwardly called out softly, Sunchan. Don't get too close. Sunchan asked curiously, how did you train to get so good? Your spells were absolutely top-notch. The wind spears flew so fast. And the way you fused and launched your magic was incredible. Hazan smiled mysteriously and asked, wanna know? Sunchan leaned in close and replied, of course. So, he whispered to Sunchan. That magic is a secret. At that moment, Hazan looked at his phone and asked, Sunchan, have you seen this? Sunchan, next to him, asked, what is it? On the screen was an article about him. Breaking news. The rebirth of a supernova. Hazan replied, it's my post-match interview. Are you curious about my magic? A group of people with cameras stood before him. A reporter inquired, excuse me, what is the instant magic that you, Hazan, used? The crowd continuously. How are you able to cast magic instantly like that? And what about changing the trajectory or fusing the wind spears? Hazan began to answer, that is. Suddenly, someone appeared and cut in. I will answer that question for him. He widened his eyes in surprise at the person before him. Hazan spoke in astonishment. Why are you here? Master of the Blue Tower. The Frost Demon King, Kanjin? Kanjin waved his hand, pretending not to know him. Hazan. I observed your last match very closely. In my opinion, Hazan used a fourth circle magic. Imprint. Someone exclaimed in surprise, huh? Then Kanjin raised his hand and created a small fireball. The crowd watched in a daze. He affirmed, that's right. This is a type of magic that allows you to activate a pre-prepared spell at the desired moment. In other words, activating magic instantly is entirely possible. A curious person immediately pressed. Then why isn't such a good magic used more commonly? He winked, smiled, and explained because the imprint spell has a weakness. It can only store magic 3 circles lower than the caster's level of the user. So Hazan, am I right? Hazan of course smiled. Yes, that's right. He turned and smiled brightly at him, thanking him silently in his heart. I was just wondering how to explain the magic of Bay 10. It's a good thing I was saved. A reporter looked confused. So that means Hazan has already reached the 4th circle level? Kanjin placed a hand on his shoulder and declared, that's right. I guarantee it. The reporters immediately started taking pictures continuously to capture the news. Sunchan looked at the image on the screen and exclaimed, this is definitely going to be hot news. To reach the 4th circle level at this age is on par with the records of the Magic Tower Masters. Besides, the Master of the Blue Tower has confirmed it, so it must be true. Are you really a 4th circle mage? But let's put that aside for now. At this moment, the person on the screen started asking another question. So how do you explain breaking the principles of open source magic? Sunchan exclaimed. That's right. This is it. Kanjin raised his hand to his chin, looking thoughtful. About that. Hazan placed a hand on his chest and answered confidently. Allow me to explain. To break the principle of open source magic is actually very simple. I have improved the formula. Kongin's eyes widened. He was so shocked he broke out in a sweat. Improve the formula? Impossible. Improving a magic formula is like turning a car into an airplane. That's not easy at all. If he's not compatible with AI, I don't know what his future will be like. At that moment, Hazan pointed and shouted, Modified magic. From now on, I will call the type of magic with the improved formula modified magic. Kongin's eyes shone brightly as he smiled and mumbled, this is truly a revolution. After today, the world of magic will be in an uproar. The screen ended with the title, The Rebirth of a Supernova. After watching, Sun Quan frowned with a gloomy expression and asked, "Modified magic? And you think I'd believe that?" He replied defiantly, "Just believe it." Then he clapped Hazan on the shoulder and asked again, "If you were me, would you believe it? But whatever. Winning is all that matters." "Well then, I'm heading back to the dorm," Hazan asked, startled. "So early?" Sun Quan walked away, turning his head to say goodbye. "Tomorrow, I have to fight a very tough opponent. So I have to conserve my stamina. Stamina. Stamina." With his hands on his hips, he mumbled to himself. "A tough opponent, huh?" The sky was clear blue with wispy white clouds. The stands were packed with people. The next day, at the Obelith Arena, the crowd silently watched the match. Sun Quan was holding his cheek with his hand. He was kneeling before someone. Hazan looked down from the stands and thought to himself, the tough opponent Sun Quan mentioned must be her. A girl's blonde hair fluttered. She raised her hand high and chanted, "Moonlight Strike." This person was Adela, a rare genius born from two prestigious magic families, the Stace family of France and the Mystic family of Korea. Hazan watched and made a serious assessment. Adela's magic is very special. The reason is moon attribute magic, a secret art of the Mystic family. Sun Quan gritted his teeth, struggling to defend himself. She waved her hand. A layer of light flashed. He was immediately knocked backward. The referee blew the whistle and announced, "The match is over. The winner is Adela." The stands were buzzing with constant chatter. Hazan's gaze hardened. He analyzed Adela's retreating figure, a combination of light and dark attributes, a secret art of the Mystic family that reflects moonlight. But it hasn't been registered in the open-source magic database yet, so there's no information about its attack range, distance, power, or characteristics. An opponent of this caliber is really tough. Wait a minute. Hazan's gaze met Adela's from afar. With a confused look, he froze and wondered, did she just look at me? After the match, Sun Quan snatched the water bottle from Hazan's hand and cursed. "This is too much." He smiled reassuringly. "You did well. Here. Drink some electrolytes." He whined resentfully. "Of all people, I had to run into Adela. I have the worst luck." "Did you win your second match?" Hazan grinned smugly. "Of course." He calculated for a moment and then confirmed. "In that case, your next opponent is..." Suddenly, Adela approached and praised him. "That was tough. For you just now. That was a good match." Sun Quan scratched his head, flustered. "Thanks to you. I've learned a lot." "Hazan." She silently looked towards Hazan. Confusion was evident on his face. Adela suddenly spoke. "You've returned. As a true mage, haven't you? I hope you'll help me remember the reason I came to this academy." Hearing Adela's strange words, Hazan thought to himself, the Ma Dao family, me and Adela, the Mystic family. We knew each other before enrolling. The Ma Dao family and the Mystic family had a very good relationship, so Adela and I often met at events. If I had to use one word to describe the relationship between me and Adela, it would be rivals. Adela even gave up studying in France and chose to study at Obelith just to defeat me. But ever since I was deemed incompatible with AI, the two of us have never spoken to each other again. The fact that I was labeled as someone incompatible with AI became a major event that caused Adela to lose her rival. Then he raised his hand, scratched his head, and denied it. "Adela, I'm still not good enough to be your target, Adela." She turned away and replied seriously, "We'll have to fight to find out." Sun Quan beside him patted his shoulder and whispered, "Hey, Hazan, are you ready?" Hazan turned and asked, confused, "Ready for what?" His face darkened as he exclaimed in alarm, "You really don't know? Your opponent in the next match is Adela." His eyes widened. Shocked, he yelled, "What?" The next day, on the dueling stage, there were two figures. The referee kept looking at his watch. Adela rubbed her hands and watched silently. Two guys saw this and started gossiping excitedly. "Where's Hazan? He got scared and ran away, didn't he?" "I knew it." From behind Adela, voices mocking him could be heard. During the interview, he was bragging about some kind of modified magic. In the end, it was all just empty talk. Of course, he knew he couldn't beat Adela, so he bailed. She turned to glance at the referee. A second later, the referee announced loudly, "Time's up. According to the rules, Adela will be declared the winner by default." Suddenly, Hazan rushed in, shouting, Wait. Sorry for being late. The referee, holding a whistle, scolded him. Hazan, what were you doing to be this? Never mind. Save the excuses for later. I won't give you any time to breathe. Consider this your punishment for being late. Get in position. Adela clasped her hands and asked, May I ask why you were late? He closed his eyes and answered calmly. It was nothing. I was just doing some preparation. She asked, confused. Preparation? He replied with a cunning smile. Because you're strong, Adela. I had to prepare properly to be able to defeat you. This match is going to be interesting. Adela, in disbelief, continued to probe. Preparation? In just one day? Looking at Hazan in front of her, she thought to herself, I can feel it. The Hazan in front of me now is somehow different from yesterday. Can I finally look forward to his true strength? Then Hazan raised a hand and warned, Let me tell you something. You'd better fight with all you've got. A voice echoed from the grandstand. The match begins. At that moment, Adela raised her hand. A fireball appeared. She pointed forward and yelled, Fire will spear. The fireball in Adela's hand glowed. A second later, 3 flames shot out. Hazan quickly shouted in response, Wind strike. The 3 flames were blocked by his gusts of wind. Adela clenched her fist. A source of light glimmered in her palm. A small rod appeared. Adela yelled, Earth spike. The ground of the dueling stage immediately cracked. The ground under Hazan also cracked, forcing him to move. Hazan flipped back to dodge the attack. Adela leaped up and warned, You're already in midair. You can't dodge this attack. Then she glanced over. A magic circle appeared behind Adela. Chi dynamic palm. Hazan watched and muttered, Attacking when I'm defenseless in midair? Huh? Even if you see this attack coming, it's hard to dodge. That's what most people would think. Hazan lowered his hand, creating a barrier, and yelled, Shield. The people in the stands gaped and murmured. The defensive magic, shield. Cast in midair? Impossible. Adela stammered in alarm. What? He flipped the shield upside down and used it as a stepping stone? Hazan. It's still that same magical sense. That one-of-a-kind feeling. Hazan looked down at her from above and thought to himself, The moon attributes secret arts of the mystic family. To deal with that kind of magic, I have to use everything. Everything I've had. So, this battle, he'll even pull down the sun for you to see. Adela hurriedly covered her eyes with her hand. When a light flashed, she frowned and wondered. Sunlight. He's about to attack. All I can do now is defend. A moment later, Adela immediately put her hands forward and shouted, Giant shield. Hazan rushed forward and unleashed his skill. Aerodynamics. He held the sword made of water and lunged down from the air. Hazan slashed straight at Adela's shield. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed inwardly, First circle magic, aerodynamics. Combined with magic. A third circle defense. Pretty cautious. After saying that, Hazan jumped back down onto his shield. He touched the ground to steady himself. Seeing this, Adela thought to herself, All right, now it's my turn. Suddenly, she was startled to realize her feet were frozen. Adela broke out in a sweat, hesitating. Hazan silently watched her movements. Adela couldn't believe it and kept wondering, Earthlock. When did he do that? Could it be he cast a spell the moment he landed? So fast. My eyes can't keep up with his movements anymore. Then she was startled and turned her head to look at Hazan. He waved his hand. A stream of water appeared. Hazan opened his palm and shouted, Water arrow. Adela quickly cast a spell to shatter the ice at her feet. Orbs of water appeared around Hazan, followed by a dolphin-shaped projectile that shot forward. Adela could only use her shield to defend. Streams of water crashed against the barrier. Adela smiled slightly and thought, It seems he's quite easy to deal with. Then she recalled what Kinjin said during the interview. In my opinion, Hazan used fourth circle imprinting magic. Imprinting can only activate magic of the third circle or lower. Hazan is a fourth circle mage, but right now he's only using first circle spells. With just first circle magic, he has no chance of defeating me. Suddenly, something shot down from the sky. Then that pillar of light stabbed straight into the ground behind Adela. Her eyes widened in shock as she wondered, when did he attack? Could it be Hazan hit a modified wind spear spell in the sunlight from before? Adela shut her eyes tightly, looking pained. She suddenly collapsed at Hazan's feet. He looked down and asked, Has it been so long that you've forgotten what your opponent is like, Adela? In that room, Sue didn't take her eyes off the battle. His combat instincts are truly beyond imagination. Kanjin also smiled playfully and surmised. From the first chain attack, right when he dodged the earth spikes, Hazen had already calculated everything. While dodging into the air, he baited Adela's attack, using the barrier as a foothold to gain altitude, using the sun as a backdrop to obstruct Adela's vision. At that moment, he had already set up the wind spear, thanks to the delayed activation characteristic of imprinting. Then, as he fell, Hazen used aerodynamics again to make Adela focus her gaze on him, pretending to fight on the ground with earth spikes, and chose the moment to turn his back to the sun, to unleash the preset wind spear. After saying that, he glanced over at the man sitting there. A moment later, Kinjin added, "The first circle archmage, a title that truly fits him." And Hayek muttered in denial, "But it's still just first circle magic." Look, at this moment, the two of them stood on the arena floor. Adela looked up with a calm expression. Hazen didn't avoid her gaze either. The man sitting there spoke with a puzzled tone. He has the advantage, but still can't land a decisive blow. He can't end this match. And Hayek's gaze fell upon the image of Hazen clenching his fist. He continued to explain. Moreover, Adela still hasn't used that magic yet. Down in the arena, Adela placed a hand on her chest and exclaimed, "That was amazing. You've made me remember that time. Now we'll fight seriously too. Here I come." Hazen got into a fighting stance and muttered, "Here it comes." Her whole body began to glow. Seeing this, he broke into a sweat, on guard. The secret art of the moon attribute, the strongest of the mystic family. A radiant aura shone. Adela summoned rings of magical light. It was so powerful that the arena floor beneath Hazen cracked. The light from the circle shone straight down on Hazen, observing from above. And Hayek fell silent. Seeing him about to leave, Kanjin smiled and called out, "Are you leaving already?" There was no longer any faith in Hayek's eyes. The battle is already over. What's the point of staying to watch any longer? Suddenly, shouts erupted from the stands below. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. Even Kanjin struggled to raise the corners of his mouth. That is, over here, Sun Chan was gaping in astonishment. The sight before her even turned Adela to stone. How can this be? Not only was Hazen unharmed, but he also cast a large magic circle. He calmly controlled the flames that erupted to attack. Pure fire dance. Adela's feet instinctively stepped back. Two-circle magic? Hazen's smile became triumphant. "I told you. I was late because I was busy preparing to defeat you." She couldn't hear a word. She frowned slightly. Imprinting can only be applied to one-circle magic. Don't tell me you've already reached the fifth circle? Hazen left the question unanswered. He simply smiled. To understand everything, we must go back to the night before. At Obelith Academy, dormitory, Hazen looked seriously at the book of Ida Z on his bed. His eyes furrowed. His mind was filled with thoughts. With just one circle magic, it'll be difficult to defeat Adela. My fighting style doesn't suit the hidden potential of the secret arts. He flipped to the first page. Hazen was deep in thought, worried. I originally planned to overwhelm her after I became more proficient in the new pages of Ida Z. If I can make good use of my will. The next page said to transfer magic power into the magic circle. Inside the book, a few words were written. This magic circle will lead you to a new realm. He was a little surprised. Is this some kind of mechanism? There's no need to hesitate. Hazen mustered his courage and touched the magic circle on the page. From within, light radiated out. He squinted to shield himself as the light burst out. Damn it! It's glowing again. What is this? Then, fragments of energy were released. In an instant, Hazen had completely disappeared. When he tried to open his eyes again, Hazen had appeared in another place. He looked around. He mumbled to himself. This is... Suddenly, a voice rang out. Welcome to the first trial. I am Alfred, the guide who manages the first trial page. Hazen turned his head. His pupils contracted in surprise. He asked again, the first trial page? Alfred calmly nodded in confirmation. That's right. This is the first trial page. Inside the book of Ida Z. Hazen unconsciously stepped back. Inside the book? He glanced around. Excitement welled up inside him. It's not spatial teleportation to some faraway place, but a space inside the book itself. It's unbelievable. Next, Alfred waved their hand to introduce the first round. In this trial area, we will test whether the successor's will is complete. The content of the trial will be announced as soon as it begins. If you pass, the information on two-circle magic from pages 18 to 31 will be updated. Hazan stroked his chin, thinking for a long while. It seems I have to pass this trial to advance to the next circle. At this moment, Alfred reminded him again. The explanation is over. Do you wish to begin the trial? He didn't hesitate at all and decided instantly. Of course. Let's start now. Alfred bowed in confirmation. Understood. Then, the first trial begins. Alfred closed their eyes. A strange light enveloped them. Hazan's eyes widened, following every movement, watching their figure gradually fade away. He thought to himself, I didn't think it was a human, but I didn't expect it to be a magical entity. Just then, Bei Tin's voice rang out. I will now announce the content of the trial. He frowned, recognizing it immediately. This is the instructor's voice. Suddenly, a stone appeared in midair. The name of this stone is the Elemental Magic Stone, an incomplete elemental stone with 4 magic attributes mixed together without any rules. Your mission is to completely refine this stone. Hazan's mind wavered for a moment. Completely refine this stone? An elemental mana stone is an extremely fragile stone, so I must handle the mana with extreme care. The 4 streams of mana that exist within the stone are in a chaotic state, and I have to refine it? That's like trying to sort sand, salt, sugar, and pepper that have been all mixed together. This won't be easy. To be able to refine this stone, one must have completely mastered their mind. But, thinking this, Hazan smiled with excitement. This is quite interesting. A stream of blue mana flowed from his pupils. Mind's eye. Before Hazan's eyes was just a field of intricate flashes of light. As the mana streams flashed by, they were quickly separated. Hazan closed his eyes tightly, using magic to refine the mana stone. He tried to calm himself. Focus. The mana stream separated again, each cluster of light. Hazan gave it his all, gritting his teeth. A moment later, he suffered a backlash and was sent flying into a bookshelf. Hazan slid down. He muttered a curse. Damn it. Just the slightest fluctuation in mana creates a shockwave. So I have to be more careful? I tried to separate the mana, but it's all too mixed up. It's hard to break it down. But I have an idea. They'll just keep trying until I get it. And so, an unknown amount of time passed. Despite failing, Hazan didn't give up. Every time he refined it, he suffered a backlash. I refined it again and again. Just a slight mental waver, and I had to start all over. It repeated over and over again, and then, finally, the mana stone reached a stable state. I did it. Elemental mana stone. Just then, the voice of Bei Tin rang out. Congratulations on passing the trial, successor. Oh, you who have completely mastered your minds well. I will update the Book of I to Z with the method to form the second magic circle, also known as the resonance circle. Hazan's eyes flew open. He found himself lying in his bed. An indescribable feeling surged within him. And back. Hazan quickly opened the book again. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. I've finally obtained the second circle. Although happy, Hazan was still tense. Before the match begins, I must master it at all costs. Back to reality. The match between Hazan and Adela is underway. She's going all out, activating her magic circle. A brilliant aura shines. The immense pressure caused the ground beneath his feet to sink. She didn't stop there. Adela continued to wave her hand. The light from the magic circle was pushed to its maximum. Sun Chan, in a corner of the stands, couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Is this as far as Hazan can go? Down below, she gently brushed her hair. The match is over. Adela's eyes showed a hint of admiration mixed with disappointment. I can't believe he became this strong in such a short time. Hazan, just what kind of person are you? But this is as far as it goes. The genius I once aimed to surpass is gone. Suddenly, something behind her made her pause. Adela turned her head. Her brows furrowed. What is that? This sound is. A voice full of confidence, sharp and firm. Second circle. Activate resonance. Dark mantle. The source of mana gathered in Hazan's palm. A second magic circle appeared behind him. Combine the two infinite circles. With a free will. Become my limbs. This reaction surpassed the expectations of Kanjin and Inhyuk. Sun Chan stood in a corner, his jaw dropped in amazement. Once again, Adela couldn't hide the surprise on her face. What is happening? In front of her, magical hands seemed to be pulling space apart. He didn't flinch at all. Pure fire dance. Adela quickly retreated, activating her magic. Defensive magic. However, at this moment, Hazan's magic gun was already complete. First form, resonance. Her pupils constricted. They wavered, looking at the weapon before her. Adela could only stand rooted to the spot. It's unstoppable. At this point, she could only give up helplessly. Her eyes. Adela's eyes sparkled like sunlight. You've returned. Once again, you are my target. Just as these words were spoken, the magic gun attacked. The referee, standing to the side, had to shield himself from the pressure. Of course, Adela took the full brunt of the blow. Kanjin and Inhyuk tensely watched the following developments. Adela was seen losing control and slumping over. And so, she fell unconscious. At this moment, Hazan also collapsed to the ground, panting. A moment later, the referee regained his composure and announced, "The match is over. The winner is Hazan." Up in the observation room, Kanjin called out to Inhyuk, "Are you leaving?" The corners of his lips curved up slightly. "I have another appointment." He didn't bother to stop him, acting indifferently. That's why. He really is. Not good at lying, huh? After the match, the group gathered in the break room. Hazan wearily took off his outer jacket. So tired. He recalled what he learned from I to Z. The second infinite circle, resonance. When synchronized with the mental circle, it strengthens magic. And moon attribute magic is a hybrid of the range of light and the power of darkness. That means if I can adjust the ratio of darkness in that magic, the attack range will narrow, and I use the enhanced dark magic to defeat the radiant aura. Anyway, moon magic is also the secret inherited art of the mystic family. It's not something just anyone can easily access. Based on the structure of the magic circle I glimpsed at that moment, I succeeded in manipulating my magic power. The resonance circle allowed me to see through the structure of moon magic and distinguish it clearly. And refining the elemental magic stone also further improved my magic control. Without all those factors, it would have been difficult for me to defeat Adela. Just then, Hazan noticed everyone's strange reaction. Kanjin appeared, pushing up his glasses. He walked step by step towards Hazan. Kanjin smiled heartily and called out loudly, "Hazan." Hazan's eyes widened in shock, to the point that he instinctively shot up. "Tower Master." Kanjin got straight to the point. "I'm here to discuss something with you." Now, Kanjin and Hazan were seated opposite each other. He smiled and spoke first. "Sorry to bother you when you're so tired. I watched your entire match. It was a wonderful battle." Hazan, calm with a hint of caution, replied, "Thank you." At this moment, Kanjin pushed up his glasses. "Let me get straight to the point, Hazan. Have you reached the fifth circle?" These words made him pause for a beat. He recalled the match from earlier. Come to think of it, I used second circle magic during the fight, and the master of the blue tower thinks I used inscription magic. If I can use second circle magic and third circle magic, or even fifth circle magic, they would naturally misunderstand that I've reached that level. Thinking this, he gave a relaxed smile and waved his hand. "I haven't reached the fifth circle yet." Kong Yin's eyes lit up brightly. "Just as I thought. Then how did you do it? How did you use second circle magic, Hazan?" Knowing he was being probed, Hazan replied cheekily, "If I said it was a secret inherited magic, would you believe me?" He stroked his chin, his eyes scanning around. "Secret inherited magic. Is that the alteration magic that you mentioned in the previous interview?" Hazan recalled the day he had a verbal spat with the media. He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it's that alteration magic." Inwardly, he decided to just gloss over it. Let's just say that. After all, reaching the fifth circle at 18 is too absurd. If it gets out, it'll become news that causes a global uproar. And later, if I use third circle magic, it'll cause more trouble. For now, I have to hide this. Kanjin spoke up in praise. That secret inherited magic is wonderful. But what does it have to do with second circle magic? Just as he finished speaking, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Hazan tensed up slightly. He placed a hand on his chest. I've already improved the engraving magic. These words were like a stimulus to Kanjin. You've already improved that magic? So there was a way. How astounding. He reached his hand toward Hazan. In an instant, his previous scrutinizing expression was replaced by a chuckle. Very impressive. I didn't expect you to be able to improve even the weakness of engraving. Hazan responded reflexively. Thank you, sir. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Red eyes? As expected, Kanjin had used magic to probe him. His eyes glowed a brilliant red. This felt like pressure weighing down on Hazan's chest. The space around them seemed to freeze. Then he smiled faintly. That's right. There are no characteristic signs of a fifth circle mage. It seems you truly haven't reached the fifth circle yet. You'll be taking my leave now. Leave it to me to explain everything. To the reporters. With my ruby eyes. Hearing these words, Hazan shot up and called after him. Thank you, sir. Take care. As soon as Kanjin left, he remained bowing. Only then did Hazan let out a sigh of relief. He ran a hand through his hair and muttered, I can't believe the Tower Master used his ruby eyes to check me. Hazan recalled the scrutiny in Kongin's eyes. The ruby eyes, the eyes of the Blue Tower Master, Kanjin, are said to see through the essence of magical power, and are considered the best probing eyes in the world. Cold sweat streamed down his face. The Tower Master didn't realize I got away with it, right? Recalling the contents of I to Z, Hazan thought to himself, the Bei Ten style magic is my biggest secret. I can't let it be revealed. A moment later, an announcement echoed through the arena. The match is over. The winner is Hazan. Hazan's face no longer held a trace of insecurity. As he returned to the waiting room, Adela appeared from behind him. Wait. He looked back in surprise. Adela? Aren't you supposed to rest for at least 4 hours? Why are you up so soon? Despite being covered in bandages, she was very alert. I'm fine now. Seeing this, Hazan asked her directly. So what do you need? Adela stammered a bit. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to hear your feedback on the match. After all, there's still the final match. If you're tired, we can do it later. Hazan cheerfully pointed in a direction. It's fine. Let's do it now. The feedback will be helpful for me too. Let's go to the waiting room together. For a moment, her heart skipped a beat. Just like before, both his strategy and his use of magic have so much for me to learn. Someday, he'll become just like him. Walking ahead, Hazan scratched his head. Why is the back of my neck burning up? In the city center, there's a tall building. In that place, there is a special room. Because the person in the room seems quite interested in Hazan. Hazan, didn't everything already end? In a towering skyscraper in the middle of the city, a flag was hanging with a dragon crest printed on it. Headquarters of the Ma Dao Family Corporation. Inside a large room, there were 2 figures. The girl looked at the face of Hazan on the screen and cursed under her breath. Damn it. Didn't everything already end? Brother, are you going to let Hazan be? She is the eldest daughter of the Ma Dao family, Siha. Soon after, the young man, Jaechin, spoke up. So what are we supposed to do? Siha, agitated, shouted loudly. What if Hazan returns to the family? You know what happened a year ago. Better than anyone. If we get treated like that again. Before she could finish, Jaechin spoke again. Don't worry, Siha. He remembered the image of Hazan when he was number 1. Then he looked at his current appearance and declared. He might have been a star a year ago, but now, that brat is just a piece of trash. In a real fight, he can only use second circle magic. I've seen its matches too. However, Siha was a bit shaken. But brother, everyone is praising that kid to the high heavens. Jaechin immediately comforted her with sweet words. Listen carefully, Siha. Hazan's opponents right now are only 3 circle students. He's a 4 circle mage, so of course he should win overwhelmingly. But did you forget that Hazan is incompatible with AI? He's just trying to hide that fact, with a few tricks and ancient arts. That's all. Compared to a normal 4 circle mage, Hazan's level is still far behind. Although she was still trembling a little, Siha still trusted him. So that's it, right? Right. I think so too. Jaechin interjected. No matter how hard he tries, he's just crawling on the ground. An incompatible person is still an incompatible person. She bit her nails. Her mood was full of anxiety. And what if by some chance, He becomes a threat to the position of the next family head? These words directly provoke Jae-chan. He even crushed the wine glass in his hand. When that time comes, it won't be too late to deal with it. On a late afternoon tinged with the golden color of the sky, the matches in the arena had not yet ended. On the stage, there were 3 figures. One student fell down from exhaustion. The referee raised his hand and blew the whistle. The match is over. The final winner of the second-year midterm exam is Hazan. From the stands came endless praise. The genius has been resurrected. Hooray! Hazan was silent at those words. So awesome. Incredible. A satisfied smile formed on his lips. Magic. Ancient. It even surpasses AI. Hazan is truly a genius. Sun Chan cheered joyfully from a corner. Hazan is number 1. You did it. Everyone acknowledges your strength now. Congratulations. Hazan was startled by being suddenly shaken. Sun Chan, calm down. Some people behind them sneered disdainfully. What's so great about him? Without ancient magic, that guy couldn't do a thing. Just then, Trang Exo appeared with a radiant smile. Congratulations, Hazan. As your tutor, I am truly very proud of you. Hearing that, Sun Chan quickly chimed in. How about you treat us to a round to celebrate Hazan's victory, sir? Hazan sighed and reminded him. Sun Chan. He laughed and continued. You don't have to ask. I was already planning to treat you too. Hearing this, Sun Chan jumped for joy. Awesome. Let's go? Let's all go. Hooray. Suddenly, Hazan spoke with difficulty. Wait. I'm sorry. I'd love to go, but I have a very important appointment. Those words were like a shock to him. What? How can we do it without the main character? He quickly waved and ran off. Sorry. It's really important. I'm sorry, Sun Chan. Hazan changed his clothes. He went straight to a place. I have a very important appointment. As soon as he arrived, he came face to face with someone. The middle-aged man standing next to the car bowed. We were waiting for you, young master. That young master was none other than Hazan. The butler opened the door and invited him in. The family head wishes to see you. I will take you to the main residence. In a flash, the two had returned to the family estate. The atmosphere here was deathly quiet. Hazan frowned and looked around once more. It's been a year. After it was discovered that I was incompatible with AI, I rebelled against my cold-hearted father and moved into the academy's dormitory. Since then, I haven't been allowed to set foot in the family's residence. He walked into the large hall alone. Hazan mumbled to himself. Since then, I haven't been allowed to set foot in the family's residence. Nothing has changed. After walking for a bit, his steps slowed slightly. In front of Hazan was a room with a closed door. A sense of unconscious pressure welled up. It's just like it used to be. Father's study. He took a deep breath. Hazan boldly knocked on the door. Hayek sat quietly in the room. His eyes showed a clear sharpness. From inside, Hayek's voice carried to the door. So you finally returned. It is clearly a beautiful moonlit night tonight. Hazan stood before the room he hadn't entered in a long time. So you finally returned. Hayek's voice echoed from inside. Come in. Hazan bowed his head formally. It's been a long time, father. He closed the book in his hand and said, sit down. I once thought you were a failed creation. Your casting speed is 20 times slower than a normal person's. The moment you lose focus, the spell formula disappears instantly. You can't perform multi-layered casting. You are a prime example of how useless an incompatible person can be. But everyone has to acknowledge your outstanding talent. That's why I asked you to switch to AI magic. To make use of that gift. Of course, I didn't have high hopes this time either. And just thought it was the last resistance of a defeated person backed into a corner. Hearing these words, Hazan still replied firmly. I understand. Hayek also mentioned the article with the headline. He has returned. He clasped his hands behind his back and continued to speak. When I read the article that Mr. Ga published, I thought it was a good opportunity for you to come to your senses. If you experienced the ultimate humiliation, but you have completely overcome the punishment of being incompatible, creating magic, modifying it, and completely exceeded my expectations. This bet, you won, Hazan. Your performance in the last match was worthy of being called that of a true mage. As soon as he finished speaking, surprise made Hazan's pupils constrict. He shot up from his seat, his voice full of confidence. Thank you, father. Hayek smiled faintly. His words also relented. From now on, I promise to support you with all I have. Whatever you need for your path of magic, feel free to tell me. In addition, I will allow you to return to the Ma Dao family as an heir of the family. So make sure you act accordingly. With this support, Hazen could be bold and confident. Immediately after, he also put pressure on him. And, finally, I have one warning. If once again, I see you stagnate or regress, at that time, I will personally destroy your magic circle. Hazen's hands clenched into fists from the pressure. That's my father, all right. Is this the pressure of an 8th circle mage? It's terrifying, but this is my last chance. His blood-red eyes were full of determination. Yes, father. Hayek calmly returned to his seat. So what is your goal now? Hazen was a bit confused. My goal? There was no warmth in his eyes as he spoke. Before, weren't you always aiming for the position of head of the Ma Dao family? Jhan. Siha. Min Hayek. Minzi. Right now, you are the furthest behind among your siblings. Hazen placed a hand on his chest. As a declaration, as I've said before, my goal is to become the head of the Ma Dao family. That's all. First, I will make everyone in the family acknowledge me. Hayek stared questioningly. How? He walked over and placed his hand on the table. In the event that will take place in 2 months, the World Academy Olympiad. The most brilliant talents from all over the world will participate in this festival, and I will bring home the gold medal. To briefly describe this event, this is a tournament only for students under 20 years old, an Olympiad for the mage world. This festival is on par with adult-level tournaments and is a dream stage that attracts the world's attention. Hayek still had some distrust for Hazen. However, our country's best achievement so far is only a silver medal won by a mage from the Blue Tower. He remembered that highest prize winner. Immediately after, Hayek emphasized another point. You also know that winning a gold medal in this Olympiad is incredibly unrealistic. In response to him, Hazen just stated firmly, yes. Therefore, I have a condition to propose to you, father. He immediately asked, what condition? His condition was quite simple. During the 2 months of this tournament, announce that you won't let my siblings get in my way. Because of these words, Hayek had to praise him internally. How bold. Asking for immediate protection in exchange for a gold medal that you might not even win. Normally, I would refuse immediately. But this isn't so bad. A few days later, at the academy dormitory, Hazen's room was cluttered with books. He had even fallen asleep on the floor at some point. The early morning sunlight woke Hazen up. Did I fall asleep? He sat up and rubbed his neck. Just after returning from the family estate, I started researching the second trial, even though I passed the first test. But to reach the 3rd circle, I have to pass the second test. And right now, I still don't know what to do. The only clue is, I have to elevate the resonance state to the level of deep resonance to master the 2nd circle and move forward. The history of each page of I to Z. Hazen mumbled. To take the 2nd circle test, I just need to place my hand here and move according to the principle of resonance. Right now, all I know is, I have to combine the mind circle and the resonance circle in an organic way. The handwriting is terrible. Is it like this? In the middle of the page, 2 circles of water and fire intertwined appeared. Hazen stared blankly for a moment, then sighed. Forget it. They'll go for a walk to relax. The sky is quite clear for a walk today. Hazen put on a shirt and sweatpants and went for a stroll. That's right. A change of scenery like this will help clear my head. The air is so fresh. After the walk, they'll have breakfast. Then continue with the deep resonance state. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Watch out. As soon as he turned around, something flew right in front of him. Hazen couldn't react in time and got hit squarely by the flying bag. A girl ran up to ask, Are you okay? He clutched his face and groaned softly. That hurts. Hey, who is it? Adela. But hey, why did that bag fly and hit me? Adela was a bit hesitant. Well, because I was about to drink some banana milk. I was so happy that I was spinning my bag a little, and it flew off. As a result, it hit Hazen in the face. Seeing her embarrassment, he mumbled to reassure her. I see. Adela bowed her head repeatedly. I'm sorry. Hazen smiled and shook the milk carton in his hand. It's okay. Thanks to that, I got a carton of banana milk too. But you still only drink this. Adela opened her bag to show him. That's right. This is the most wonderful drink that humans have ever created. Hazan looked at her with a speechless expression. Is it that good? The sky today is clear with white clouds. Adela asked Hazan curiously. I heard you just went home? His face was brighter than before. That's right. Yesterday, I went back to the Ma Dao family. His words made her feel very relieved. That's great then. Is your dream still to become the family head? Suddenly, Hazan paused for a beat. I never said that, did I? Adela remembered their childhood memories. Then she smiled and affirmed. You did. We even used to talk about it a lot. Hazan rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. That's no longer my dream. Her heart skipped a beat. What? So you've given in to reality, haven't you? Well, I guess so. In the Ma Dao family, you have so many outstanding siblings. It's hard to become the family head. Hazan's eyes widened as he asked back. What are you talking about? My dream is to become the master of the Ma Dao family and to stand at the pinnacle of all mages, of all the magic towers. That's my goal. Now, Adela looked away and cleared her throat. The pinnacle of all the magic towers? That's truly a goal beyond my imagination. I'm just following behind you, and I already feel a bit pressured. It was getting late into the night. The moon hung high in the sky. At the Ma Dao family mansion, Siha was sweating profusely, biting her nails. She couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table. Brother, aren't you worried at all? Jhin crossed his arms and said gravely. Father must have a reason. Even so, he was still lost in thought. I didn't expect him to set such a condition. Remembering what happened earlier, Jhin and Siha entered in Hayek's room. Father, you called for us. Is something wrong? He stared at the two of them and spoke. I know your personalities very well, so I have an order for you two. For the next 2 months, you are not to cause any trouble for Hazan. This came as a shock to the two of them. Sia's face turned pale. She was agitated. Father, why? Jhin was calmer. He spoke up. Could you tell us the reason? He slowly and clearly explained the situation. You all know that yesterday, Hazan officially returned to the Ma Dao family, right? The boy is still a minor, and there was a 1-year gap from when he left the family. Therefore, I think we should give him about 2 months to adapt to the family. Especially you two. I know you both want to compete for the position of family head and will put a lot of pressure on Hazan. Jhin paled. Speechless. A moment later, he smiled and affirmed. Yes, I understand, Father. Is there anything else you need to instruct us on? Hearing this, Hayek stood up and looked towards the door. You must be tired. Go get some rest. The fragments of magic power gently dispersed. Back in reality, Siha couldn't help but ask, Brother, you're just going to leave like that? She had a very annoyed expression on her face. But Jhin was even more distorted. Damn it. This is unacceptable. He carefully analyzed it in his mind. Min Hayek and Minzy aren't interested in competing for the family head position, so it's understandable that they weren't called. But telling us to leave Hazan alone because of a 1-year gap? Father should have said that the 1-year gap was due to the heir's incompetence and that he had to endure it. Moreover, the protection only applies to children under 16 before they imprint their AI. That brat is already 17, which means he's outside that range. These things confused him. So why? Why would Father say such a thing? Siha sat in a corner, muttering and speculating. Could it be? Father has already. Jhin dismissed the thought. He reassured himself. No way. Hazan hasn't been able to show Father much yet. She quickly added. Then, in the end, why? He recalled Hazan's performance in the competition a few days ago. He must have seen something in him. Or perhaps Father is curious about the mysterious magic system that Hazan has mastered. Or maybe, Father and Hazan made some kind of deal. This made Siha even more agitated. A deal? What kind of deal? That's right. Our father would never make such a decision. It's so frustrating. Hazan, should I call back all the people I was going to send to monitor him? Jhin said with a mocking expression. I guess so. If they aren't sure, they won't be discovered by the Shadow Squad. A secret organization. The Shadow Squad. An intelligence unit directly under Father's command. Acting as an underground department of the Ma Dao family. A special team that can do everything from infiltration and information gathering to protection. Before Jhin left, He didn't forget to toss back a remark. By the way, I've already pulled all my people off Hazan. See how stood there, stunned. What are you planning to do? A murderous glint appeared in the depths of his eyes. I'm leaving now. As soon as he reached the door, a smirk appeared on his lips. I'm not talking about Siha, but there's no way I'm leaving him alone for the next 2 months. If Hazan has placed some kind of bet and made a deal with father, the situation will be very dangerous. He'll have to rely on the Black Tower. A beautiful morning at Obelith Academy. Trang Exo stood at the podium. Leaning on the podium, he said, "So, the midterm comprehensive assessment has concluded. Everyone worked hard. And now, let's start with a round of applause. I'm very honored that our class has the top student, Hazan." He stood up amidst confidence and applause. With that, he handed Hazan a piece of paper. "I can say you are the most outstanding 17-year-old in our country. Congratulations." He accepted it carefully. "Thank you, sir." At this point, Trang Exo encouraged and reminded him, "On the occasion of ranking first, I think you should maintain this position for the next 2 months to achieve the goal of participating in the Academy Olympiad." Confidence shone in Hazan's eyes. "Yes, that's what I plan to do." He leisurely returned to his seat. A few people watched him. They kept whispering amongst themselves. "What? He's getting cocky just because he has magic eyes. Is that so?" Another person chimed in. "What's the need for 2 months? 1 week will be enough to see." Followed by another who quickly agreed. "If he's incompatible, his limits will be exposed sooner or later." Hazan sat down without saying anything, because he always knew where his limits were. A moment later, Sun Chan stretched wearily. "It's finally over. Man, 8 periods of nothing but theory." Hazan winked, trying to suppress a sigh. But on the bright side, tomorrow is all practical lessons. He was about to say more, but he still felt like complaining when Hazan lightly punched him in the chest. "See, I told you to train your physical strength." Sun Chan suddenly collapsed to the ground, groaning. "Are you really a mage?" Hearing this, he muttered to himself, "The weakest." Sun Chan's face darkened. Sweat poured down like he was taking a bath. He quickly ran behind Hazan. "What did you say?" "The term weak mage. So I can't even tease you by calling you a weak mage anymore? You're being petty." He waved his hand dismissively. "If you don't like it, then train hard to overcome your weakness." Sun Chan pouted noticeably. "He'll definitely overcome it, and then he'll knock your head off, you'll see." Hazan turned around and burst out laughing. "Is that so? Then after dinner, let's go to the physical training room." For a moment, Sun Chan's face clearly stiffened. Hazan couldn't help but ask, "What's with that attitude?" He avoided the question, making up an excuse. "I'd love to, but I'm suddenly feeling a bit unwell." Hazan's face grew serious, exposing him. "If you don't want to go, just say so." At this point, Sun Chan was just running his mouth. "To be honest, it's not that I don't want to train. It's that I don't like training with you." Got it. Got it. He was angry and a little confused. "Why wouldn't you want to train with me?" Sun Chan sighed deeply. "To be honest, it's because I'm scared. The way people look at you is just..." That evening, at the Obelith Academy training room, Hazan furiously lifted a 100-pound weight. This wimp. I already told him how important training is. 2 young men turned pale with fear, exclaiming, "Who is that? Can a person really lift that much?" In another corner, a young man with glasses seemed to recognize him. Isn't that Hazan?" The person next to him continued. "The second-year student who just placed first in the midterm evaluation, right?" The last weight was finally put down. Hazan let out a sigh of relief and left. "Because I focused all my energy on practicing Bei Ten's magic. I've been neglecting my training. My physical fitness is too low. I'm totally behind schedule. It's clearly written in the book of I to Z. Because the infinity circle is a giant circle that runs through the entire body. It also has a mutual influence with physical training. When a strong body and a strong magic circle resonate, the efficiency increases. That's why I must train both my physical body and my magic to create the most optimal body." Back to training. A simulated 3-eyed beast was growling. They were surrounding Hazan. Their eyes lit up along with their sharp fangs. Hazan watched carefully to evade. Suddenly, he noticed something. Blue mana swirled around his body. 2 monsters charged forward quickly. Hazan ducked down. They crashed into each other. Only then did he begin his counterattack. Fire dance. The flames made the monster falter and then vanish. Now, only one remained. As soon as it was incinerated, the system announced, Hazan, monster combat training has concluded. Trang Su checked the information on the side. The result is perfect completion, maximum points. He smiled brightly. Thank you, sir. Sitting in the hallway outside, Hazan kept looking at his palm. He thought to himself, with 2 infinity circles, my physical abilities seem to have increased by about 1.5 times. So if I get to 3 circles, ITLL probably increase even more. I must strengthen the infinity circle further. After saying this, Hazan closed his eyes tightly and practiced. Mana flared up with his intent. Focus, mind circle, resonance circle, circulating energy throughout his entire body. Reduce the fluctuation value and rotation speed of each circle by 12.25% and 4.63% respectively. Increase the mana purity within the mind circle by 8.9%. Just a little more. Hazan stopped chanting, panting. He was drenched in sweat. His face turned pale. Synchronization rate, 99%. I've tried everything, but I still can't reach that final 1%. But the state of mastering 2 circles, I must achieve it. After an unknown amount of time, the sun had set outside. Today, Hazan was jogging outside. He was wearing headphones and practicing his breathing. Just as he passed a deserted alley, Hazan noticed something. A figure was lurking inside. Instantly, this person threw a punch. He quickly dodged it. Hazan questioned loudly, "Who's there?" "You're Sahi, you see." Saho mercilessly throws a punch at Hazan. He removes his mask, revealing his angry face. "You're pretty good at running away, aren't you? You look just like a rat." He steps back and gets into a defensive stance. "What is this? It's the weekend, and you still haven't gone home? Or is it that you can't go home? You're under disciplinary probation, so you can't go home even if you wanted to, right?" He was so agitated he started trembling. "Shut your mouth, or I'll kill you right now." Hazan didn't stop and taunted him even more. "Really now? After using your family's power, this is the only result you got? Even if you weren't on probation, you wouldn't have the face to go home. You have nowhere else to go, do you?" Anger caused Saho to lose control. He directly used magic. "Shut up. You damn good for nothing." Only then did he realize he had slipped up. "This crazy guy? I only provoked you a little. And you dare to use magic out in the streets?" Of course, Saho couldn't stop. "You bastard." His blood-red eyes glared. Hazan aimed for his back and charged forward. Saho was momentarily caught off guard. His footsteps faltered because of it. He was finally pinned to the ground by Hazan, who locked his arms. He remained silent. As he heard Saho scream, "Let me go, you brat." He thought to himself, "The opportunity has come." A moment later, the police arrived. The stubborn Saho roared, "Let me go? I have to kill him today." The man in black warned him, "Shut your mouth. Come with us now." He struggled and demanded, "Let me go?" Just then, Hazan spoke up to explain himself. "I was attacked with magic, so I was forced to subdue him." The entire incident was recorded on the surveillance camera. "I can't believe he used magic in a place like this. This guy is really something." The man answered him, "We will discuss the details at the academy tomorrow. It's already late today. Go back to the dormitory now." Afterwards, Hazan stayed behind and watched Saho being dragged into the car. His eyes drooped, filled with many thoughts. "Saho, just keep going like this." The next morning, at Obelith Academy, everyone was gathering. A large crowd was in front of the notice board. Written on it was, "Disciplinary notice. Student Saho is penalized 10 points for using magic outside of school grounds. Office of Academic Affairs. Obelith Academy." Whispers large and small arose. "Have you heard the news? Last weekend, that Saho guy used magic on the street to cause trouble." "Really?" Hazan, standing behind, also perked up his ears to listen. But why was he only penalized 10 points? That's right. He should have been expelled. His eyebrows furrowed, but he didn't say anything more. Saho caused such a big incident and only got 10 points deducted. That makes sense. The bitch family must have intervened. A newly risen family, trying their best to build a reputation for themselves. They often donate a huge amount of money to the academy, so the academy finds it hard to give a severe punishment. I bet right now, Saho is getting an earful. Elsewhere, Saho was enduring a wrathful rage. "You idiot," he explained meekly. Father, I'm sorry. The person snapped and questioned him. I told you to behave yourself until graduation. Is that so difficult? Saho replied in confusion. No, sir. Right after that, the head of the bitch family warned angrily. If our family doesn't win the title, then it's all your fault. Understood? His heart skipped a beat. Yes. I'm sorry. He'll remember. Damn it. He threw the phone against the wall. Saho gritted his teeth. Hazan. 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 Damn Hazan. Hazan. That bastard. Everything is because of him. Just then, someone appeared behind him. Someone seems to resent Hazan quite a bit. Saho couldn't help but frown. Lecturer. Smith. What? Is it not allowed? Lecturer Smith chuckled out loud. He took a step back. Of course not. To like or dislike. Someone is your own business. But, Saho, don't you want to get revenge on Hazan? These words from the old man made Saho dazed. What? Lecturer Smith repeated it once more. You don't want to? Back at the Obelith Academy dormitory, Hazan sat in his room, lost in thought. He leaned back in his chair and thought. I could file another complaint about Saho with the academy. Well, I've already benefited from it anyway. Hazan's phone screen lit up. Inbox. One message. It was news from Hayek. Sender. Father. The negotiations with the bitch family are over. I have received the 3% stake in the mana stone mining rights held by the bitch family to cover up this incident. Well done. If there is anything you want as a reward for securing this stake, just tell me. This was also part of Hazan's calculations. To secure their title, the bitch family isn't just concerned about the academy. They also have to build close relationships with prestigious families. This time, they really had no other choice. The bitch family's way of handling this is very reasonable, because the victim of this incident was none other than the main lineage of the Ma Dao divine family. The bitch family clearly wants to resolve this problem completely, at any cost. But, with such good conditions, 3%, that proves their title is very important to them. A title is the symbol of a family, like Ma Dao of the Ma Dao divine family, or Mystic of the Mystic family. The title is the measure used to differentiate a family's status. Of the family, Sahi Yusi has been exiled from his family after this incident. Someone like him can't do anything to me right now. So, everything is settled. For now, he'll forget about the old man. Let's focus on researching how to reach the state of resonance. Several days have passed since the incident with Sahi Yusi. Obelith Academy has also become quiet. Hazan wandered around a room, silently assessing. Because of what happened with Sahi Yusi, are the students being more strictly monitored? Suddenly, someone from behind called out to him. Hazan. Hazan put on a normal expression. He turned back to greet him. Hello, Professor Smith. The old man didn't say anything right away. He just smiled and nodded. However, Professor Smith's eyes revealed a scrutinizing gaze. This made Hazan slightly tense. A moment later, the man approached with an indescribable radiance. I've wanted to ask about this for a long time. Hazan, it seems you don't like me very much, do you? He quickly replied. Is that right? No, sir. Smith let out a laugh. His words were full of meaning. Well, I suppose so. I have said some rather harsh things to you, but it was all sincere advice for you. Don't misunderstand me, okay? Although he said yes, he wondered inwardly. Why is he suddenly acting like this? Seizing the momentum, Professor Smith extended his hand towards Hazan. So, from now on, let's get to know each other again, shall we? He chuckled. A laugh that was partly a refusal. That won't be necessary. Thank you, Professor. Suddenly, his nerves were shaken for a long moment. Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? A thick scent of mana emanated from the man. Although it's a bit late. Congratulations on placing first in the midterm exam, Hazan. And congratulations on finding your own path as well. Hazan gritted his teeth, sensing the abnormality. It is the trace of mana. But what struck Hazan's eyes was Professor Smith's dark magic flaring up. This flow of dark mana. Is it from the Black Tower? Realizing the crucial point, his heart skipped a beat. A power that few want to mess with. The Black Tower. Unlike the current 12 official towers, this is an unofficial organization. It's a notorious criminal organization founded by a mage who called himself a dark mage. With this information, Hazan's heart could have stopped. I'm dead. Professor Smith is a member of the Black Tower? Does that mean there are other mages from the Black Tower in the school? Since when? That doesn't matter anymore. First, I need to analyze the magic formula to understand the situation. An analysis panel appeared before him, along with the magic swirling around. Hazan's pupils lit up as if they could see through everything. This formula is so familiar. This is magic from the mind control system. Wait, mind control? My brain is already immune to all external interference. So, Professor Smith's mind control won't affect me at all. What a relief. I escaped with my life. He hasn't realized this yet, so I have to pretend that I've been hit by the mind control spell. Then, they'll dig out all the information he has about the Black Tower. Hazan intentionally made his eyes look dazed. Smith seemed suspicious, but set it aside for now. All right, a good-for-nothing, who can't even use an AI, but knows how to act, and even made me apologize. Listen here, Hazan. From now on, always carry this with you. And don't ask any questions about why. You have to carry it. Got it. He pretended to be under control and replied, yes. The corners of the man's mouth curled up into a seductive smile. Is that all? Explain your modified magic to me. Hazan grumbled internally. This. How can I possibly tell him? Then, clutching his head, he moaned in pain and fell. The old man muttered. It seems his will to protect the secret of his modified magic is too strong. Fine. Let's stop. From an unseen corner, Hazan smirked slightly. Fool. A few things need to be cleared up. Mind control magic. It interferes with the opponent's brain to amplify emotions or manipulate them at will. It is a signature magic of the Black Tower. When a high-level mage uses this spell, it can completely destroy a person's mind. That's why it became a forbidden art. Extremely dangerous. And just like a moment ago, if the target has a strong will tied to a specific memory, trying to exploit that memory could cause their mind to collapse. He thought to himself, if they give up this easily, then my modified magic clearly isn't their goal. Mr. Smith clicked his tongue in annoyance. Then he clutched his head, looking utterly contemptuous. This rare magic doesn't suit you at all. I was planning on selling it, too. I can't let the mission fail because of this. Well then, it won't be too late to steal that magic from you after the mission is done. Hazan, are you all right? You seemed a bit dazed while we were talking. You must be very tired. Well, I won't bother you anymore. Good luck. Hazan pretended like nothing happened and replied, yes. Yes. He watched Mr. Smith's back as he walked away. A strange look flashed in Hazan's eyes. Back at the academy after the last class, he wandered alone in the courtyard. I'm so hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat. Yesterday, during class, Hazan chose a secluded spot. He took something out of his pocket. Unexpectedly, it was the device Mr. Smith had given him. Hazan was lost in thought. Illegal AI, the latest model. Giving me this means they want to frame me for using an illegal AI. If that goes well, the media will blow it up. Exclusive. Hazan. Finally, his deceitful facade and sinister smile have been exposed. They want to drag my image into the abyss. Mr. Smith has no reason to ruin me. It's true that my relationship with him isn't good at all. Hazan thoughtfully analyzed the situation. But it's very likely someone made this request to the Black Tower. As he spoke, he ran through the list of people in his mind. If so, it's becoming clearer. The first person is Sahi Yusi. Hazan. He'll kill you. Thinking it over, he nodded. But he's currently being disciplined, so this would be too much. Then, it could be my brothers or sisters, the ones with a clear motive. They want to completely eliminate me from the succession race for family head. First of all, my sister Minzy isn't very active in the succession race, and she isn't the type to do something like this. My brother Min Hayek is very enthusiastic about the succession race, but he doesn't have the guts to do something this big. So it might be one of the other two, or both. At this thought, Hazan's hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. Should I just capture Mr. Smith and interrogate him? No. The Black Tower is very sensitive about information. Smith might not know the mastermind, and capturing him might tip them off. Moreover, confronting the Black Tower right now won't benefit me. In that case, at a large building in the city, Hazan had arrived. The man standing inside called out without turning around. Hello, Hazan. So, what did you want to talk to me about? Kangyan's pupils constricted as if to scrutinize him. Responding to him was Hazan's caution. the master of the Blue Tower. Kanjin, why does he seem colder than usual today? But, I have to say it. Kanjin covered his face, seeming a bit avoidant. I told you not to cause any more trouble. Hazen stared intently, his brow furrowed. But I have to speak now. It's just as the rumors say. What on earth is he researching to be this tense? With that, he started the conversation with a small question. Are you researching something? He didn't hide it at all, and replied, yes. It's about a special type of magic stone. It's taking more time than I thought. Hazen tilted his head, looking. A magic stone. Is that an elemental magic stone? This is a rare opportunity. As soon as Kanjin invited him to sit, he spoke. Let's get straight to the point. Everyone is still busy. You said you had something important to discuss, and that we needed to meet in person. What is it? The corner of Hazen's mouth twitched a few times. He looks so tense today. At this rate, anything I say will be useless. In that case, let's negotiate. A decision has been made. He continued to speak. Before we get to the main topic, I'd like to say one thing first. It's about the magic stone you're researching. The elemental magic stone. Those words exploded in Kangen's mind. His pupils constricted in agitation. Hazen, how do you know about that magic stone? I've never even announced its name. You better explain yourself properly. Hazen waved his hands, trying to explain. I didn't plan to spy in the Blue Tower. Or steal any information. Kanjin probed cautiously. Then how did you find out? He rummaged through his school bag for something and said, it's simple. Because I have one too. Upon seeing the magic stone, Kanjin shot to his feet. He seized the moment to confirm. That's right. This is a perfectly polished elemental magic stone. His pupils trembled nonstop. Hazen, the one who polished this magic stone, could it be? Hazen didn't deny it or make excuses. Yes, it was me. For a moment, Kanjin burst out laughing. This is unbelievable. He thought to himself. The Red Tower Master James. The leading figure in the field of magic engineering. Even the top polishing engineers of the Blue Tower, and myself, one of the 3 best magic stone polishers in the world, couldn't polish this magic stone. And yet, a high school student managed to do it? Kangen's face hardened. Hazen, you came to possess this magic stone, by chance? In response to him, was Hazen's calm demeanor. That's right. I thought only the Blue Tower could handle this type of magic stone, so I brought it with me. He chuckled wryly. But the atmosphere was tense. May I ask how you obtained this magic stone? He smiled, looking at the magic stone in his hand. I don't want to answer. I just happened to possess it. And then I happened to polish it. That's all I can say for now. Of course, Kanjin didn't believe him at all. Just happened to obtain it, and happened to polish it. Then you must be quite a lucky person, huh? All right. A mage has the right to keep their secrets. I won't ask any further. Hearing this, Hazen let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, sir. He turned and suggested. But could I take a look at it for a moment? He nodded in response. Of course. Kanjin put on a pair of cloth gloves. He carefully examined it. This is the only complete version of a magic stone that possesses 4 attributes at once. So, the reason you brought this magic stone is... Feeling the time was right, Hazen revealed. Yes, I want to create a holy artifact. He was a little curious. A holy artifact? What kind do you want? Hazen pondered, unable to choose. Clothing, accessories, or a weapon. Any type is fine, as long as it has properties that increase magic efficiency. Kanjin didn't hesitate to remind him. All right. A high-grade magic stone will require equally high-grade supplementary materials. The crafting fee will be very expensive. You know that, right? My apologies. You are the direct heir of a family. A prestigious magic family at that. You just need to request the crafting fee from your family, and it'll be settled. Suddenly, Hazen interrupted his excitement. That won't work. I want to keep the creation of this holy artifact a secret from my family and everyone else. Again, Kanjin burst out laughing. Hazen, you really know how to make things difficult for others. So how do you plan to handle it? It's probably around this much. Without your family's support, can you afford it? Hazen smiled as if it were a joke. Instead, as soon as his question came out, you have another way? It seemed Hazen had already planned for this deal. I will polish the elemental magic stone right here for you to see. I can do it right in front of you. The expression on Kangen's face relaxed slightly. You mean, you'll share the polishing method with me? He clenched his fist in confirmation. Yes. He laughed heartily, satisfied. Excellent. At this rate, it's as if I owe you a great favor. Hearing this, Hazan paused, then proposed, if that's the case. Could you do me one more favor? Kanjin tilted his head. His eyes were sharp. What is it? Is it related to today's main issue? He sat up straight. He took something out. This is. Holding the AI in his hand, he immediately recognized it. An illegal. Great. AI. Where did you get this from? Hazan clenched his fist with determination. He remembered Lecturer Smith's mocking expression and said, A mage. A mage at the academy gave it to me. At Obelith Academy. There's a black tower mage hiding there. Please help me eliminate them. The sky gradually darkened into night. The moonlight was bright tonight. A car dropped Hazan off right at the door. He didn't forget to nod at the person. Thank you for taking me home. Drive safely. Sue glanced at Hazan. Yes. See you next time. He watched the car disappear into the distance. A moment later, Hazan returned to the dormitory area. He lay comfortably on his bed after a long day. So tired. Remembering his conversation with Kanjin, he thought to himself, but that was really fortunate. I never expected Kanjin to be researching elemental mana stones. Thanks to that, I can hide the fact that I'm creating a holy artifact from my father. Hazan remembered Sahi Yusi again. That brat Hazan. I won't let you get away with this. He relaxed inwardly again. Initially, I planned to trade the 3% of the mana stone mining rights I extorted from the bitch family. But now I can hold on to it for a bit longer. Sweet. I hope everything goes smoothly. Remembering his conversation with Kanjin. But it's really hard to believe. In a place with tight security like Obelith Academy, there's actually a black tower mage hiding there? The only evidence is an illegal AI. He widened his eyes. A small leak. Is it that difficult? The corners of Kongin's mouth curved up. He turned a blind eye to the matter. Normally, we at the Blue Tower wouldn't act based on subjective feelings and uncertain information from a student. But, all right, let's give it a try this once. A voice came from the phone. Have you arrived yet? Hazan. Hazan replied to the person on the other end. I have. Then let's stick to the plan. The elevator door opened. He went inside alone. The phone call hadn't ended yet. You don't need to worry about that. As long as the information is accurate, we at the Blue Tower will ensure there are no mistakes. Hazan replied firmly. Yes. I'm counting on you all. Then I'll contact you again later. The elevator door opened. Someone was already waiting. He smiled, but his eyes were full of caution. I'm here. My siblings. The girl with blue eyes was the second young lady of the Ma Dao family, Minzi. When she saw him, she called out excitedly. Oh my. It's been so long since I've seen you. Hazan. He chuckled and praised her. Long time no see. You haven't changed a bit, sister. Minzi winked playfully. Are you praising me? Hazan affirmed. Yes, of course. She happily welcomed her younger brother. Our Hazan has gotten quite a bit taller, hasn't he? He'll probably be taller than brother Minhayek soon. Speak of the devil. The second young master of the Ma Dao family, Minhayek. He walked over from the table. Minzi, don't say things like that. Welcome back. Hazan. I'm not exactly happy to say it. But welcome back anyway. Hazan gave a polite, dismissive laugh. Thank you, brother Minhayek. Inwardly, he thought. He's as blunt as ever, isn't he? But Minzi didn't like hearing that. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Minhayek asked innocently. I'm not wrong. Next. He glanced over at the other two. Long time no see. Brother Jhan. Sister Siha. The young man, Jhan, smiled in welcome. You're looking more like a man now. Less of a kid. He is the eldest young master of the Ma Dao family, Jhan. The eldest young lady of the Ma Dao family, Siha, who was sitting next to him, added. Long time no see. Youngest brother. Standing before them. Hazan also forced a fake smile. He's smiling on the outside. But his eyes look like they want to eat me alive. As expected, the culprits are right here. At that moment, Jhan raised his glass and called out. Everyone, let's go down and eat and talk. What is our youngest brother up to? Calling everyone here like this? Once everyone had gathered, Hazan spoke directly. It's nothing special. It's just that I haven't seen you all in a while, so I wanted to organize a get-together. See, I didn't like the sound of that at all. What? Everyone has a million things to do, and it's just for such a trivial reason? He had a playful look. If I hadn't organized it, wouldn't brother JHN or sister Siha have done it themselves anyway? Isn't that right? She couldn't control herself and slammed the table. What? What kind of tone is that? All right. Just say it straight. What are you planning? Hazan pretended to be innocent again. What do you mean? What am I planning? Siha exposed her ambition for all to see. Stop pretending. You plan on competing for the successor position, don't you? He lowered his head and glanced at her. If I said I wasn't interested in it, would you believe me? Siha roared. Who would believe that? Then why did you ask? This brat. JHN calmly reminded her. Siha, you can't ask like that. These matters aren't just settled with words. They must be proven with actions. But hey, Hazan, I heard you've acquired a rather interesting magic eye. It's called alteration magic, I believe. That magic. Do you plan on sharing it with the family? His words took Hazan quite by surprise. In his heart, he fully understood John's intentions. Nice one. If he shared the secret magic, it would be the same as proving he had given up the fight for the successor position. But it's not that easy. Siha happily supported the idea. That's a great idea, brother. Hazan took a deep breath. Then he put on the most pitiful expression he could muster. This secret magic is my only hope. It's the only hope for someone unsuitable like me to live as a mage. So I can't share it. Minzi at once was led by the nose by her younger brother. Then it has to be that way. It's the only hope of our youngest brother. Siha made a face. While Hayek seemed to understand his intentions. On the other side, Minzi was wiping his tears. Thank you for understanding. JHN let out a laugh and raised his wine glass. Discussing the succession competition didn't yield any results. Why don't we drop it and just chat for a bit? Minzi nodded in agreement. That's right. I want to hear Hazan's stories too. The meal was served, but no one touched their chopsticks. Siha and JHN were talking to each other, while the other three siblings talked and laughed merrily. In a flash, the clock struck 10 at night. Hazan's eyes scanned the situation. It's quite late. Now. Suddenly, the phones of 4 people buzzed with an urgent message. Their faces instantly stiffened. Minzi looked confused. What is it? And Hayek was somewhat agitated. This is an emergency notification. Siha was speechless. Right now? Why at this hour? Meanwhile, John's face contorted slightly. He couldn't help but feel annoyed by the content. On the screen was an emergency notification. Criminal mage belonging to the Black Tower discovered among the faculty of Obelith Academy. The second son of the prestigious Smith family, Mage Lance Smith, has been arrested. The one who arrested him was a 6th Circle mage from the Blue Tower. Kangen's secretary Sue. Hazan noticed the way JHN put away his phone. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Found you. His contorted face was unforgettable. Hazan wondered. JHAN. Was it you? Night fell. The moon was still full that night. On the way home, Hazan received a call from someone. Really? It's just as Hazan said. On the phone screen was a long message. At 10:31 p.m., Sue, a 6th Circle mage from the Blue Tower, and also the secretary of Kanjin, discovered suspicious activity by Lance Smith at the training equipment warehouse of Obelith Academy. Lance Smith is accused of tampering with the equipment for the survival test. And if not for the coincidental appearance of Sue at the training equipment warehouse, it's hard to imagine what kind of disaster could have occurred during the survival test held on Friday. The South Korean government, the Korean Magic Association and the International Magic Association have declared they will show no leniency towards the Black Tower's actions in this incident. The person on the other end continued. But how did you know Lance Smith would tamper with the training equipment storage? Hazan adjusted his earpiece and said, I just made a logical deduction based on the available information. If Smith had already infiltrated the academy, he would most likely act within the school campus. Adding the time, he used mind-manipulating magic on me. And this week's schedule, the day Smith could act was Friday, the day of the large-scale survival test. And if he wanted to pull something on me during the survival test, Smith would have to tamper with the training equipment. Usually, the training equipment is inspected the afternoon before the test. So the time he could tamper with the equipment would be tonight, Thursday night. The Blue Tower was tasked with monitoring the equipment storage. As for me, I called my siblings to find the one colluding with the Black Tower. As a result, Smith was caught. A Black Tower spy was confirmed to have infiltrated Obelith Academy. I also discovered that JHN has connections to the Black Tower. The plan went perfectly. I didn't expose myself. And I obtained the information. A perfect plan. It's just a shame I couldn't find conclusive evidence of the connection between JHN and Lance Smith. But we'll find it eventually if we investigate slowly. Kanjin on the other end of the line said with a radiant smile, Hazan. At first, I thought I was helping you with this matter. Who would have thought that you ended up helping me instead? The Blue Tower's reputation is soaring because we resolved this. I will definitely repay you properly. He chuckled out loud. Then I won't refuse. He praised him before hanging up. Being so straightforward is a good thing. I'm going to take care of the rest now. Hazan smiled, took off his earpiece, and said yes. Thank you, sir. You've worked hard. In his heart, he thought, it's over. Before anything else, an explosion occurred behind him. Its aftershock sent Hazan flying. His face contorted. At the scene before him. What is this? In the smoke and fire. A figure appeared. Hazan. 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 Die. Die. You useless piece of trash. Hazan couldn't believe who was in front of him. Sahi, you see. He showed no mercy and launched a sphere towards him. Hazan's eyes lit up. He's too fast. He quickly activated his magic. Resonance. Water shield. Under Sahi UCS frenzied assault. Hazan could only defend. The power is too great. At this rate, the water shield will be broken. I have to readjust. Hazan quickly escaped the area. And then a huge explosion occurred. He was thrown into a pillar on the campus grounds. But this was within Hazan's calculations. As expected, I couldn't completely avoid it. Sahi UC rose from the smoke and hissed. This is the real difference between you and me. You defective piece of trash dare to climb over me? That's what you get. Hazan backed away and called out, Sahi UC. He suddenly noticed something unusual about him. Wait a minute. This guy? Something's not right. Bloodshot eyes. Flushed skin. That reaction is an illegal enhancement drug. Rage potion. The characteristic of this drug is it forcibly accelerates magic. All of his blood vessels have burst, turning his blood-red body into a frenzied warrior. That's why it has that name, but more importantly, the person who takes the drug will fight to the death. Seeing Sahi UC charging ferociously, Hazan snapped. Are you insane? He laughed maniacally. Insane? Imperfectly lucid. Hazan's mind raced. Red mana. Third circle magic. Flame contagion. Before he could cast the spell, his wrist was grabbed by Sahi UC. Hazan struggled to get away. You lunatic. Saliva dripped uncontrollably from his mouth. I told you I'm still lucid. Completely sober, in fact. Now prepare to die. Flame contagion. A column of smoke rose straight into the sky. Sahi UC looked comfortably at Hazan's body. What's with this guy? He's still alive? You blocked the magic. Of mine twice. A defective product like you dares to do that? How dare you? He became frenzied, clawing at his own face. Suddenly, Sahi UC straightened up and muttered. It could be like that. Hazan gasped for breath. He observed Sahi UC's every reaction. That's right. Those emotional fluctuations. It's clearly because of the berserk drug. But the strange thing is, his magical power, even with the berserk drug, his power shouldn't have increased that much. Could it be? I should test it out. Sahi UC's eyes flared red. What are you looking at, you bastard? He quickly summoned a flock of birds to scout. Windlance. They followed his command and rushed towards Sahi UC. You bastard. How dare you? Use that kind of trashy magic? His voice lowered slightly. It's right to be wary of the Windlance. But you should also pay attention to what's down here. Sahi UC's pupils constricted in surprise. When did he get down there? He took the opportunity to activate his second skill, Kinetic Palm. The distance was too close, so Sahi UC couldn't dodge. He gritted his teeth and thought. A direct hit. Fire mana. At this distance. It was Hazan's turn to be shocked when Sahi UC activated. Fire Scattershot. Die. However, he quickly sidestepped and dodged. The characteristic of Fire Scattershot is that it's very powerful at close range. But its range is only 7.74. If I run far enough, I can avoid it. No way. The orbs that followed were all useless. Hazan wiped a smudge off his face and asked, Do you hate me so much that you'd even use a spiel? He burst out laughing like a madman. Abu, what nonsense are you talking about? He pretended to look disappointed. You really don't remember anything. The chip on the back of Sahi UCS neck lit up. Why would I use that for a defective product like you? If all you can do is talk nonsense, just die and get it over with. Hazan dodged while conveniently lecturing him. A spiel enhances the user's physical abilities. It strengthens the magic circle through an illegally modified AI, and it also changes the power and range of the magic. He listened without understanding a thing. So what, you bastard? Hazan backed away, dodging the attacks, not forgetting to set a trap. The funny thing is, I happened to be researching the changes in the structure of the circle, mana, and the formulas. So as soon as the mana is amplified or the magic circle is accelerated, they'll notice it immediately. As he finished speaking, he thought to himself, I don't know if it's lucky or not, but both the illegal AI and the berserk drug have given me very useful clues. Sahi UCS mood became increasingly agitated. What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? This time, it was Hazan's turn to counterattack. I'm not going to thank you for this. The only difference is whether I finish it tomorrow morning or right now. Resonance. Faced with this situation, Hazan had to take a risk. A person who reaches this state will surpass their own limits. But, recently, I've been thinking a lot while reading the book I to Z. He clutched his head wearily. The problem lies in the penalty. Because linking magic circles of different attributes and accelerating them puts immense pressure on the body and mind. The penalty that comes with it is the duration. If I can master 2 circles and then use resonance, the duration will be 3 minutes. After that, for 12 hours, the magic circles will become unusable. So I have to think very carefully before using it. Sahi UC looked at Hazan frantically. You idiot. Are you scared or something? Standing there mumbling to yourself? He paid no attention, just focused on his calculations. The duration of resonance is 3 minutes. And that much time is more than enough. Earth spike. The ground cracked open from this skill. A sharp pillar pierced Sahi UC's thigh. He couldn't help but be astonished. A 3-circle spell? How can a piece of trash like you use a 3-circle spell? Hazan pointed to his head and said mockingly, How is that? How can I use it, I wonder? Sahi UC continuously created large orbs. This bastard. Die. You bastard. Hazan stayed right where he was. His words were taunting. I see. You're not just bad at magic. Your insults are pathetic too. So cliché. Water shield. This time, the fireball was blocked. But Sahi UC seemed quite confident in this attack. Idiot. You couldn't even block it before, and now you're using that same move? Just burn to death. Suddenly, the stream of water turned into a vortex, sweeping away the orb. His face was filled with shock. Hazan had the upper hand. If you want to say something, you should think carefully before spitting it out. If it were me, after seeing that earth spike just now, I would have immediately realized this water shield was different from before. Your attacks can't do anything to me anymore. Sahi UC's face darkened. Hazan. Xin. Hazan. That's right. I understand now why you've gotten stronger. You used an illegal booster drug. That's why you were so strong. Hazan was exasperated, listening to the fool's explanation. It's over. I have no pity for you. This is the consequence you brought upon yourself. Hazan flicked his hand and cast. Release. Utter terror showed in the depths of Sahi UC's bloodshot eyes. What? Hazan reminded him in a cold voice once more. If you had hesitated at all, when it came to killing someone, or finishing me off, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Sahi UC fell into a deep abyss, devoid of any light. Damn it. Stop hiding. Come out. Hazan. Stop hiding. Come on out. Hazan. He stood to the side and activated the elements. Earthbind. Airbind. His entire body felt like it was tied by ropes. Just this pathetic binding magic. Every movement was restrained by the elements. Hazan's deep voice echoed. It's too late. The last bit of pity I can offer you is to help you pass on as painlessly as possible. Sahi UC roared in despair. Stop talking nonsense. It's not over. If it weren't for you, my life would have. Not letting him finish. He cut him off directly. But would your life have been any different? I don't think so. His vision went dark. Where are you? You bastard. Where are you? Hazan mercifully added one more sentence. You would just blame someone else then. By the way, besides the side effects on the body, do you know why illegal AIs are forbidden? Sahi hissed. What is it? He screamed in pain. A third magic circle appeared on Hazan's palm. I just tried adjusting my magic frequency to sync with your overheated AI. How does it feel? You used a booster drug, but it still hurts, right? Sahi drooled uncontrollably. Stop it. Faced with this scene, he just gave it a convenient push. When the AI and the body are pushed beyond their limits, even a slight external shock will cause them to collapse. Oh, and finally, I want to say thanks. Because thanks to your reckless actions, I'm about to get something quite useful from the bitch family. This time, the scale will be much larger than before. Probably 30% of the magic stone mining rights. Maybe even 40%? Tears streamed from Sahi's eyes out of resentment. Hazan still had a provoking smile on his face. Goodbye, Sahi. Thanks for the gift. Don't regret giving it away now. As soon as he finished speaking, he applied strong pressure on the AI on the back of his neck. Sahi let out a terrible, tragic scream. Immediately after, the magic disappeared. He lay sprawled on the ground. Hazan then picked up the phone from the ground. He quickly called someone. Hazan called in Hayek. Father, it's me, Hazan. He answered slowly. What's the matter for you to call me at this hour? He glanced to the side and said, I know you were watching everything, Father. It is late, that's true. But for such a loud fight to happen in the dorms, without a single student or police officer showing up, is just too strange. And Hayek clicked his tongue, guessing. Maybe the students were evacuated. Just stopping the police isn't enough to be sure it was me. He smiled as if exposing him. Many people can stop the police. But only you, Father, would stand by and watch until the battle was over. Anyone else would have either intervened to stop it or stab me in the back. Thanks to your previous declaration of protection, my siblings can no longer send people to watch me. And Hayek no longer denied it and confirmed. That's right. I did. Hazan noticed someone in the bushes. A footstep emerged. This person wore a mask and had glowing red eyes. I sent Co Hyan to watch you. A moment later, a cleanup crew appeared on the scene. On the other end of the line, and Hayek spoke. If you knew I was watching, why didn't you ask for help? He hesitated for a moment. It's because I wanted to show you my third circle magic, Father. He frowned, somewhat confused. I thought it would be difficult for you to achieve anything in such a short time. So you've been hiding the fact that you can use third circle magic? Hazan affirmed resolutely. Yes, that's right. He said that, but thought otherwise. Of course, that was just a lie. In reality, I just used the resonance effect of my mastery level second circle. Then, Hazan said cautiously, my power is still lacking in many ways. So if you knew I could use third circle magic, my siblings will start to make a scene. But Co Hyan is here using soundproofing and illusion magic to seal off the area. And Hayek was quite pleased with Hazan's performance. All right, not bad. I've sent a car. Go home and rest for today. On the other end of the line, Hazan quickly replied. Yes, thank you, Father. They'll see you later, Father. When the call ended, and Hayek smiled faintly, but he couldn't contain his excitement. He laughed out loud. I don't know what you've been doing this past year, but being this confident is very good. Back to Hazan. He was greeting the person in front of him. Long time no see. Mr. Co Hyan. The man raised his hand to remove his mask. Co Hyan had a long scar on his face. Long time no see, young Master Hazan. Wait a moment. This injury isn't light. Let me give you some first aid. The rest will be handled by the family doctor. He smiled in agreement. Yes, thank you, sir. Then I'll leave the rest to you. Co Hyan put his mask back on and stood with his subordinates to salute. What happened here will not be leaked to the outside. Back at John's building, he irritably took off his tie. Damn it, why did it turn out like this? Someone appeared from the shadows. Did you just get off work? I've been waiting for a long time. But this sofa is quite to my liking. He furrowed his brows, scrutinizing. A person from the Black Tower? This person didn't seem to care. He just chuckled and continued. But this is truly bad luck. I didn't expect someone from the Blue Tower to interfere and ruin things. He was caught before he could even do anything. There's really nothing left to say. JHN became agitated and raised his voice, cursing. You can still laugh at a time like this? You were so confident that you would never fail? Now what do you want from me? The man stood up, waving his hand. My apologies. It's just that I laugh a lot. Since the mission failed, I will refund your money. Of course. The cleanup will also be handled properly. You are a client of ours, after all. The information won't be leaked. You can rest assured. As for Lance Smith, he will be dead by tomorrow morning. JHN waved his hand as if to brush off any responsibility. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. What about the fact that he gave the chip and the outburst potion to Sahi UC? And how do you plan to handle the scheme against Hazan? The Black Tower mage asserted confidently. You don't need to worry about that. That kid Sahi UC has already fallen into a brain-dead state. These words surprised him a little. Brain-dead? What do you mean? The man explained. It seems he went alone to attack Hazan. And now, due to the side effects, he's nothing more than a breathing corpse. John's face darkened. I don't care. What about Hazan? The Black Tower mage held up his fingers to count. He's injured. But that's all. This attitude seemed to drive Jichin crazy. Are you messing with me? The man replied mockingly. How would I dare? That's just what I was able to see. With the current information, it was enough to make Jichin grind his teeth. You mean to say, Hazan defeated Sahi UC? The one who was enhanced by both a chip and the outburst potion? The Black Tower mage blurted out. Bingo. Exactly. But actually, I'm not too sure. When Saho attacked Hazan, it's unclear if it was for surveillance or protection, but there was Seo Hyan. He even used isolation magic to seal off the area. Very quick. I couldn't watch the entire fight. What a pity. JHN frowned. He judged grimly. Could it be the Shadow Squad? Then since when has Seo Hyan been following Hazan? The Black Tower mage waved his hand. I don't know about that. I only saw Seo Hyan appear after Hazan left our place. JHAN thought of the Shadow Squad. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Seo Hyan, the captain of the Shadow Squad, managed by Father. For him to personally take action? But a person like him. Why was he there? Why? However, JHAN tried to calm himself down. If the Shadow Squad has made a move, I must be more careful. It seems I shouldn't touch Hazan for the time being. Right after that, JHN mentioned the tiger. So what about that bill in Hazan's hands? He laughed again. Don't you worry about that either, sir. The chip that Hazan has was programmed with a self-destruct code. It has now disappeared and completely dissolved into thin air. Do you have any other questions, sir? JHN turned sharply and said. The Black Tower mage opens the window to leave. Then I shall take my leave as well. I still have to deal with Lance Smith. My dear client, am leaving now. In the blink of an eye, he completely vanished. Now the plan of JHN had to change. He had to erase everything. All the evidence. He couldn't let Seo Hyan find out. If so, then, even bypassing the protection spell on my own residence would be a small matter. I must hurry. A few days had passed since the duel with Sahi UC. Hazan closed the book, I to Z. He stretched and yawned. Hazan recalled a few things. Today, he heard the master of the Blue Tower say that Lance Smith died unexpectedly of a heart attack while being escorted. He had somewhat expected it. But to be dealt with so quickly and cleanly was beyond his imagination. It seems Uncle Seo Hyan has handled the Sahi UC case properly. Just then, his phone rang. A message from Hayek. Dad, negotiations with the bitch family are complete. In exchange for overlooking this incident, we received 43% of the Mana Stone mining rights. Well done. Thanks to this, the upcoming overseas project will no longer lack funding. Think carefully about what you want and let me know. Hazan smirked in satisfaction. It's not often he sends a long message like this. Is he that happy? That's great. Anyway, everything is fine now. His spirits were lifted. Now all that was left. On the phone screen was an announcement. An event that has the whole world in a frenzy. Hazan smiled, looking toward his next goal. The Academy Olympiad. Suddenly, a spark of magic coiled around Hazan. He clenched his fist. Instantly, it shattered. The 12-hour penalty for resonance is over. Now is the time to begin. The third circle. The book, I to Z, lit up brightly. Just like last time. He flipped to a page. Let's go to the trial page. In a flash, Hazan's figure disappeared. He struggled to open his eyes. It was quite bright. There was nothing in front of Hazan. What is this? What is this white space? Is this also a world within the book? Just then, a figure appeared. The person who appeared was not Alfred. Welcome to the second trial page. I am Beta, the administrator of the second trial page. Hazen nodded and thought to himself, the second trial? So this page will be like the first trial? In the first trial, the administrator was named Alfred. He gave the task of perfectly refining mana from elemental mana stones. At this point, Beta began to explain. On the second trial page, O successor, we will test your ability to control the magic circle freely. The content of the trial will be announced as soon as it begins. And if you pass, you will be updated from page 32 to 81 with information about the third circle. This task surprised Hazen. Really? A moment later, a pleased smile bloomed on his face. An update from page 32 to 81? I thought it would only be about 10 pages. This is even better. This means the third circle will be on a completely different level. Huh? Perhaps even the mind circle and resonance can't compare. I'm looking forward to it. But I'm also scared. Beta placed a hand on her chest, announcing the mission. Let us begin the trial. As soon as these words were spoken, she completely disappeared. Immediately after, the voice of Bei Tin was heard. "Oh, my disciple, I will now announce the content of the second trial." He recognized it as soon as he heard it. This voice is, Master. Bei Tin created a magic circle and instructed. From now on, 100 magic formations will appear in sequence. Activate all of these formations. Hazen touched a random circle. The magic within it seems to have transformed. He continued to instruct. Once the circle resonates with the magic circle, it will activate on its own. He widened his eyes. Because of the magical reaction, due to the sudden change, another circle appeared. The appearance time for each magic circle is 3 seconds. If you fail to activate the magic circle within that time, you will have to start all over again. At this point, Hazen could understand. So I just have to memorize it, right? As if reading his thoughts, Bei Tin immediately reminded him. By the way, the order of the magic circles is different each time. So don't even think about cheating the system by memorizing the order. He had to dismiss this thought. This is not easy at all. Let's give it a try. Outside, the afternoon had turned to evening. The whole dormitory was bathed in the warm yellow of the sunset. Inside the room, the book Ida Z lay quietly. His face. Hazen was pale from exhaustion. He felt completely helpless. He sighed deeply. 8 hours. It's been 8 hours, and the most I've managed is only 10. Luckily, I'm gradually getting the hang of it. But just getting the hang of it isn't enough to pass. I have to find more clues. With that thought, Hazen continued to read Ida Z. Suddenly, he paused at some information. The book lit up as Bei Tin appeared. Hey, I don't just have that book, Ida Z, you know. If you're stuck, try looking for the other books that I've left behind. They will surely be of great help to your progress. Hazen was taken aback in shock. He doesn't just have the book Ida Z. So that means I'll have to find other books someday. I don't know what the books are called or where they are. Elsewhere, near a large river, Hazen walked into a convenience store, thinking, well, I should go out for a walk to clear my head. A voice came from inside. Ring me up, please. Hazen ran into Adela. Adela. She was also quite surprised. Hazen. And so, the two of them had a conversation by the riverbank. Hazen spoke up to break the silence. We seem to run into each other a lot. Adela smiled. We do. He was happy to see her expression. Did you pull an all-nighter last night? Adela quickly turned to the side to avoid the question. You're right. I found a really interesting thesis. I got so engrossed in reading that I lost track of time. Do you want to try it? The title is The Possibility of Implementing Space Travel Magic. Hazen pointed at the screen and said, This one. It sounds a bit like a scam. She was very insistent in her request. I know, but just give it a read. He felt a little helpless. Because of this attitude. Why are you so enthusiastic all of a sudden? At Adela's urging, he began to read the first few lines. The two fell silent again. Adela bought several boxes of her favorite banana milk. A moment later, he returned the computer to her. It's pretty interesting. Adela's joy was visible on her face. Really? Unexpectedly, Hazen added. It's just that. The two of them said in unison. There's no conclusion. Suddenly, he realized something. He thought to himself, this thesis was analyzed based on materials researched and compiled by Bei Tin himself. Bei Tin, as expected, this book, although it's slightly different in form and structure, there are many parts. that are very similar to Bei Ten's basic theories. The exterior is rough, and the inside is empty. Hazen spoke up and asked, Adela, who is the author of this book? Adela was a bit surprised. Sang Jun. After that word, Hazen rushed home to search. He muttered the name under his breath. Sang Jun, an unknown magic researcher. No affiliation. No information on age or gender. Looking at the paper in his hand, Hazen thought again. So far, the only thesis has been that book from earlier. I wonder if it received a terrible review and just disappeared. Hazen casually crumpled the paper and told himself, this is the limit of the information a normal student like me can find. Huh? He reached for the phone on the table. But the corner of Hazen's mouth curled into a smug smile. Hello. Greetings. Master of the Blue Tower. For a rather simple reason. I am not a normal student. A building with a design that blended the classic and the modern. The Blue Tower. The ringtone blared loudly. Kanjin was sprawled out on the table. Hello? This is Hazen. The man was tired from researching all night. What is it? He smiled. His words were full of meaning. I think we can help each other out a little. These words made Kanjin sit up straight. Hazen's eyes turned serious. Could you help me find someone? A fresh morning at Obelith Academy. Somewhere in the training room. Hazen summoned a magic circle that wrapped around his body. Sun Chan poured his energy into his magic to block the attack. Unexpectedly, his wind spears spread out. He sulked and snapped, refusing to accept it. This guy? Hazen. This is cheating. Hazen put on a shameless expression and retorted. How is it cheating? It's just a first circle spell. What's the problem? Causing Sun Chan to frantically dodge the blows. You shameless bastard. Who fights like that? Just using a first circle spell. Just when he thought he had escaped, there were still wind spears. Sun Chan could only grit his teeth and take the hit. Hazen let out a delighted "oh." It turned out he had used magic to create a shield on his body. He took the chance to tease him. See, you could still block it. He panted for a moment. I almost died. Let's switch. Melee combat. This suggestion happened to suit Hazen perfectly. All right, but do you think you can beat me in close combat? Sun Chan didn't bother listening and charged. However, before anything happened, Hazen's fist of iron took another step forward. He was knocked out cold. This action made the other students' jaws drop. Hazen pulled back his fist. So, looks like it wasn't too bad. In close combat, the advantage of modification magic is reduced, and all that's left is the difference in power between a second circle and a third circle spell. Good strategy. Sun Chan blushed angrily. Are you praising me or insulting me? This isn't fair at all. He took off his shirt, revealing a belt. Your magic combat is dirty, and your close combat is insane. You really fight dirty. Hazen walked over, stuck a piece of paper on his back, and said, if you don't like it, then you'll have to train your physical strength hard, won't you? Suddenly, Sun Chan changed the subject. So, what are you going to do now? Hazen asked, confused. Do what? He grinned and mentioned the upcoming competition. Isn't your goal to win the Olympiad? This startled Hazen. How did you know? Sun Chan, feeling bold, got cocky. As if I've only known you for a day. I could tell just by looking. That's why you went crazy on the light stone blocking test earlier, right? An average student can block it 27 times. But you did it 74 times. Lately, whether it's a test or training, you've been dominating the top spot. You want to compete with the upperclassmen. So you think this is the best way, right? But in your current state, I don't think you can win the Olympiad. What? I knew it. Besides, the top contender this time is a fifth circle magic user. And you're only at the second circle. It'll be very hard to overcome that. Hearing these words, Hazen's mood sank. Sun Chan was right. If I want to make a mark at the Olympiad, even though I can use third circle magic thanks to resonance, it doesn't make much of a difference. If I want to fight them, I at least need to reach the fourth circle. And to achieve that, I have to find Sang Jun. That afternoon, the phone displayed a location. He called and asked Kanjin. This is. The man folded the paper in his hand and said, First, let me apologize for getting back to you so late. I never expected it to take a whole week just to find one person. That's never happened before. Let's get straight to the point. Sang Jun's current residence is. He gaped in shock. This is the bookstore. The old one I always visit. Hazen thought to himself. Sang Jun is here? I can't believe it. It's in the shopping district right in front of the academy's gate. After I was judged to be incompatible with AI magic, I searched for information about magic from old magic books, but I didn't know where the Book of Idazi came from. Could it be from here? Without thinking further, Hazan went straight inside. Hello. The man inside looked up from what he was doing. He walked over to Hazan. Hazan, it's been a long time since I last saw you. He smiled and asked politely, have you been well lately? The man laughed. Of course. But I heard you've become proficient in using magic. Thanks to that, your complexion has gotten much better. Hazan chuckled. It's all thanks to you. The man teased him back. What credit do I have? I just sold you some books. Hazan was somewhat grateful. But it's because of those books that I've become who I am today. Hearing this, the man seemed quite at ease. Even if you're just being polite, I appreciate it. But what brings you here today? At this point, Hazan got to the point. May I see Mr. Sang-jun? Your son? The man was slightly surprised. Why do you want to see Sang-jun? And how do you know Sang-jun? Hazan answered frankly. I read a thesis written by your son. There are some things I want to ask about it, so I tried searching. And I heard he was here. I'm sorry for doing something like investigating secretly. But this is very important to me. So I absolutely have to meet him. Sang-jun's father scratched his head and stammered. A thesis, you say? He did write one. All right. He'll arrange for you to meet him. Receiving his help, Hazan bowed deeply. Thank you. Before he could rejoice, the man added another piece of information. But even if you meet him, you won't get any answers. Hazan couldn't hide his confusion. What do you mean by that? Without saying much, he opened a door. Follow me. Sang-jun is in here. After walking a short distance, Sang-jun's father stopped in front of a room door. Before opening it, he turned his head and said, Come in. This is Sang-jun's room. An unbelievable sight greeted Hazan's eyes. Sang-jun. The person on the bed was on a ventilator, and 4 was attached to his arm. Sang-jun's father slowly approached the bed. He is currently unconscious. Hazan was stunned for a few seconds. This person is. The man confirmed unhurriedly. That's right. This is my son, Sang-jun. The two sat silently by the bed for a long time. Hazan glanced at Sang-jun's father with difficulty. May I ask what happened? He nodded softly. Of course. Sang-jun violated a taboo. A mage's taboo. This made Hazan even more curious. A taboo? What specifically? The man explained calmly. When circulating mana, you must not let it circulate in the brain. That is the greatest taboo for a mage. This statement was like a slap to Hazan's current magic. What? Mana in the brain? If that's the case, then I've done it too. Thinking this, he clenched his fists and asked, why? Why did he do it? Sang-jun's father gave a short reply. Because of the thesis. To complete the theory in his thesis, which had completely fallen apart halfway through. Hazan immediately remembered what he had read. The only way was to circulate mana in the brain. Looking at Sang-jun on the bed, the man spoke with self-blame. I should have stopped him at all costs. Hazan thought to himself, so? This person came close to Bei-Ten-style magic? After saying that, he returned to Hazan's question. So I'm afraid your questions will be difficult to answer. If Sang-jun could talk to you, I'm sure he would be very happy. Hazan didn't intend to dwell on the man's pain. It's all right. I was the one who brought this up. I may have troubled you. I'm truly sorry. Sang-jun's father patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I know you're a serious person who cares for books. After all, the image of you searching for magic books every day, it reminds me of Sang-jun. This meeting lasted until the sun was about to set. Before leaving, Hazan made a request. If it's possible, could I look through the books your son used for his thesis research? Sang-jun's father stroked his chin thoughtfully. Sang-jun's books, you say? If I just leave them in the library, they'll all rot away. If you need them, just take them. But I have 2 conditions. If you read Sang-jun's books and write a thesis on spatial movement magic, please add Sang-jun's name at the end for me. He affirmed seriously. Of course. I will. I will do that. Immediately after, the man continued with his next condition. Good. The second condition is, no matter what happens, you must never circulate mana into your brain. This forced Hazan to lie. Yes, I will keep that in mind. With that settled, Sang-jun's father led him into the room. All right, these are the books that Sang-jun researched. But the one you need. Hazan walked over to the bookshelf. He had a strange feeling in his heart. There's something about this book. One of the books slid out on its own. Then it fell right where Hazan was standing. Its cover caught Hazan's eye immediately. It looks just like the book of I to Z. He quickly picked it up, stunned. Sir, this book is... The man recalled Sang-jun and said, that is... The book Sang-jun always carried with him. It seemed very important. Go ahead and read it. I think everything you're curious about is in there. Hazan quickly replied, yes. He quickly flipped through the first few pages. It really is. The handwriting is indescribably bad. This is a book written by Master. Thinking this, Hazan humbly asked for permission. Sir, may I take this book home to read? If you could lend it to me. The man let out a relaxed laugh. Just take it. Feel free to take any other books you need as well. He was incredibly grateful. Thank you very much, sir. I wonder if there are any other books. Sang-jun's father stroked his chin thoughtfully. I'm not too sure. Hazan gave another hint. Have you ever seen a high-quality book with a red cover? After a moment, he replied. I don't recall seeing anything like that. Luxurious books like that rarely show up in a small shop like this. With these words, doubt grew in his heart. Then where did Sang-jun get that book? Then, Hazan held the book tightly. I understand. Thank you, sir. He wondered to himself. Then, in the end, why did the book of I to Z appear in my bag? Upon returning to the dorm, it was already late at night. Hazan sat on his bed with the new book and I to Z. I searched all over Sang-jun's library, but I only found one book that resembles the book of I to Z. The corners of his lips curved up, but getting even one is good enough. When the two books were brought close together, they formed a connection. He was quite surprised by the unexpected situation. What is this? The two books are glowing at the same time? Bei-ten's voice rang out. I will leave this book for the official successor of I to Z. Dozens of phenomena occurred around Hazan. In being pulled into the book again, he continued the introduction. The name of this book is the Book of Mia. Hazan gritted his teeth, enduring it. It's Master's voice. Am I about to be pulled into a book again? The next words Bei-ten left were, enjoy the full blessings of knowledge. The light completely vanished. Hazan disappeared as well. He had fallen into the world within the book. Hazan shot up and looked around. Where's this? Suddenly, the hem of a dress fluttered by. A small hand gently poked the back of Hazan's neck. He turned around, and a finger touched his cheek. The girl in front of him had a strange smile. Gotcha. Welcome to the Book of Mia. Hazan's jaw dropped at the girl before him. Who are you? She asked back. Me? I am Mia, the manager of the Mia archives. Pleased to meet you, successor. He looked around in confusion. Miyavi? Mia replied. That is the name of this library. Bei-ten prepared this place for the future successor. It's exclusively for the successor of the Bei-ten household. Hazan looked up at the ceiling in awe. But it seems a bit too small to be called a library. Mia smiled and teased him. That's because your achievements are still low. This Murthy has a special characteristic. Its scale changes based on the successor's level. Looking at the scale, it seems you haven't passed the second trial page yet, have you? He confirmed without hesitation. Yes, that's right. Mia's face suddenly darkened. Oh, by the way, can you speak more comfortably? Hazan didn't understand at all. She pointed at his face and explained. We're going to be seeing each other for a long time. It's not good to keep talking like that. Be more casual. Hazan understood her meaning. He smiled faintly. Then I'll do that. Mia praised him. Very good. By the way, successor. You're very lucky. You found me after only 2 trials? Hazan looked dumbfounded. He asked in return. What's so good about finding you early? Mia held out her hand. She burst out laughing. At least, you'll be able to reach 5 circles without encountering any problems. Those words were like a thunderclap to Hazan. 5 circles? Really? As soon as he spoke, Mia flew up and magic radiated from her. A book on the shelf automatically came out. She controlled the book in her hand. Mia handed it to him and instructed, read it. Then you will understand. Hazan took it. He flipped through a few pages. This is a detailed theory on resonance. Mia explained. This place only contains information that isn't in the Book of Mia, like the one you're reading now. Hearing that, he was a little puzzled. Why not just write everything in there for convenience? She said playfully, praising him. An excellent question. The system would be overloaded if we put everything into the trial pages. The resource allocation for verifying the successor is also too large. So, the Book of Mia only contains truly essential information, and Murthy was created as a supplementary volume. Hazen froze. His pupils trembled slightly. So that means Master recorded more detailed content in this Murthy, right? Mia praised him. That's right. If the Book of Mia is a summary, then this place is more like a textbook or a reference material. He nodded thoughtfully. I see. Then, do all the books here contain such dense information? And as I achieve more, the number of books will also increase? At this, Mia winked. Bingo. That's right. So, do you understand now why you can reach 5 circles? Hazen nodded firmly. Of course. This is more than enough for me to pass the second trial. The Book of Mia glowed. Hazen was returned to reality. He slowly opened his eyes. 79. The second trial requires synchronizing 100 magic circles. At first, it took me 8 hours to synchronize 10 of them. But since meeting Mia, I was able to synchronize up to 79 of them instantly. Hazen's mood improved. My previous efforts were truly a painful waste. He felt the magic flowing through his veins. If I'm fast, then tonight. At the latest, by tomorrow. I will definitely complete the 100 magic circles. Getting the Book of Mia before the Olympiad is truly a godsend. The city was lit by lights at night. At the Shin estate, Hazen was led somewhere by a maid. He followed behind her. He thought to himself, why did Dad call for me? Is it to receive the reward from the Sahi UC incident? The image of Sahi UC flooded his mind. He still couldn't escape his tangled thoughts. Today, after studying, I was planning to spend the whole day in Murthy. What timing? But this is also important. A moment later, the maid opened the door and announced, Family Head. Young Master Hazen has arrived. In Hayek's voice came from inside. Let him in. He called out softly. Father. His father's eyes were heavy. Sit. He'll get straight to the point. Unlike last time. This time, the credit isn't entirely yours. It's true that you contributed more than half. That's undeniable, including last time's contribution. The 26% mana stone mining rights are thanks to you. Hazen replied seriously. Yes. In Hayek continued the conversation. As such, the family has gained a great benefit because of you. So you must receive a fitting reward. Is there anything you want? Hazen didn't miss this opportunity. Father. I want an artifact. From the deepest level of our family's vault. These words made him frown. An artifact? Don't tell me you believe the rumors about the secrets of that artifact? It's just an antique, after all. However, Hazen stated firmly, I don't think so. I believe that the legends about the artifact, even the stories from mythology, are all true. He sighed and rubbed his temples. You're still so naive. Who would believe such absurd stories? I will respect your choice. You may only take one item. Having received approval, Hazen smiled. Thank you, Father. Next, he asked about the artifact. So which artifact do you want? He was a bit evasive. An ancient artifact lying dormant in the family's treasury. I want to take it. The item Hazen was aiming for was quite special. It was the ancient cloak of Bei Ten, at Hazen's request. In Hayek took him to the vault of the Ma Dao family. The manager handed him a small box. Before giving it to Hazen, In Hayek said, I hope you won't regret this choice. Hazen happily took it with both hands. Yes, thank you, Father. Before he left, his father offered a reminder. You really believe in those absurd stories, don't you? Truly, still so naive. Focus on your training. Don't let yourself regret this. You may leave. Hazen stuck to his thoughts. Yes. Very quickly, the car carrying him left the estate. Hazen said to himself, most of the artifacts the family owns are authentic. He glanced at the box next to him. The cloak of Bei Ten. If this is the real cloak of my master, then 30% of the mana stone mining rights is nothing. Wait a minute. What if this isn't the real thing? For that reason, he opened it to see for himself. Hazen's expression showed clear surprise. Holding the cloak in his hands, he still couldn't believe it. This is pure mana fiber. Mana fiber. The technology to craft mana stones into fibrous form by drawing out fragments of mana stone like thread. A technique that is extremely difficult to perform. In the entire world, there are less than 30 craftsmen who can create mana fiber. This isn't just partially made of mana fiber. The entire cloak is made of it. Hazen cherished the cloak like a treasure. Moreover, how could they use such advanced technology in that era? At this level, recent items crafted from mana fiber can't compare at all. I've never seen an item this amazing before. The foolish grin on his face lingered. Back at the dorm, it was past midnight. Hazan took out the cloak to study it. There was some scribbling on the hem. The signature here, and this terrible handwriting. It's definitely my master's. I see it every day, so I'm very familiar with it. What's this? This structure. Why are the structures of the inside and outside reversed? Hazan began to mutter to himself. Another reason mana fiber is difficult to use is that it's necessary to create different structures for the inside and outside. The inside is designed to enhance mana conductivity and efficiency. The outside is designed to block mana transmission, to help minimize damage. But this cloak has a completely opposite structure. This means the outside has higher mana efficiency, so it takes more damage, while the inside blocks mana, reducing the wearer's mana power. This made Hazan confused. Master couldn't have made a mistake like this. Or maybe it's supposed to be reversed. This. He hesitated after trying to turn it inside out. Even after turning it inside out, the inner and outer structures remained the same. If so, then this was clearly an intentional design. But for what purpose? Is this really an artifact? Now I understand why father let it rot in the warehouse. Beitin's book was opened by Hazan. He appeared in MIA's space. As soon as he appeared, Hazan hastily called out to her. Mia. She was relaxing when she saw Hazan. Successor. You're here. Is that Beitin's cloak, right? Successor. You found this so quickly. My goodness. In contrast to her, Hazan had a heavy heart. But this cloak seems a bit strange. Her smile vanished. Let me see. Strange how? Suddenly, Mia shrieked. Then she pointed a finger forward. Successor. You're only at 2 circles, right? Though full of questions, he still nodded. That's right. Hearing that, Mia came to a conclusion. You can't know yet. Hazan, dissatisfied, tried to coax her. Don't keep it all to yourself. How else am I supposed to learn? But Mia decisively shut her eyes and refused. Sorry. Successor. I'm very sorry. But I can't explain about this cloak yet. When he saw her say that, he was a little flustered. What? But why? Mia quickly pushed the cloak towards him. I take back what I said earlier. The Beitin style has a very special kind of magic. Speaking of which, she was startled again. Hazan only focused on what she just said. Special magic? Mia held her head and made a fuss. Now that I mention it, I don't think I'm even supposed to say the name of that magic. Oh well. They'll say it again. The Beitin style has a very special kind of magic. It's called true magic. Hazan listened intently to every word. True. Magic. She put her hands on her hips, confirming it once more. That's right. It's different from the magic you're currently using. This is true magic. He looked confused. Do you mean the magic I've been using until now isn't real? Mia was serious. She gave an evasive answer. To be precise, yes. But regarding this true magic, I can only reveal it once the successor reaches a certain level. Hazan didn't give up. He deliberately asked. A probing question. Is it some kind of restriction? She replied naturally. That's right. This cloak is an item that supports true magic. Hearing that, he could only sigh helplessly. So you can't say anything about it, right? Mia laughed in praise. Exactly. You're sharp, successor. A moment later, Hazan held the cloak in his hands again. So, to be able to hear the explanation about this cloak, what level do I have to reach? Mia took a deep breath. It has to be 5 circles. After hearing that, Hazan stood frozen for a moment. His expression only amused her more. You must master 5 circles. Be strong enough to pass the 5th trial page. Only then can you truly begin with Beitin style magic. Beitin's book was opened. Hazan was training, activating the magic circle. 98, 99, 100. The count finished. The circle disappeared. Hazan was pleased with his achievement. I finally succeeded. Beitin's voice rang out. Congratulations on passing the trial. Hazan recognized the owner of the voice. This voice is Master. Immediately after, he praised Hazan. Passing this trial is not easy. You've worked hard. And now, I will now teach you how to connect to the 3rd circle. Hazan rubbed his wrists, wondering. The 3rd circle? Very quickly, the question was answered. It is the 3rd realm in the Beitin system, and it is also the 3rd infinite circle. Interference. His eyes unconsciously widened. The circle of interference. Beitin's book was closed by Hazan. Looking at the book, he thought to himself, so the second trial is finished. Time to connect to the circle of interference. Hazan put on the cloak, holding Beitin's 2 books. Without this cloak and the Book of Mia, the second trial would have definitely taken much longer. Speaking of which, we have to go back to the night before. In MIA's space, Mia had revealed the secret to understanding the cloak. You must master 5 circles, strong enough to pass the 5th trial page. Only then can I truly begin with Beitin-style magic. These words also made him hesitate. I guess I have no choice then. I'll have to leave it in storage. He'll think about it again when I reach the 5th circle. Then, Mia stopped him. Wait, successor, what are you planning to do? Why would you let something so precious rot in storage? He asked with wide eyes. Then what can I do with it? The inner and outer layers of the mana threads are reversed. It's completely useless. She quickly snatched it. Oh dear, give it here. This cloak. It prevents mana from leaking out and keeps mana inside. It helps the body become saturated with mana. When the mana reaches a state of saturation, the infinite circle will also spin faster than usual, and the mana circulating through your brain will increase. In other words, the brain will be affected by a large amount of mana. This helps you recover from fatigue quickly. The same goes for the fatigue accumulating in your body. With this suggestion, Hazan took back the cloak. I see. So if I wear this cloak, I can reduce my sleeping time, right? Mia ran over to tease him. You say you see, but you don't understand at all. If you wear this cloak, you won't need to sleep at all. His mouth dropped open. What? I don't need to sleep at all. Mia was confident in the cloak's ability. That's right. You just need to wear it for about 5 hours a day, and you'll even maintain your best condition. And this is just a side effect of the cloak. So I thought it would be fine to tell you. The true power of this cloak isn't that. With these secrets revealed, Hazan's spirits were lifted. I want to quickly reach the 5th circle mastery level. As he was leaving, Mia gave him a reminder. By the way, you know this only works on the successor, right? For anyone else, it's poison. Hazan put his hands on his hips confidently. Of course I know. With this cheat item, the later trials will surely be much easier. Time flew by. 2 days later, Hazan was always wearing the cloak. In the middle of the night, his eyes slowly opened. He was still intently reading the notes in I to Z. I've tried so many times already, but I'm still missing something. I've almost grasped interference. But the thing mentioned in the book is interference. The 3rd circle of Beitin-style magic. Interfering with the power within another person's mana. To interfere with another's mana, you must assimilate 100% with that mana. Hazan lowered his head and thought to himself. So this is the entire explanation. For the circle of interference? Interfering with the magic of others. An excited smirk appeared on his lips. This is interesting. Since the day I gained this power, I've been training hard to improve. Actually, I never thought of this. I didn't expect the second trial to be a stepping stone for connecting to the circle of interference. Hazan continued to read the lines in the book. To connect the 3rd circle, one must resonate between the circle of mind and the circle of resonance. Then assimilate with the surrounding mana. He quietly made up his mind. If I keep resonating like this, the 3rd circle will be formed. Thinking this, Hazan began to practice. All right, I will definitely succeed this time. He closed his eyes to focus on gathering magic. Synchronize all the mana flooding the air and bringing the mana in my body to a state of saturation. It's like creating a new home. Sources of dancing magical power appeared around Hazan. That was the beginning of it all. It has found a vessel in me. The mana is gradually being absorbed. A clear voice called in his ear. Let's play together. I can hear the voice of mana. Come here. The voice of mana rang out again. Let's go. But it's so warm. I don't want to leave. That's right. This is our new playground. Let's play a new game. What should we play? Hazan seemed to be gradually sinking into the magic. I'm halfway there now. As long as I maintain this resonance, the mana stones will hold hands and link into a circle. Let's create a playground. Hold hands and form a circle. Sing, dance, become one. Sweat pours from Hazan's body. It's so hot. If the mana amplification rate is off by just 1%, the mana will no longer be able to stay in my body. With just that 1% amplification rate, I have to make the mana settle inside my body. Then slowly lower the mana amplification rate to 0.01% to let the mana form circles. Don't let them notice. Be very quiet. The sky outside is brightening. Hazan slumps to the ground. His eyes are wide open, and sweat is dripping down. Hazan feels something within himself. It's done. The first circle, will. The second circle, resonance. And he clenches his fist. Now Hazan can be more at ease than ever. This is the third infinite circle, interference. Hazan is focusing on using his power. This is the third infinite circle. I've finally connected the interference circle. The third magic circle. I have to get stronger as soon as possible. Let's head straight for being a fifth circle mage. In a forest, at the crack of dawn. He is lying leisurely under a tree. There are a few birds on him. Hazan thinks to himself. A survival combat test, huh? It's a large-scale test held in a vast training area. In a remote mountainous region. Limited to 32 hours. All students are equipped with special artifacts. During that time, with the area shrinking over time, the longer you survive, the better. The test is just that simple. He looks at the explanation in his hand. All right, it's time to move. The difference is, students have to survive monster attacks, while also watching out for other students. And they have to accumulate points at the same time. At the same time, the birds perched on him fly away. Suddenly, someone attacks Hazan from below, but he quickly dodges it. Hazan doesn't hesitate to retaliate. Kanzaha has to give him a compliment. You're pretty good at dodging, but the advantage is already mine. He gets angry upon hearing this. But the guy continues to provoke him. You fool, what are you trying to do with your fists? Hazan wanted to punch this guy hard. He immediately thrusts his hand through the barrier. Hazan was furious, wanting to seize the guy. Kanzaha didn't expect his power to be so great. Hazan could send him flying far away. Unable to withstand the force, Kanzaha falls hard to the ground. My shield was destroyed by an earth spell? He taught him a lesson he'll never forget. What an idiot. You're that proud of a sneak attack? And what's with shouting while you attack? Hazan feels very happy as his power grows stronger. Is this the power of interference? Weakening the core of the second circle shield spell, and then piercing it with a first circle earth spell. He remembers that moment. Kanzaha had no strength left to even get up. He just turns his back and walks away. How can you dodge an attack if you're that careless? Thanks to that, Hazan has earned 10 points. The sky today is truly clear and blue. Hazan walks and thinks for a long while. It seems I've gotten the hang of using interference. With this ability, it's not just second circle magic. I can even interfere with third circle magic. Suddenly, a figure flashes past behind him. Of course, Hazan quickly notices it. The opponent is using immense power. Hazan suddenly recognizes this terrifying power. Hazan didn't expect to be surrounded in just an instant. It seems they came because they heard the sound of the fight just now. If it were a normal student, they'd probably complain about having to fight continuously, or maybe even cry out in terror. But for me, someone who has to dominate the #1 spot, this is a wonderful opportunity. A dog suddenly howls. Hazan isn't scared at all. In fact, he feels excited. Come at me all at once. You pack of mongrels. Someone is engrossed in looking at his picture. She is introducing them one by one. They are all outstanding students. If things continue like this until the end, they will definitely make it into the top 10. But holding out until the end is the hardest part, isn't it? But now, it seems like there's no one left who doubts Hazan's abilities anymore. Right, Lecturer Trang Exo? He was still engrossed in looking at the screen. A moment later, he agreed with this opinion. You can't underestimate him just because he's an incompatible. Who would dare to underestimate him? He dominated the #1 spot in all the previous training sessions. Right now, Hazan is still in the lead with a superior point margin. What's more surprising is that he fully understood the behavior of the blood-sucking wolves. He didn't kill it right away, but waited for its pack to arrive before making a move. When a blood-sucking wolf is killed, its pack will come running even from 5 kilometers away. He used that behavior to farm kill points. If things continue like this, we can hope that someone will win the prize this year. In the forest where he was fighting with all his might, Hazan fought without a moment's rest. He was focused on calculating his own score. But then he noticed something strange. An earthquake? No way. The ground is moving. Hasn't seemed to have realized something. A body as large as an elephant with an emerald-colored back. The emerald turtle monster had appeared. Why would such a rare monster appear here? A body as large as an elephant with an emerald-colored back. The emerald turtle monster had appeared. Why would such a rare monster appear here? Hazan decided to hunker down and carefully observe the situation. This is the first time I've seen one in person, but he'll try fighting it and see how it goes. In another scene, at the academy, the evaluation tower at the outdoor training ground, the clash between Hazan and the emerald turtle. Originally, the 9 monsters were placed in this training ground to create situations like escaping from danger, or to increase the chances of cooperation among students. But even if Hazan is a genius, he can't possibly face it alone. The emerald turtle is a grade C, rank 4 long-necked turtle class monster. It's famous for its incredible defense, and it's the natural enemy of mages. It possesses an incredibly fierce power. It can destroy everything in just an instant. He, of course, was already on his guard. If he could just take it down, he would get a huge number of kill points. But Hazan seemed to have forgotten to pay attention to something. He immediately used his power. Hazan would destroy this monster by any means necessary. He quickly utilized all his strength, using his shield as a foothold to dodge the attack. But its durability definitely isn't enough. Even a 6th circle mage would break a sweat against an emerald turtle. Hazan then used another power, the divine fire dance. He found himself surrounded by flames. Hazan felt that using this now wasn't a good idea. Is this even effective? But it seemed the monster's power was only increasing. He knew for sure it wasn't effective just by looking at it. It really isn't easy at all. Defeating this monster alone is a challenge even for a 5th circle mage. It's so fast because its body contains mana. Wait a minute. Contains mana in its body? Hazan suddenly thought of a better way. I can test it now. He utilized the power from his legs. The emerald turtle didn't expect this move either. Hazan quickly ran to lure it away. Just one headbutt from it is enough to send an entire tree trunk flying. Getting hit once would mean shattered bones and minced flesh. I can't win by just running away like this. I have to fight. He thought it was time for him to act. Hazan immediately used a shield to protect himself. But this method couldn't hold up either. Such incredible power. I miscalculated. I can't dodge this attack. He gritted his teeth, afraid that he would lose. After the attack, it can't move until the power in its legs recovers. Hazan thought this was the perfect time. That monster will be the first to experience my technique. When I was young, Hazan had read in a guidebook that the emerald turtle puts a lot of pressure on its legs when performing a double charge. So, right after it attacks, the moment its leg's strength hasn't recovered, is the best opportunity to strike. Everyone at the academy, watching on the screen, was just as nervous. They saw his every move in the most realistic way. Hazan activated interference once again. The emerald turtle never expected to meet such a strong opponent. It lay motionless on the ground. Hazan breathed a sigh of relief, having finally won. He immediately looked at the score he now had. As expected, fighting a high-level monster gives a lot of points. The sky at this time was still a clear blue. At the mansion of the Ma Dao family, they had also watched his fight live. He even put his hand to his chin and thought, the emerald turtle's weakness is the ice attribute. But I still don't understand how it was defeated by someone who is only a 3rd circle. Do you know? I'm sorry, sir. I don't know either. He's still the same, even though he should feel awkward. But a food source in the survival test is very important. His judgment is truly excellent. And Hayek also mentioned to be wary of those around him. It's not my fault that he's weak. My lord, may I ask one thing? Why does young Master Hazan do such conspicuous things? Surely he knows that those actions will become poison. It could lead to interference from young Master Jishin or young Lady Siha. I assure you I understand my son very well. The boy has calculated everything before acting. Before, when Hazan's magic was sealed, he was naturally eliminated from the family's succession race. So his position in the family was pathetic. But now it's different. Through some means I don't know, he has obtained incredible power and has also made significant progress in his magic. Within 2 months from now until the competition is held, he asked me to protect him from his siblings' interference. That wasn't just to protect himself. It was also to make conspicuous moves. attracting the world's attention to solidify his position in the family. It's clear he wants to build his power base as quickly as possible. And after the 2-month protection period ends, Hazan is confident that any interference from JHN or Sihao will be meaningless. What an arrogant child. The sky had now turned to evening. Hazan was sitting with a cloak on, a piece of grilled meat in front of him. The first day of the survival training. From 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., fighting is prohibited. Although it's for safety, if they comfortably deviate from the original rules like this, the students' skills will not be able to improve. Many schools abroad train with principles even stricter than the original regulations. In this aspect, it's clear the academy also needs to change. This time, we were allowed to bring old magic tools, so I can conveniently use Master's cloak to recover. Well, one thing at a time. The sky had started to get darker. He was happy to be eating well, but he seemed to have detected something behind him. And so, Hazan met his two friends. He asked them curiously as they sat down, "But, why did you two come out of the bushes together?" Adela calmly replied, "We were just fighting until 11. The person next to her quickly corrected her. "It wasn't a fight. I was getting beaten up. It was one-sided." Hazan figured out what they were trying to say. Then, at exactly 11 o'clock, the match had to stop. So the two of them followed the fragrant smell of beef here. They said their stomachs were rumbling. "It smells so heavenly. When do we get to eat?" He looked at them, thinking they were being too familiar. "Who said you could eat?" The two of them even put on a pitiful expression. "Between us, there's no yours or mine." Hazan felt these two were truly a nuisance. "All right, fine. It'd be a waste to throw it away. It's better if you eat it." As soon as they heard his consent, they immediately dug in. "Let's eat, everyone. Thanks for the meal." They ate heartily without any hesitation. Indeed, everyone is tired after a fight. It's really delicious. Adela quickly recognized the familiar taste. "This meat, is it honey bear meat?" This is a bear-type monster that lives in the forest. It's delicious when grilled. He completely denied it. "No, it's not. Among the monsters that appear in the training area, only 2 types are edible. One is the honey bear. The other is the emerald turtle. The rest of the monsters are either poisonous or their meat tastes bad, so they're inedible." She could guess based on his strength. "Don't tell me you took down an emerald turtle." Hazan couldn't deny what he did. "That's right. During the day, in the West." The other guy asked while biting into a piece of meat. "Really? I've only ever seen an emerald turtle online. How did you manage to catch it? You're the best." He felt extremely annoyed with this guy. "Don't talk with your mouth full." Adela was extremely knowledgeable about these monsters. Until now, no mage below the 5th circle has ever been able to easily catch an emerald turtle. Of course, he knew this clearly. Hazan immediately showed them his power. A fire quickly erupted in the middle of the deep forest. Both of them felt terrified. To think you could level up so quickly. You've already reached 6th circle magic? Hazan is a true hero, after all. Back then, you were only at the 3rd circle. But if you want to keep it a secret, this is the only way. Both of them couldn't help but wonder. How did you manage to defeat it? You aimed for the emerald turtle's head to take it down, right? He immediately answered that question. No, I just pierced it from the top of its shell. Even that is truly hard to believe. You can do that? The Academy broadcasted it live. You'll understand once you see it for yourself. But whatever. Anyway, you guys will see it soon enough, right? The two of them didn't seem to understand what he said. After all, we're going to fight each other tomorrow. Let's have a fair fight. Adela also seemed to have something to say. By the way, perfect timing. I also have something I want to show you guys. Day 2 of the combat survival test. 2 hours remaining. The survival area has been narrowed. And now, only 4 people remain. Who will come out on top in this survival battle? Hazan was walking with a very relaxed demeanor. Some kind of power seemed to be approaching him. Suddenly, he heard a sound from behind. Hazan immediately raised his guard as much as possible. Something seemed to appear in the sky. Sangadak has finally appeared. So, have you seen the power of a prodigy yet? He quickly jumped down from above. Sangadak really wanted to destroy him. But Hazan would never give up so easily. This power also felt too fast for him. Sangadak was indeed an even match for him. His movements were just a smokescreen. The real goal was to engage in close combat. Immediately after, a spinning kick flew in extremely close. Sangadak even issued a warning. Hazan, It's your bad luck to run into me. He quickly recognized this person's identity. Sorry, but I think I'm quite lucky. Hazan recalled the scene from before. This guy had taken down so many people weaker than him. Moreover, he was admired by many. As expected of Sangedok, his magic of body enhancement is top-notch. Among the second-year students, he is in the top 2 for combat techniques. He's an expert in body enhancement magic. This is not an opponent I can use interference magic on carelessly. He already had a plan in mind. If that's the case, he'll have to confront him with close combat quickly. He still doesn't know what fear is. A one-on-one fight, huh? All right. In the Academy's outdoor training monitoring room, everyone is still watching. It seems Hazan and Sangedok have chosen a battle using body enhancement magic. This match, Sangedok will obviously have the advantage, right? He is the strongest in hand-to-hand combat among the second years, and he even won the National Youth Body Enhancement Tournament. But, considering the fight with the Emerald Turtle yesterday, Hazan's true strength is still unpredictable. The two are considered an even match for each other. Hazan seemed to have discovered something special. I've found this guy's flow of magical power. Where it's gathering is his fist. Now it's moved to his knee. It seems he has found a method. Hazan immediately used a shield, the safest method. This guy's kick cannot be underestimated. But if I use a shield here to push him away, then Hazan immediately launched a surprise attack, which made Sangedok endlessly panic. He broke through the shield? I've never seen this kind of magic before. He really is the reborn genius mage. It seems the rumors weren't baseless. This is getting interesting. But I have my pride too. When it comes to close combat, no one has surpassed me. Hazan remained focused on the fight. This is my chance. He immediately used his fist. But Sangedok had already seen it coming and blocked it with his hand. This surprised Hazan. Even the spectators outside were surprised. He blocked it. Sangedok is truly not an easy opponent to deal with. Hazan didn't expect this guy to be so smart. He could even react in time. His reaction sense isn't bad. But he's still quite green. What if I feigned close combat and launched a fire palm? If he used magic to defend, his arm wouldn't just end up like this. Sangedok fought back until his hands were red. Hazan seized that opportunity and rushed forward. He didn't even have time to regain his composure to fight back. But Sangedok wasn't one to give up so easily. Hazan felt this guy was really boring. That kind of defense again? Your armpit is exposed. He was trying to piss him off. Sangedok didn't expect to be mocked like this. This guy's spell, the fist reinforcement, was a feint. The kick was the real attack. When did he reinforce his legs? I think my ribs are broken. But I'm a warrior. This pain, I must endure and continue with willpower. Attack. This is the fate of a warrior. Hazan looked at the rash action of that guy and judged. If you rely too much on physical strength, your body will be destroyed. Sangedok thought that by using a lot of strength, he could take him down. Don't you think you're being too hasty? He truly had some respect for him. Sangedok didn't seem to have time to react to Hazan's attack. So he was punched hard in the chin, and his body was sent flying. Hazan sighed in relief for finally taking this guy down. In that brief moment, he had concentrated all his mana into his chin to minimize the shock. Sangedok had no strength left to fight back. As expected, his combat ability is excellent. Not just his offense, but his defense as well. He's truly an opponent not to be underestimated. The day was gradually turning to evening. Hazan appeared in the forest again, just like last night. He looked at the countdown timer. Only 3 survivors left. Hazan suddenly looked up again. Someone else appeared here. Hello. Good evening. Hazan appeared in the forest again, just like last night. He looked at the countdown timer. Only 3 survivors left. Hazan suddenly looked up again. Someone else appeared here. Hello. Good evening. The two of them faced each other in a tall academy building. To think that in a test broadcasted live nationwide by the academy, a guy like him would survive until the end. He knows we can't do anything. That's why he's acting so brazenly. At this rate, Hazan will become a candidate for succession again. This can't be overlooked. Absolutely not. Right, brother? The man beside her was silent, not saying a word. Brother, say something. He took down the Emerald Turtle by himself. How? Could he have defeated it? This is a live broadcasted test, not just on the internet. But father has definitely seen it too. And our entire family as well. The man beside her wanted some quiet. Can you be quiet for a moment? But she was gradually losing her composure. How can you tell me to be quiet now? She really wanted to eliminate him. But he spoke a warning. I don't want to repeat myself. I'm sorry. Brother, he'll be quiet right away. So please don't punish me. A smile started to form on his lips. He suddenly put on a caring demeanor. What are you talking about, Siha? Why would I ever punish you? We're siblings, aren't we? That's right. Hazan. That little brat has always been cunning. Always stealing the best things from us. I know we're siblings. But if he keeps acting so recklessly, I can't just turn a blind eye. Cutting to this scene. It's another fierce battle. The blonde girl points at him. I won't be careless this time. Because I've watched your matches dozens, hundreds of times in preparation for today. In that match, you turned the sun into your ally, didn't you? But the battle tonight will be completely different. He will unleash his ultimate move. I won't give you a chance to counterattack. Hazan could feel that his friend had grown stronger. The continuous barrage of moonlight shots. The number of projectiles this time is far different from the midterm exam. It's impossible to dodge all of these. Mages who focus on control and technique are usually at a disadvantage in long-range combat. The blonde girl is not an easy opponent to take down, and this is your weakness. I will surpass both your skill and your effort. The blonde girl immediately unleashed her power. Hazan was trying to counter it. He would win it all. All of these. What weakness? This is just a long-range bombardment using magic circles. What on earth has he analyzed? Of course. Whether it's a battle of numbers or anything else. Not just anyone can do it. As expected of the heir to the mystic family. And there's more. Hazan didn't know when this friend of his had advanced to the fourth circle. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand it. As expected. You've realized it too, haven't you? Just a sneak attack through the smoke screen. Adela didn't want to hide it from her friend either. I reached the fourth circle about 4 days ago. And that's not all. She closed her eyes as if remembering something. She was showing him her own strength. It has truly increased a lot since that day. I won't fall for such obvious tricks anymore. Adela truly wanted to be the winner. She didn't want to lose to anyone. Hazan noticed something even more amazing. Not just the fourth circle, but she also awakened the mind's eye. To that extent, this is a secret magic of a prestigious family in France. On Adela's maternal side, it can be said that this is a method of great importance. It's a type of sensory magic eye, similar to Kongin's ruby eyes, the master of the blue tower. Right now, Adela has combined the power, the scope and application of the mystic family with the detection ability of that family, making herself far stronger than anyone could imagine. Truly, she's no different from a monster. Now I'm going to fight you with all I've got. I'm not foolish enough to hold back my power against you. The spell you used to defeat the Emerald Tortoise. How long are you going to wait before you use it? Hazan had to see what she wanted to do first. He wasn't an impulsive person. I was just about to let you witness it. Adela's moonlight shots contained light attribute mana, dark attribute, and water attribute. According to the formula, this is a 12-time reverse spiral structure magic. And based on calculations, he didn't hesitate to unleash his power either. She didn't expect her ability to be controlled. The moonlight shots had their trajectories bent and missed their target completely? What is this? How could you? Try and guess what I did. Can your mind's eye see it? He didn't hesitate to unleash his power either. She didn't expect her ability to be controlled. The moonlight shots had their trajectories bent and missed their target completely? What is this? How could you? Try and guess what I did. Can your mind's eye see it? At the mystic family's mansion that night, Sang Xion had to find an Hayek and demand an explanation. What kind of magic was that, anyway? What kind of magic can bend the trajectory of a spell so? Illogically? He still couldn't understand it. He replied with just a short sentence. I don't know. I'm not sure either. Didn't Hazan say anything to you? And Hayek immediately confirmed it. I haven't heard anything. This made him a little suspicious. What a surprise. Hazan has something to hide from you. He understood this son of his very well. He's gotten quite bold lately. He hides everything from me. He won't say a thing. Sang Xion was furious inside. Is that so? It seems Hazan has changed a lot in the year he was away from home. It's true that a man has to leave home to mature. Huh? To be honest, during the midterm exam, I just thought the kid got lucky. And Hayek, I know it's not good to say this about your son in front of you, but I thought that kid was just a flash in the pan who would burn out. He seemed to understand this as well. Is that so? I understand. Hazen isn't compatible with AI anyway. But when Hazen beat our Adela, it wasn't due to raw power. It was thanks to his technique and his strategy. And once the analysis data about Hazen is made public, then the boy's limits will become clear. He'll quickly fall back down. And Hayek felt he was too arrogant. Adela is very good at analysis, you know. That's right, her analytical ability. My daughter's analytical ability is number one. You still think your son can do it? It seems. I was thinking too simply. Sanction suddenly turned and called his name. I'm always very grateful to Hazen for this. After losing her target, Hazen, in her eyes, my daughter had nothing left. Her red eyes seemed brighter and more sparkling than before. I'm truly grateful that Hazen has returned. GXO is also gradually regaining his motivation. And Hayek observed his son through the screen. He couldn't help but feel proud hearing these words. It was something to be very happy about. The survival battle has ended. All survivors cease combat immediately. Hazen immediately calculated the time in his head. He was about to reach the moment of victory. Hazen couldn't let his proof be lost. Adela was just as exhausted. What a shame. Just a little longer, and I would have won. She shook her head happily. No way. I was clearly the one with the upper hand. Neither of the two would back down. He immediately went in to mediate. All right. That's enough. Both of you cool down. It's already gotten dark. Let's head back. The next day, back at the building, a girl claimed, yesterday, I clearly won. Hazen immediately denied it. Come on. It was me. Like always. The two started arguing. I've already started to figure out how to deal with your trajectory-changing magic. I just need 5 more minutes to win easily. But in 5 minutes, you would have run out of mental energy and lost anyway. A young man was still sitting there, listening to them argue. If you want to keep arguing, go back to your rooms. Don't do it here, it's annoying. Both of them immediately turned and shouted. In his face. You're too noisy. The 26th person to be eliminated. But this is my room. I was just planning to rewatch the recording of the survival battle. With pizza, fries, and drinks. It was all for you guys. And yet, you treat me like this. The two sat down to watch, annoyed. You're blocking the screen standing there. Hurry up. We have to watch it from the beginning. But this is 14 hours long. 14 hours later, it was dark again. The two were still sitting on the couch, watching. Only he was lying there asleep. Hazen noticed his friend next to him was laughing. Adela just shook her head and covered her friend with a blanket. It's because it was so interesting. I thought you would run away halfway through. After watching 14 hours of analysis, he shook his head and smiled. You always say you can't do it. But in the end, you still try your best. You're truly a strange one. You have a great friend. But he's too good. Someone like you doesn't deserve him. Adela suddenly apologized to him. Hazen was also extremely surprised by these words. Why are you suddenly apologizing to me? For the past year, I pretended not to know anything. I wanted to keep my distance and act like we were strangers. But it seems that choice was a mistake. I'm sorry. He felt this should be let go. Why apologize? I was the one who rejected the signals you sent. I was the one who created the distance. At first, I also kept my distance. From this guy? Suddenly, he sat up. After hearing that. But now, I'm not the same person I was a year ago. I have a new power. The two of them listened intently to his confession. And also reliable teammates. So I have something I want to show you. Hazen immediately gathered his power. The two couldn't help but be surprised seeing this spectacle. It was probably an incredibly surprising power. Hazen actually possessed the Grand Moonlight. Kenjin raised both hands. A monster. Hazen, standing beside them, had a slightly contemplative expression. There's no need to explain again how to bend the trajectory of the moonbeam bullet, right? Adela, who was beside him, added. If the condition to use the spell, interference, is to completely understand the opponent's magic, then it wasn't that you didn't use interference from the start, but that you couldn't. He smiled and spoke. Exactly. You catch on fast. In this match, you focused entirely on using the moonbeam bullet. Thanks to that, I was able to analyze the mana, of course. If you had used it along with other spells, I would have been in trouble. Hearing that, she crossed her arms and sighed. And I didn't realize that using the moonbeam bullet was a fatal mistake. Does that magic have another weakness? In response to her question, he answered, the calculations for mana analysis are quite complex. So, in a real fight, I can only interfere with spells that are right in front of me. There isn't enough time for the calculations, so I can only slightly alter the trajectory. She looked at the energy orbs flying around her and asked again, so what about rotating an opponent's magic 180 degrees and sending it back? He replied, there isn't enough time. So that's impossible. She asked again, really? If you could reflect it, its effect would be absolutely amazing. As it is, it's still a magic spell. That's already overly powerful. Sun Chan from the side raised his hand and rushed forward. Wait a minute. Then he rushed towards him with an incredibly angry expression. Just sit still and listen to me. Why? Are you so casually revealing everything about this powerful magic? He asked back doubtfully. You don't get it? The girl beside him added. You don't understand? Hearing these words made him look dumbfounded. What are you guys talking about? I don't understand at all. The two of them spoke at the same time. The Olympiad. Hearing that, he was completely stunned. He placed a hand on his chest and declared, I will take you guys to the Olympiad. So lend me a hand. His eyes immediately started to sparkle as he looked at him. Hazan. Suddenly, he raised his hand. But he spoke. Oh, Sun Chan, go ahead. He put his hand behind his back and spoke shyly. I can understand Adela going, but I don't have the skills to participate in such a big tournament. Even the third year students are participating. I mean, second-year students might have a chance, but there are 7 classes of third-year students. So getting a student spot is a bit difficult for me. He reassured him. Don't worry, it's fine. No matter what, I will make sure you get to participate. The girl beside them chuckled. It has a lot of limitations, but the interference spell will be like a joker card. If it's a match where this spell can be used, an elimination match, protecting your own magic stone, while bombarding the magic stone of the opponent with cannons, attacking the opponent's base and capturing their flag. A siege battle. He crossed his arms, looked at them, and spoke. That's right. In elimination matches and siege battles, that magic is practically cheating. Hearing that, she was extremely surprised. If that's the case, do you have any other hidden cards? He smirked. He smiled smugly and said, of course. That evening, in his room, he held the book and exclaimed, it's done. Shall we go? He touched the book, and a dazzling light emanated from it. He instantly disappeared. He was transported to another room. There you are, Mia. The little girl looked at him and said, successor. She was lying on the sofa, looking at him. You're later than I thought. Don't tell me you didn't get first place. In response to her question, he confidently affirmed. Of course I got first place. The points from the match with the Emerald Turtle were the deciding factor. Do you remember when I said I had to win a gold medal in a competition? Seeing that, she asked again. Ah, of course. Is it the Olympiad? He smiled and replied. That's right. I also told my friends about it. And about the interference spell, too. The little girl asked again. Really? But didn't you say it would be better to master interference before telling them? You told them a bit too soon. He immediately denied it. No, I told them at the right time. After hearing that, the little girl was extremely shocked. No way. You've mastered the spell? Interference already? Successor, you're really amazing. At her surprise, he chuckled softly. So then, can you find me some books on the field of destruction? A third circle destruction magic master. It's time to step into that realm. Suddenly, the phone rang. He quickly answered the phone. Yes, Tower Master. A voice came from the other end of the line. I saw your test video. It was quite surprising. I didn't expect you to defeat the Emerald Turtle all by yourself. He smiled and replied, it was just luck. The voice on the phone continued. I'm contacting you about the matter of the elemental magic artifact you requested before. He asked with some concern, is it good news or bad news? He chuckled lightly. Then he spoke. It's good news. Right now, everything is ready. Now then, let's get serious. Hearing this, Hazan was so astonished he couldn't believe his ears. Really? Aren't you all overworking yourselves? You can take your time. He replied playfully. Not at all. Everyone here is a dedicated craftsman who can't resist a new mana stone. Hearing this, he thought with a bit of dread. Just as I expected. They must be working themselves to the bone. He laughed and said, anyway, You don't need to worry about the artifact creation. Thank you. I've been looking forward to this. All right. Until next time. Suddenly, he spoke up. Wait a moment. I have a request. He asked smugly. A request? Is it about the compensation for the Landsmith incident? He replied seriously. That depends on how the Tower Master sees it. Hearing this, he spoke mockingly. Is that so? How interesting. I wonder what kind of proposal you'll make this time. Let's hear it. He made his proposal. For this year's Olympiad, I need the artifact craftsmen from the Blue Tower to be dispatched as engineers for the national team. Hearing this, Mia was utterly astonished. What? You're going to fight a fifth circle mage? He sat down, book in hand, and calmly replied, That's the Tower Master's condition. Am I taking this too lightly? He recalled the scene where the man spoke to him. You want our craftsmen to become the official engineers for the Olympiad? I refuse. As expected, this isn't an easy request to accept. Suddenly, he spoke again. I'd like to say that. But, if you, Hazan, win a one-on-one match against a fifth circle mage, then we can talk. And yet, he agreed without hesitation. All right. He asked. You know there are 2 fifth circle mages among the students participating in the Olympiad this year, right? It's not that I doubt your abilities, Hazan. But, dispatching our craftsmen requires a huge sum of money. It's a bit difficult to take on such a big commitment just for honor's sake. After he hung up, Hazan was silent for a long time. Show us definitive proof that you can win a gold medal at the Olympiad. Back to the present. Mia crossed her arms, approached him, and asked, So do you have a plan? No matter how you look at it. As the current successor, defeating a fifth circle mage is impossible. He sat down, looked at her, and replied, That's why I've been given a grace period of about 10 days. The little girl asked, bewildered, Are you planning to master a countermeasure and settle the match within that time? He replied, If there's a countermeasure, I can manage it somehow. The little girl asked further, But mastering it in just 10 days won't be easy. But do you really need to go this far just to get the tower to dispatch their engineers? He said while organizing. Of course. Otherwise, there's no point. The only ones in the country who can adjust and customize the Olympiad-approved artifacts belong to the Blue Tower. The little girl exclaimed in admiration. That place is amazing, huh? He explained. Artifacts made by normal craftsmen and those made by Blue Tower craftsmen have at least a 10% difference in performance. Furthermore, the only people currently capable of adjusting light elemental magic artifacts are from the Blue Tower. The little girl looked at him, smiled, and said, So the difference in artifact performance determines the win rate in the tournament. If that's the case, we really need their support. He sat down and continued to stack books. We have to get them involved. This book, and this one too. The little girl approached him from behind. So when are we going to the 3rd trial chamber? Shouldn't we hurry? At that moment, he held the books in his hands and smiled confidently. I plan to read all the books you've prepared for me before I go. Hearing this, the little girl smiled. Really? That's a great mindset. All right, when you enter the 3rd trial room, send them my regards and tell them I'm doing fine. He picked up the book and asked again, Regards? Do you know who's there? The little girl immediately turned away. It's a secret. It's no fun if you know beforehand. In the space, fragments fell one by one. A mystical purple color enveloped the entire space. Then, in an instant, the glass panes immediately vanished. On the side with the tall buildings. At the lavish party, people were constantly chatting. Today, to all the distinguished guests attending the anniversary celebration of the Singa Corporation, I wish you a wonderful time at this event. As expected of the chairman, JHN walked into the crowd. At this point, it could be said that the chairman is almost certain to become the next head of the Singa family. You're too kind. I was just lucky. Everything I have now is thanks to all of you. At his words, the people around him continuously flattered him. The future of Singa is certainly bright. Definitely. Moreover, the young master is building quite a reputation for himself. Suddenly, his gaze. He paused and glanced to the side. He continued to speak, feigning indifference. Everyone saw it, right? Who would have thought that he could defeat an emerald turtle by himself? Once a genius, always a genius, right? Then, he gently swirled the wine in his glass. People added, Did you all see him fight Adela, who has reached the 4th circle? He faced the secret moon attribute magic of the Saint Guardian family, and he even defended against it by himself. Truly astonishing. After witnessing that, who would dare call him incompatible with AI anymore? If his face were covered, everyone would have thought it was a real magic duel between adults. I'm really looking forward to Hazan's participation in the Olympiad. Me too. After hearing this, everyone became very excited and expectant. The family head was also extremely pleased with Hazan's performance. Around him, Hazan's name was being called out endlessly. This made him feel extremely resentful. With this situation, it seems the position of heir might be taken by his younger brother. So noisy. That guy. They just talk carelessly as they please. I don't like it at all. The thing I hate the most is you, Hazan. I thought I had gotten rid of you, but now you've crawled back. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Where's the chairman?" He disappeared. Since when? JHN left and returned to his room. As he walked, he tried to loosen his tie. He stepped onto the terrace, his expression furious. This is not good. Impossible. That bastard needs to die. Hazan silently focused on reading a book. He slowly turned each page. The space was quiet, without a sound. After finishing, he closed the book. Done. Mia, who was beside him, asked, "You're done reading?" He replied, "Yes, if this is all of it, then I think I'm done." Seeing this, the little girl immediately stood amidst the pile of books. Then she asked him, "So you've read all the books? About annihilation magic. So, successor, do you understand annihilation magic better now?" He answered casually, "Not at all. Not even a little bit. Of course, I don't understand it yet." His words made her react instantly. "At least you've gotten past a vague understanding, right?" He held the book in his hand, looked at it, and said, "I can somewhat grasp the structure." Seeing this, the little girl immediately explained, "It's normal that you don't understand. If you tell someone without wings to flap them and fly, they wouldn't be able to understand, right? Right now, because you haven't met the conditions, there's no way you can understand annihilation magic." He spoke up. "The diagrams are a bit confusing, but I get it." Hearing his words, the little girl looked displeased and said, "It's a masterpiece." Hazan raised his hand to his chin, his expression a bit pensive. "The conditions. So, to meet those conditions, I have no choice but to enter the third trial page." The little girl held her skirt, looked at him, and smiled. "That's right. All the answers are on the third page." He stood up, walked over, and asked, "But, is the person you asked me to greet the one who teaches annihilation magic?" The little girl crossed her arms, glanced at him, and said, "Hey, if you're curious, go see for yourself. You've already read all the books, haven't you?" He asked again. "Then tell me this. Is there some kind of restriction preventing you from talking about the third trial?" Her eyes drooped as she answered, "It's not a restriction. It's a promise. We made a special promise to each other." From within the book, flower petals and a brilliant energy continuously flew out. He was brought back to his room. "What did you promise that you can't even say a word about the third trial?" The reason for that, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took out another book and opened it. A brilliant yellow energy continuously shone out. The surroundings were covered in leaves. He reached out and touched one. He was once again transported to another place. He looked around, his expression slightly stunned. "I hear it. Once I do, I'll understand." He closed his eyes tightly. Suddenly, a speck of light appeared. He opened his eyes. He observed with an utterly astonished expression, "This place is a forest. And this isn't an ordinary forest, just full of ridiculously large trees. After all, where's this place? I thought I'd get lost in a strange space like last time. But there's no guide, and I can't hear my master's voice either. Impossible." He continuously walked around, observing. As he walked, he was extremely confused, wondering to himself, could it be that this entire forest is the trial ground? A forest this vast. This is truly absurd. But after a moment, his mood instantly became excited. Master's magic is truly beyond imagination. No matter how far I go, there seems to be no end. He looked at the lake in front of him and asked aloud, "What kind of test is this, anyway?" Suddenly, a huge sound appeared all around. His eyes showed clear shock. "An earthquake? No, this is... Something is staring at me." His face paled as he slowly glanced to the side. A huge monster was staring at him. It slowly approached. He was astonished. So much so that he couldn't believe his own eyes. This is ridiculous. It was that close. Yet I couldn't sense a thing. He backed away too far and fell into the lake. He quickly surfaced, his eyes staring at it in shock. This thing, its eyes, reptilian features. Its scales are like armor, hard as a crocodile. Claws and fangs as sharp as swords. There's no doubt about it. It's disaster class. Unranked. A drake. I thought it was just a mythical creature. Defeating this thing is the test? Take that thing down. That's impossible. I can't move. Just a light breath from it makes the mana in the air tremble. This is on a completely different level than any monster I've ever encountered. This thing sees me as nothing but a lump of mana, the most delicious prey. Can I even escape? He slowly pushed himself up. Its eyes still glared fiercely at him. He was stunned and astonished, exclaiming to himself, "Impossible. Even with my current speed, I can't outrun a drake." But the bigger problem is that my body won't move. If that thing charges now, I'm done for. Wait, that drake. Why isn't it getting any closer? He slowly spoke. Is something stopping it? Impressive. From a distance, footsteps approached. Elena's voice rang out. Even when faced with a monster of this caliber, you didn't give up hope. Your will is ironclad. Even in a desperate situation, you remained calm and composed. You have passed. You can move now. At her appearance, he asked in shock, "Who are you?" She smiled at him and introduced herself. "My name is Elena Andrin, once known as the guardian of this forest, a great mage, and an old friend of Bayten's." Elena smiled at him and said, "You have passed the trial. You can move now. My name is Elena Andrin Hooder, once known as the guardian of this forest, a great mage, and an old friend of Bayten's." Hazan exclaimed in shock to himself. "No way. Is she a god?" Her eyes lowered to him as she asked, "Let me deal with this thing first, shall I?" His face started to sweat as he watched in amazement, as she walked towards the monster. "Though you were lured here, you did not enter my domain. That is commendable. Since I see you have no ill intent, even though you have damaged my garden, I will forgive you. So, return silently to where you belong, remnant of a fallen clan." Then, she held her hand out in front of her, unleashing an attack towards it. Energy surged throughout the forest. He was stunned, exclaiming to himself, "Is the forest resonating?" It's as if it's trying to say that she is the ruler here. She seemed to be reveling in nature's resonance. She extended her hand towards the monster, advising, "If you cannot understand my words, then return to dust." Her eyes closed slightly. The monster roared incessantly. Blood sprayed continuously from its wounds. He exclaimed in shock to himself, "Where did all those wounds come from?" There wasn't even any sound, just afterimages. It was as if something was slashing the dragon's body at an extremely high speed. He wondered in confusion. What did she just do? Smoke suddenly rose from the monster's wounds. Then, they began to heal. Soon, the monster was calmer than before. She slowly spoke. "This is my last warning. Go." Then, the monster immediately turned and left. He watched her in astonishment. The wounds healed instantly. That's a disaster class being. And this person can face it so easily. Who is she? She smiled and looked at him. Then she asked slowly, "Are you all right?" He replied, "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you." She looked at him and spoke. "I see you're a bit surprised. Now, please follow me." Successor. Sunlight continuously streamed down from the sky, seemingly illuminating the entire forest. Together, they walked to a house under a tree. She offered him a cup of tea. "Try it. This is an herbal tea that Bei Tin really liked. You'll feel calmer after drinking it." He thanked her. "Thank you." Immediately after, he sipped the tea. His eyes widened in utter shock. He thought in amazement, "What is this? This tea clears my mind instantly." Then he drank it continuously with delight. After he finished drinking, she asked, "How is it? Is it to your liking?" He quickly replied, "Yes, ma'am. This is the best tea I have ever drunk." She continued to ask, "I'm glad you like it. Do you feel calmer now?" He apologized. "I'm sorry for being a little rude." She reassured him, "There's nothing to be ashamed of. The fact that you didn't give up against a dragon is very impressive." After hearing that, he exclaimed in shock, "So it really was a dragon. I wouldn't have been able to escape it anyway." She explained, Although it is the strongest creature in this forest, it doesn't dare come near my territory. But perhaps it was attracted just now. He asked in astonishment. Attracted by what? She answered. The dense mana, and pure within your body, is like a rich prize for that dragon. In its eyes, you're like a wonderful tonic. Its desire overcame its fear of me. Do you have any other questions? He asked again with suspicion. Is this place really inside the book I to Z? It feels very real. It doesn't feel like I'm in a book at all. It took 15 minutes to get from the dragon's location to Miss Alina's house. The forest is so vast. The scale is completely different from the previous trial pages. Where exactly is this place? She replied, this place spans from page 214 to page 232 in the book of I to Z, the third trial page. After hearing that, his eyes showed clear astonishment. Then, is that dragon an illusion created by magic? Elena chuckled softly. Who knows? It's not real. But it's not fake either. He asked blankly. What do you mean? Elena answered. This space is created by recreating things from the past. The world inside the book of I to Z recreates the gelate forest that once existed. You can think of this as a copy of the original world, so it's not real, but it's not fake either. He exclaimed. So they built this world based on things from the past and put it inside the book, right? But how? Elena continued. I don't know either. The only one who could understand and do that was Bei 10 and his successor. That would be you. When you reach Bei 10's level, you'll understand how it works. He asked again, why did Master create this world? She answered, to pass down a type of magic to you. He asked again, what type of magic? Elena replied, it's. Suddenly, she looked at him. He waited in shock. What kind of magic? She answered, the third level magic of Bei 10, a type of destructive eye magic that can see through the essence of magic. The holy eyes. Inside her house. Hazan asked with suspicion. So, what is the reason you created this space? Elena replied. It's because I want to impart a special kind of magic to you. He asked again. What kind of magic? She lowered her head slightly. Her eyes were a bit sad. He couldn't help but be stunned by her expression. She then slowly raised her head. The secret art of a third circle master of the Bei 10 style, an essential magic to comprehend destruction. Eyes that see through the essence of magic. She answered. Eyes that seem to see through all things. Golden eyes. He exclaimed in shock. That is the holy eyes. Elena pointed to her eyes and said, that's right, but my holy eyes are still imperfect. The only ones who can completely control the holy eyes are Bei 10 and you, the successor. I was entrusted by Bei 10 with the mission to awaken that magic, and for that reason, I exist. Even if only as a memory left behind. In the city, a large car was driving down the road. And Hayek, sitting in the car, gave an order. Report. The assistant replied. I will report on the matter you mentioned earlier. Young Master Min Hayek and young Miss Minzi show little interest in young Master Jay-chan. And surprisingly, young Miss Siha also seems rather uninterested. It seems your orders have had a significant effect. And Hayek remarked. Indeed. Siha has become a little milder. But I don't think she would simply leave Hazan alone. Perhaps she is just being cautious, knowing that your shadows are watching Hazan. What about Jhan? Co Hyan answered. Young Master Jhan also seems a bit guarded. But it stops there. Even at the party held earlier, there were no suspicious signs. He exclaimed, is that so? It seems they've both learned to separate personal feelings from the common good. In any case, don't let your guard down. Until the protection period ends, keep a close watch on him. He spoke. Yes, understood. And there is top secret information, so I will soundproof this first. He agreed. All right. Co Hyan spoke up. This is the report on whether anyone in the family is colluding with the Black Tower. First, among the elders who were dissatisfied with the young master's return, along with high-ranking officials from each branch, we investigated a total of 32 people. He didn't answer, looking at him in silence. He added, regarding the Black Tower, they are clean. And Hayek rested his chin on his hand and glanced over. That means if it's not related to the Black Tower, they are not necessarily innocent. He quickly handed a file to him. That's right. Among the 32 people, there are 5 who are extremely suspicious. If things get complicated, the watchdogs may have caught the scent. He reviewed it. These people I will deal with them myself. At her house, Elena looked at him and said, well then, now, we will begin the training to master the holy eyes. He turned his head, a little worried. Yes, please do what you think is best. She smiled at him. As expected of Bei Ten's successor. You're just like him in this regard. Now, close your eyes. He asked like this. She began to help him relax. Yes, that's right. From now on, I will transfer my mana into you, the successor, slowly, gently, and I will explain about the holy eyes. Normally, information about the holy eyes can only be accessed after reaching the fourth circle. You can find it in a book. He asked. From the fourth circle? At the same time, he thought to himself, even though I've read the books about destruction in the archives of I to Z, in the archives of Mia, there was no information about the holy eyes at all. Does that mean that unless I reach the fourth circle, I won't be able to see any information about the holy eyes? Then he spoke up. Perhaps the book that Miss Elena mentioned. Do you mean the archives of Mia? She exclaimed. Oh my, you know about MIA's archives? He replied, yes. Of course. I also have a message from Mia. He recalled the girl's voice. If you go to the third trial page, he asked me to tell you that she is doing well. He thought to himself, that must be a private promise between the two of them. Suddenly, he called out, Miss Elena. She immediately apologized. I'm sorry. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation. In that instant, Miss Elena's mana fluctuated. Did I say something I shouldn't have? She continued to channel energy into his body. She spoke up. I'm sorry. So you've met Mia. That's great. We'll talk about Mia at a more convenient time, okay? For now, let's get back to the topic of the holy eyes. The reason the holy eyes are revealed at the fourth circle isn't actually that important. That's also the reason I am on the third trial page of the I to Z archives. He called out again, Miss Elena. She added, that's right. Because Bei Ten left me in this place, he entrusted me with the task of explaining everything. Of course, there's also the issue of the amount of information that can be recorded in the book. He really knows how to work people to exhaustion. After hearing this, his expression became a little pensive. The amount of information that can be recorded. Mia said the same thing. Just adding the trial pages. And the magic formula to confirm the successor already required a huge amount of mana. It surpassed the capacity of a regular grimoire. That's why the book of I to Z only contains essential information. The rest was compiled into a separate book. The Book of Mia. She slowly opened her eyes. Then she removed her hand from his back. She brought both hands in front of her, facing him. Now then, everything is ready. Open your eyes, successor. He was astonished and exclaimed inwardly. Lady Elena's mana is completely synchronized with my endless circle. I can't even tell which mana is mine, and which is hers. Lady Elena, something feels strange. She replied, yes, it's a bit unfamiliar, isn't it? I have sealed your optic nerves with mana. He exclaimed in shock. You sealed my optic nerves? Elena slowly explained. It's too early to be surprised. The holy eyes are the sixth sense, completely separate from the 5 normal senses. To train that sixth sense, the other senses are just unnecessary distractions. Touch, smell, and taste, they are gradually fading away. And finally, even your sense of hearing is slowly disappearing. He exclaimed, that's right. I'm starting to not feel anything anymore. Elena spoke. Successor, I now invite you into the world of death. Elena watched him in silence. He lay motionless on the ground. In his subconscious, a world where the 5 senses have disappeared. Without sight, there is nothing to see. Without hearing, there is nothing to hear. Without touch, I can't even tell if I'm standing or sitting. With the loss of smell and taste, my body has become numb to any external stimulus. Is my body still functioning normally? In the first place, am I still alive? I'm scared, terrified. This is completely different from just being blinded by darkness. It's like being submerged in a wave of solitude, a place where nothing can be felt amidst the endless night. That's right. This is hell. This is just training. That's what Elena said. The mind's eye, the ability to see magical power, is the sixth sense. It's not related to the 5 senses. That means I can still see mana even in this darkness. Look at the mana. Focus. Back at her house, Elena looked at him with an expression of disbelief. Impossible. She exclaimed in astonishment in her mind. No one can remain calm after having all their senses sealed. After 1 minute, they start to go mad. After 2 minutes, they think of death. After 3 minutes, they take their own lives. This is the fate of those trapped by the sensory seal technique. I understand better than anyone how terrifying this magic is. I was planning to just give him a small taste of it and then release him immediately. Moreover, the way I acquired this magic was by experiencing it step by step, slowly getting used to it. But the successor has had all 5 of his senses sealed for over 3 minutes now. And yet, he's completely fine. On the contrary, this forest is resonating with his mana. If that's the case, I think we can proceed as planned. Elena sensed all the energy sources around and exclaimed in astonishment. How amazing! Then she thought to herself, his breathing is very stable. The magic circle has stabilized. A perfect state. She looked at him and spoke. This is the successor chosen by the book of I to Z. Bei Tin knew beforehand. She thought to herself that he could withstand the technique. The sensory seal. Hazan slowly woke up and asked, Elena, are you listening? She looked at him, stunned. He opened his eyes and asked, can you release the sensory seal? She quickly released it for him. All right, let me do it. After it was released, he immediately sat up and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I can breathe again. She spoke up and asked, how did you do it? How did you overcome the sensory seal? It must have been an unimaginable terror. He replied, a world where all 5 senses are sealed. Just thinking about it is terrifying. But I kept telling myself that this was just a safe training session. I desperately brainwashed myself. Hearing that, she thought in astonishment. Brainwashing. I suppressed my fear and focused only on seeing the mana. Then she spoke aloud. Is that all? That's not something you can overcome just by brainwashing yourself. He touched his chin and replied, that's right. You're not wrong, actually. I almost gave up halfway through. At the same time, he thought to himself, even though I knew this was just training, if my body didn't accept it, it wouldn't listen to reason. Just one brief moment, but that darkness stretched on like an eternity. A hell called solitude. Feeling despair and death. Just as my concentration was about to break, suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. Then he looked at her with a resolute gaze. Even so, this is still better than a year ago. Then he recalled that past moment. The moment I realized I wasn't compatible with AI magic. The day I was denied the path of a mage. A year ago, by my family, and even abandoned by my father. Back then, I was already living in hell. But even so, compared to losing everything and sinking into despair, isn't this still better than a year ago? Outside the house, as she saw him off, she asked, is sealing your senses better? He answered, yes. Sealing my senses is just a trial for me to move forward. Hearing this, she hesitated slightly. You had to. His eyes showed sadness as he looked at his own hand. It's okay now. Anyway, it's all in the past. Now, I'm grateful to have found my own special path. His positive energy deeply moved her. He spoke. Bei. She was moved and wiped away her tears. He smiled towards her. Elena, thank you. To her surprise, he explained. In the darkness where all senses were sealed, I saw your mana. Elena, your mana is truly gentle, so I felt at ease. Is it because I was influenced by you, Elena? At this question, her expression became a little doubtful, but gentle. Then she recalled the moment before. Then she smiled softly at him. Elena thought to herself, I never thought I'd hear those words again. Bei. In the forest. At her house. He was sipping a cup of tea. I've been going back and forth between the book Mia and this place. Hearing that, she understood. So, I'm happy to know that Mia is well. Thank you. It's thanks to you that I get to hear this good news. He replied politely, it was nothing. I was just passing on the message. She looked at him and spoke gently. If you've met Mia, you must have heard about me and Gellet Forest. He narrowed his eyes and denied it. Not at all. She said she had to keep a promise and didn't tell me anything. Her eyes showed a hint of sadness. So Mia still remembers that promise, but I can't keep it anymore. He called out, Miss Elena. Hearing that, she smiled gently at him. I'm sorry, I suddenly made the atmosphere heavy. He replied, it's okay. She added, by the way, since you mentioned the promise, it seems Mia really likes you. Am I wrong? He gave a forced smile at her. Our relationship isn't bad, so what was that promise in the end? She picked up her teacup and answered. It seems you're very curious about it. I'm sorry, but that's a secret. It's a pact that only we know. I can't tell you. He suddenly spoke up. If that's the case, since Mia made a promise to you back then, Mia must have been a real person in the past. Just like you. Hearing this surprised her a little. She hasn't told you? I don't think I can answer that. I can't reveal MIA's secret. He looked at her and said, if you can't tell me, it's fine. If it's a vow, then it certainly can't be broken. Elena smiled gently. Thank you for understanding, Junior. By now it was late at night. He finally had to leave. He'll be leaving now. From now on, I'm counting on you. She agreed. I will do my best to train until I completely master the holy eyes. Suddenly, he spoke up and asked, before I go, can I ask one more question? She immediately agreed, of course. He frowned and asked seriously, Miss Elena and Mia, what is the relationship between you two? She answered gently, we are friends. Together with Bae, we protected the magic of our time, just like the constellations. Even if we are far apart, there is always a connection between her and me. The book opened. He looked at the space around him and smiled as he spoke. I'm back. Mia asked him, resting her chin on her hand. What's the hurry? He walked towards the little girl and replied, I have to go to the academy tomorrow, so I need to leave early. The little girl squinted at him suspiciously. Have you been training properly? He replied with a smile. Of course. Suddenly, he thought to himself, holy eyes. Then he spoke thoughtfully. Looking at the mana floating around you. I guess you've been training very hard too. I'm kidding, it still seems a bit unstable. But I'm sure I've trained the right way. Hearing this, Mia immediately moved forward and cupped his face. Strange. After finishing your training, you shouldn't still have this kind of energy. He praised her. Amazing, your true mana is both cold and calm. She smiled gently at him. Is that so? Actually, I'm a very cold person. The little girl set up tea on the table. Then she asked, you've undergone the 5 senses sealing training, and yet you're still okay? He answered, I'm fine. Mia spoke with suspicion. Did Elena go easy on you because she's too soft-hearted? Or is it because of the magic of the forest? Hearing that, he asked in confusion. Forest magic? What's that? Seeing this, the little girl immediately asked him, you haven't received trauma cycle therapy? He answered casually, I don't have any trauma. In his mind, he thought, something is very strange. Hearing that, Mia was astonished beyond belief. You practiced that crazy magic without getting traumatized? You must have used some kind of trick, right? What method did you use? Tell me now. He thought to himself. I told Mia about the events that happened a year ago, which I had already told Elena. After listening, the girl couldn't help but ask again in astonishment. What? Something like that really happened? If it were me, I would have. In contrast to the girl's shock, he calmly replied. So, until a year ago, I was always lost. What's more, because everyone had high expectations for me, the backlash was even more severe, and so I lived in the shadow of despair. But now I see it as magic training. It made my abilities stronger, so even if my senses were sealed, it wasn't a big deal. Mia, sitting across from him, spoke up. The reason I could always feel dark energy in you. Is it because you've gotten used to it? So that's how it is. He thought. I thought Mia would brush it off, but nothing happened, and her serious expression. At the same time, he recalled her words. So that you can understand us, and we can also understand you. He shyly held out his hand. How could I? Lady Elena is a little. This action of his confused the little girl. Is this guy crazy? Anyway, you said the training was easy. You think, will I have enough time to train? He answered affirmatively. Yes, of course I can do it. Then he thought to himself, I can't believe those years of despair made me realize what a lucky mage I am. There's no more time to hesitate. As the successor of a legend, I can't stay in one place. At the student dormitory of Obelith Academy, 2 books were placed. Side by side on the table, he lay on the bed, still unable to sleep. According to Lady Elena, the holy eyes are an eye that will evolve with the infinite magic circle. With a first circle magic circle, I can see the color of mana. With a second circle magic circle, the eyes will recognize the intermittent structure of a magic formula. And at the third circle magic circle, I will see through to the essence of magic. When I've completely mastered it, I will see magic whenever I want. This means I have to use the holy eyes more freely. I can do it, right? All right. Today, there was news from the master of the renowned magic tower, so my opponent, a fifth circle mage, has been decided. He opened his phone to check. To Shin Hazan from the master of the renowned tower. The fifth circle mage you are about to face has been assigned. I have sent their profile. I hope to see a good match. On the screen, a man appeared. It was Duhangu. Age, 29. Blood type, B. He exclaimed in surprise. This is... Looking at the information on his phone, Hazan suddenly remembered. That's right. Today, there's news from the Blue Tower Master. Blue Tower Master. The fifth circle mage to face Shin Hazan has been decided. I've attached the profile. I'm looking forward to the great match to come. Duhangu. Age, 29. Blood type, B. Hazan noticed that line of information again and was startled. The next morning at Obelith Academy, the indoor magic training ground. Everyone was focused on their training. Sunchan watched them and sighed. Those guys, are they even human? Adela attacked with all her might. Hazan, in front, focused on observing the trajectory of the attacks. He quickly parried each incoming attack. Adela was surprised that Hazan could block so easily. So, in the message from the master of the Blue Tower, they also sent a strategy guide. The two of them continued, one attacking, one defending. Hazan replied seriously. I told you. That's not a profile. It's a strategy guide. Hearing that, Adela leaned in and said clearly, if that's the case. This strategy data. She looked up in alarm and said loudly, could it be? At that moment, Adela could only passively block with her hands in front of her face. But just as the spell was about to hit her, it turned back. Adela, somewhat surprised, followed it with her eyes. Hazan then stepped forward and said, this is what I wanted to talk about. I don't understand their intentions either. He extended a hand towards her and asked, Adela, what do you think? Adela took his hand and suggested, can I see that file? He casually agreed. Sure. She looked at the document on the phone. Her eyes showed a bit of surprise. It's real. This is more like a strategy guide than a profile. Hazan took the phone back. Right? Sunchan ran up from behind. I want to see it too. Adela said thoughtfully. The data analysis is perfect. Instead of focusing on analysis, it's telling you to focus on upgrading your skills. Perhaps this is the way. The master of the Blue Tower shows his concern. Hazan sighed and said, I guess so, but since I'm at a disadvantage, they're giving me a little favor. Sunchan looked at Hazan with concern. Still, it's a good thing, right? We don't even have time to practice. Hazan replied hesitantly. Yeah, but... With that, he and Adela turned to leave. Well, it's better to train than to speculate. She added, yeah, right. Outside the training ground, a loud announcement was made. Break time is over. I haven't even caught my breath yet. Just 5 more minutes, please. You have to train in this state to build up your stamina. Hearing that, Sunchan ran back with all his might. Hazan, you jerk. But before he could finish scolding, there was a huge explosion from behind. Someone outside shouted, you idiots. Over there. You're indoors. Sunchan looked at the hole in the roof and cried silently. Why do they keep using magic in the indoor training facility? A while later, at Obelith Academy, student dormitory, Adela tiredly returned to her lounge. She comfortably flopped onto the soft bed. Her eyes were heavy. She spoke in a weary voice. Gotta change before sleeping. Good night. Before closing her eyes, she was still lost in thought. His moonlight bullet is even faster and stronger than mine. But suddenly, her eyes snapped open. Wait a minute. The more she thought about it, the more it felt wrong. Her hand gripped the bedsheet. This is so frustrating. I've worked so hard, yet I still can't catch up. Adela shot up, speaking with determination. I can't let it go on like this. I have to try harder. Her eyes were fixed ahead with resolve. I've come this far with my skills. At the very least, I can't lose to Hazan's moon attribute magic. But she still couldn't stay calm, getting out of bed in frustration. I can't sleep now. I'll take a cold shower to wake up. I need to review today's training data. According to what was written in the book, that evening, in the unusually quiet forest, Hazan focused his technique to cultivate. Elena spoke with admiration. I didn't expect that so soon. I wouldn't need the spell to seal the 5 senses anymore. Hazan replied politely, Lady Elena. Elena smiled faintly at him. It seems you've completely mastered seeing through mana. He turned to her in surprise. If I look for too long, I still get a headache. But now I can look at it whenever I want. Elena didn't say much. She activated a spell and directed it at him. Then let's practice a new magic. This time, you will use your holy eyes to observe my magic circle. As you observe, you will understand the essence of magic and see a gap, a loophole to break the spell. Hazan repeated thoughtfully. A loophole? Elena replied. Every spell has a weakness. Use that loophole to close and erase the magic circle. That is the destruction magic, Paho. His eyes widened in shock. Erasing a magic circle? She added. Paho means opening your holy eyes wide to neutralize magic. Elena continued seriously. Try it. I'm sure you'll understand right away. She waited, looking at Hazan. Finally, he slowly raised his hand toward it. Suddenly, a strange force transferred to Hazan's hand. What is this? The mana emanating from it was both strong and warm. But no matter how I search, I can't see any loopholes in the magic circle. I must find a loophole in this magic circle. Elena reached her hand toward Hazan and said loudly, Activate your holy eyes. Now, analyze the structure of the magic circle. Hazan's eyes transformed. He spoke anxiously. Yes, the holy eyes. In magic theory, a perfect formula does not exist. In MIA's book, there's a passage about neutralizing magic with Paho. Since no spell is perfect, loopholes are bound to appear. See through the essence of magic. Listen to the sound of mana. Find the loophole in the magic. Hazan exclaimed in confusion. And then, Elena, on the opposite side, was still channeling magic into the formation. From that point on, magic is no longer magic. Destruction, break, and neutralize. That's all for today. The preliminary strategy meeting for the Olympiad competition is over. Someone called from behind. Lord and Hayek, Kanjin said with a warm smile. I didn't expect the head of the Mystic Divine clan to personally attend this meeting. And Hayek replied seriously. I should be the one saying that, Blue Tower Master. You're the one with no reason to be at this meeting. Kanjin, still smiling, continued. I'm just participating as a sponsor. He repeated skeptically. A sponsor? His eyes turned sly as he replied. That's right. Or to be more precise, a potential sponsor. He glanced at him suspiciously. It sounds like the Blue Tower is planning to dispatch its artisans. Kenjin stepped behind him and said clearly, I am still considering it. As I said, I am just a potential sponsor. And Hayek spoke calmly. The mere fact that you're even considering this is surprising. He suddenly stopped. His voice turned colder as he looked at him. The Blue Tower probably can't dispatch any artisans at the moment. Kenjin calmly replied. Fortunately, things are going well. We believe this Olympiad is worth the effort. And Hayek raised an eyebrow. It's that valuable? The Korean team, led by Hazan, might just create a miracle and bring home the gold medal for Korea. Suddenly, he spoke up. Hazan. Hearing that name, Kangin's eyes turned cunning. I'm sure you're looking forward to it as well. And so am I. And Hayek stroked his chin thoughtfully. I see. So that means Hazan also made a proposal. Similar to you? Kenjin laughed heartily. I knew it. You figured it out immediately. He gave him a stern look. So what exactly did he propose to you? But he just crossed his arms and smiled faintly. In their conversation at that time, Hazan had said, he said he would win the gold medal at this year's Olympiad. And he asked me to dispatch an engineer. What about you? And Hayek asked back skeptically. He said he would win the gold medal and asked me to provide him with all possible support until then. He has completely changed from a year ago. He seems very confident. Kenjin spoke in a low voice. Did you accept his proposal without any conditions? And Hayek's face was cold as he continued. That's right. After all, providing support isn't too difficult. But you're really considering sending artisans to craft artifacts just because of a child's promise? Kanjin smiled a standard smile, mocking himself internally. Indeed, this overwhelming presence. Like father, like son. Thinking that, he said, that's right. As long as Hazan meets the condition I've set, I will gladly invest. And Hayek asked again, what condition? He didn't stand on ceremony. He raised 5 fingers. He must defeat a 5th circle mage in a one-on-one duel. That is the condition I gave him. And Hayek let out a sinister laugh. Not bad. He then said, will you be coming to watch? Is it all right if I come? Of course. You are more than welcome. Scene change. In the forest, Hazen lay on the ground, exhausted. I'm exhausted. Elena brought out a tray of water, offering encouragement. You did well, successor. And with that, the entire training course is complete. As if energized, Hazen shot up. You're the one who worked hard, Lady Elena. I only made it this far thanks to you. Elena chuckled softly. I hope I didn't push you too hard just because this was the final session. He stood up, his laughter carrying a hint of triumph. Thanks to my master's cloak. I could still take it. She offered a cup of tea to him. Have some tea. It will help relieve your fatigue. He accepted it. He'll enjoy it. Thank you. Elena looked at him and added, in this aspect, you are different from Bei. Bei really hated anything that required physical exertion. He was the type to solve everything with magic. So, whenever there was something that required strength, he would always grumble and complain. Hazen said embarrassedly, for a mage of my master's caliber, I guess that's understandable. A moment later, Elena called out softly, successor. She said sincerely, thank you for keeping up with me. This is the end of your training with me. Teaching you is also a very interesting experience for me. This should be a joyous occasion, but I feel both relieved and a little sad. Her gaze was gentle as she continued. From the moment I started waiting for you, successor, I must have known that the day of parting would eventually come. Hearing this, Hazen became even more confused. What do you mean? Elena raised her hand and floated into the air without answering. When my role is fulfilled, the pages on destruction will disappear. I will disappear, along with this forest. This is a promise that I made to Bei. Hazen watched her in bewilderment. Before leaving, Elena instructed, please don't make such a sad face. Just as this world silently fades away, it proves that it was something that was created. Now, farewell, successor. Hazen hurriedly shouted. Without you, Lady Elena, I would never have dared to dream of mastering the skill of destruction. Elena closed her eyes. She said gently, I am very glad that you are Bei's successor. Someone who can truly inherit his magic properly. What a relief. A tear appeared on her eyelid. If there is one regret, it's that I won't be able to watch you grow any further. Hazen tried to reach out and grasp her fading figure. When he managed to touch Elena's hand, she said, no matter how many hardships or trials you face in the future, never give up. With that, she slowly moved away from his hand. And, please take good care of Mia. She gets lonely easily, and she might be a little troublesome. Hazen watched her figure gradually disappear, feeling a sense of loss. Yes, of course. This is a final farewell. I felt something I'd never experienced before. A pain. An indescribable ache. An inescapable sadness. Elena looked at him gently. And finally, congratulations. You are now a third circle master. At this point, the book of Hazen's magic had officially closed. He was alone in his room, deep in thought. I immediately opened the book I to Z. The pages on destruction had completely. He couldn't hide his emotions and shed tears. Thank you, Lady Elena. The days I spent training in that forest, I will carve them into my heart, along with this final farewell. The thing that helps me keep moving forward. Moving to another location at the Blue Towers training arena, Carlin confidently shouted. The duel between Hazen and the Fifth Circle Mage is about to begin. Over here, Sun Chan bowed his head, breaking out in a cold sweat. In Hayek, beside him, interrupted with a cold expression. What do you think his chances of winning are? Sun Chan worried inwardly. Why? Am I getting dragged into this? Carlin confidently shouted. The duel between Hazen and the Fifth Circle Mage is about to begin. Over here, Sun Chan bowed his head, breaking out in a cold sweat. In Hayek, beside him, interrupted with a cold expression. When is the match going to start? Sun Chan worried inwardly. Why? Am I getting dragged into this? Sun Chan sighed inwardly. This is so uncomfortable. Why am I stuck between these two? If only Adela were here, it would be so much better. But right now, she's down in the arena supporting Hazen. Hurry up and get here. What are you waiting for? Hazen looked towards Adela, but said nothing more. Over here, someone asked. Do you think he has a chance to win? Kanjin snapped his fingers confidently. I'd say about 10%. Below in the stands, everyone was watching intently. And Hayek snorted coldly. My view is a little different. Kanjin started the conversation. Oh, then what percentage would you give him, sir? And Hayek said with a cold face. At most, 2%. Kanjin spoke with a meaningful tone. That's a harsh assessment. What about you, Sun-chan? Sun-chan stammered. Why you mean me? Kanjin narrowed his eyes at him. That's right. If you put friendship aside and think objectively, what do you think Hazan's chances of winning are? Sun-chan looked down at Hazan and replied, I still think his chances are about 50%. Kanjin leaned forward and continued. Half. That's a rather generous number. What's your reason? Sun-chan analyzed seriously. A reason? Actually, I don't really have a specific one. It's just that if Hazan goes all out, it would probably be an even match. He's still growing at an astonishing rate, and he hasn't even revealed his full power yet. Carlin scoffed. Are you saying Hazan hasn't been fighting seriously until now? Down below, Sue raised her hand and said loudly, all magic barriers have been checked. The match will begin now. Adela looked at Hazan and said, let's go. He was startled and exclaimed, Up above, Hang Gugok's lips curled slightly, his eyes holding a smile as he looked down. Adela suppressed her anxiety and walked onto the stage. However, Sun-chan was on the verge of tears. I'm saved. Adela, well done. She asked worriedly. What happened? The battle between Hazan and Hang Gugok officially begins. As you can see, Hang Gugok still shows no signs of worry. Sue shouted formally. Now then, both of you, get into position. A smile appeared in Hang Gugok's eyes, unconcealed. After the call, ready. Hang Gugok spoke confidently. I never thought the day would come when I'd face the genius of the Divine Arts clan standing before me like this. Hazan replied. Please go easy on me, senior. Clearly, Hazan's presence was not inferior in the slightest. Sue signaled loudly. Begin. Hang Gugok said smugly. They'll let you make the first move, junior. Hazan didn't stand on ceremony and replied. Then he'll happily accept this kindness. He immediately unleashed his technique. Windblade. Fireball. His lips curled up involuntarily, scoffing inwardly. Since he gave me the first move, he'll go all out. And this opening attack, Hang Gugok was still very smug, hands on his hips, speaking loudly. So this is the adaptive magic I've only heard rumors about. How interesting. Hazan laughed. Don't you think you're being a bit too relaxed? Hang Gugok laughed out loud. Because this is a situation where I can afford to be relaxed. He looked at his opponent with a serious face. That confidence. Then he launched his attack at Hang Gugok. Let's see how long it lasts. Fire. The storm-like attack rushed towards Hang Gugok. Hang Gugok's expression changed slightly, but his smugness didn't diminish. How amazing. They all look like the same type of magic, but some of them twist slightly in different trajectories. They look different yet blend together, making them unstoppable. In his mind, Hang Gugok had already come up with a plan. If a fifth circle magic spell flew in like that, that's truly horrifying. Han Gugok focused on adjusting the speed of his magic power. His calculating eyes watched the attack. A fifth circle, non-elemental defensive magic. The magic shield was cast. The scene before them was utter chaos. Hazan started to panic. Even fifth circle magic was easily blocked by the magic shield. The weakness of the magic shield is that it completely isolates the caster. Right now, Han Gugok can't stop me from getting close. Han Gugok was astonished by his move. To think I'd reveal an opening to you like this. From the very beginning. Was your plan to charge right in after I used the magic shield? Even if you know, there's nothing you can do to change it. Hazan smirked and replied. Are you so sure about that? Hazan was seen using all his magic power to attack his opponent. Determination was clear in his eyes. Interference. Han Gugok started to panic. From above, Sun-chan clenched his fists and shouted loudly. A crack in a fifth circle spell. The battle below was getting intense. Kinjin exclaimed in disbelief. No, it can't be. And Hayek just watched silently with a grim expression. Hazan attacked while speaking. It's too late. As he finished, he unleashed his final move. I anticipated the moment you would interfere with my magic, and set it to accelerate the magic sphere right after. The two overlapping trajectories of wind and fire merge into one. Firestorm. A critical hit. Shards of the magic formation flew everywhere. Adela saw this and panicked. Magic shield. Sun-chan screamed in terror. It shattered. Hazan smiled triumphantly. If only you had let your guard down a little more, Senior. From within the attack, Han Gugok spoke calmly. It's fine to relax. But never, ever let your guard down. That's what the Tower Master taught me. Hazen also guessed silently. Creating a new, absolute, shield the moment the previous one shattered. Is this the level of a 5th circle mage? Inside the barrier, Han Gugok chuckled softly. Han Gugok said nonchalantly, "All right, Junior. This time, you'll be the one to attack first." A new magic formation activated by Han Gugok enveloped Hazen. Han Gugok, no longer holding back, said, "Then this time, I will make my move." Hazen had a plan, but he was still worried. Just as expected. According to my memory, it matches the data the Tower Master sent. Age 29. Blood type B. Specializes in fire attribute magic. Magic. Physical enhancement. Proactive personality with a strong curiosity for new magic. Given that Han Gugok is 29. Blood type B. Specializes in fire attribute magic. Then, his next move will be his specialty. Fire attribute magic and a close combat attack using body enhancement. Opposite him, Han Gugok also launched an attack towards him. Hazen defended seriously. A bit of confidence welled up in his mind. Now, he's interested in my magic. To observe me more closely. He isn't aiming for a fatal spot. Suddenly, he became a little worried again. He won't go easy on me. If he attacks, there's only one answer. A right punch from Han Gugok was thrown. Hazen just managed to dodge the blow. But perhaps the speed was too fast, injuring his arm. But even so, he didn't panic at all. His arm tensed slightly more than before. Without any warning, Hazen immediately punched his opponent hard in the stomach. The surprise attack caught Han Gugok off guard, making him grit his teeth in pain. Han Gugok retreated far back, his whole body seemingly about to lose balance. Han Gugok retracted his technique. A hint of worry was on his face. "You reacted well to that speed?" Hazen replied without hiding anything. "I've practiced close combat quite a lot." Han Gugok switched to a new move. His assessing gaze fell on Hazen. "You're right. Although close combat is his specialty, he still analyzes his opponent's strength and adjusts his stance. He's truly no ordinary person." Han Gugok chuckled and spoke. "The future is truly frightening. A 3rd circle mage with close combat skills at this level. From now on, I will also." As he finished speaking, Han Gugok launched a strike towards him. "I will fight seriously." Activating the skill, Fire Dance. The blazing flames rushed towards Hazen. The privilege of a 5th circle mage. A wide area destruction spell. A 3rd circle spell cannot block or evade something of this level. His foolish smile became excited. "So, how do you plan to stop this?" The match ends with this move. After assessing the situation, Hazen activated the technique taught by Elena. With victory belonging to him, he focused on converting the resonance. Everything the fool struck was directed to the water shield. Seeing this, the fool was startled in horror. A 3rd circle spell. Impossible. Is that also a type of adaptive magic? From above, everyone could only see a cloud of white smoke. Adela exclaimed in disbelief. Fire Dance and Water Shield have collided. Sun Chan gasped in astonishment. "I can't see anything. What's going on?" Kanjin gently pushed up his glasses and smirked, thinking to himself. Water Shield is definitely a 3rd circle spell, right? But it's performing like something even beyond the 4th circle. And Hayek still showed no emotion. He observed grimly. Down below, Sun Chan covered his eyes in frustration. "Damn it, my vision." But Sun Chan comforted himself. "But in this mist, even he can't see anything. Where are you going to launch your surprise attack from?" Unfortunately for Sun Chan, Hazen had awakened his holy eyes. "Even if I can't see, the mana will tell me. The red mana of the fire sword. There. Right now, Sun Chan could only rely on his hearing to sense. Sun Chan sensed the movement. Sun Chan swung in that direction, shouting confidently, "Got you." Yet Hazen was behind him, striking with a lightning spear. Sun Chan was horrified. When did he get so close? "Hurry. Absolute shield." The absolute shield has already been broken once. Too risky. In that case, Hazen also recognized the technique. That is, yellow mana. Inside the white mist, the battle continued. Sun Chan cast the earth shield technique. Hazen immediately moved to stop him. Stop him before he raises the wall. Two sources of power clashed in the fog. Sun Quan was hit by the counterattack, covering his eyes in frustration. A fist carrying destructive power flew towards Sun Quan. Hazen rushed forward with unpredictable speed. Even so, Sun Quan could still cast a spell. He's too fast. He, of course, also recognized it. Blue mana. Due to a moment of carelessness, he was injured by the water light pillar. Hazen immediately counterattacked. A critical hit in return. Next is the shockwave. Water shield. The mist showed no signs of clearing. Sun Quan cursed inwardly in frustration. Damn it. My vision is blocked again. But Sun Quan gave a strange smile. This is starting to get annoying. But these little tricks of yours end here. Hazen was still focused on his opponent. With eyes that see through the essence of magic. Listening to the sound of mana and seizing the openings in the magic. From that moment on, magic will no longer be mere magic. After a moment, Sun Quan finally realized. My magic, it's gone. Sun Quan gritted his teeth in shock. My inferno. Hazen smiled smugly. The moment you are sure of victory is the most dangerous one. As the skill-wild dance of the raging wind was unleashed, everything seemed to be sucked into a vortex. At that moment, the announcer shouted, "The winner of the match is Hazen." Because Sun Quan was lying motionless on the stage. After a moment, Sun Quan finally realized. My magic, it's gone. Sun Quan gritted his teeth in shock. My inferno. Hazen smiled smugly. The moment you are sure of victory is the most dangerous one. As the skill-wild dance of the raging wind was unleashed, everything seemed to be sucked into a vortex. At that moment, the announcer shouted, "The winner of the match is Hazen." Because Sun Quan was lying motionless on the stage. In the waiting room. The training room of the Blue Magic Tower. Hazen sighed. I'm so tired. Kinjin was already waiting. He raised his hand and called out, "Hazen." What an earth-shattering match. But Hazen didn't seem to care at all. He was ignoring him. Kinjin still approached him cheerfully. The entire time, I couldn't believe my eyes. I wondered why you were acting that way. It's as if you thought of everything. It was all in preparation for that final magic nullification. It felt like watching a perfectly designed chess game. Even thinking about it now gives me chills down my spine. Look, I've got goosebumps all over. He friendly put his arm around his shoulder and added, "What was that final move? And that final gale dance, too. That's fourth circle magic. How did you overcome the limitations of memorization magic?" Hazen asked skeptically. If I told you that I modified the memorization with a transformation spell, would you believe me? Kanjin looked at him and replied, "Of course not. If it were third circle magic, I might have been able to understand. But fourth circle is a different story. You didn't just overcome the weakness of memorization. You completely eliminated them. That's a complete contradiction." Hearing this, Hazen just remained silent. Kanjin added, "With near instantaneous magic activation speed. An improvised magic that breaks all conventional rules. You even neutralized your opponent's magic. Seriously, what kind of magic are you using, Hazen?" Hazen looked at him. His eyes carried a hint of assessment. He hesitated, then spoke. That scene change. At the headquarters of the Blue Magic Tower. Inside Kangen's office. Su looked across and said, "Tomorrow, I will handle the dispatch of engineers for the Olympiad." Kanjin raised his teacup and smiled slightly. "All right. Coordinate with the contractor so that it doesn't affect other projects, okay?" He placed his teacup on the table, then said, "Su, what do you think?" Su asked, confused. "What do you mean?" Kanjin said excitedly. "Do you really think we can win the gold medal at this year's Olympiad?" Su hesitantly continued. "I don't think it's entirely impossible." Kanjin said smugly. "Yesterday, you said even a bronze medal was a long shot." Su was startled to hear that. The situation has changed since yesterday, right? He looked at her probingly. "Isn't that right? You also found it astonishing, didn't you?" Su seriously tapped the screen with her finger. She looked at it for a moment, then replied, "It was indeed very impressive." Kanjin laughed loudly. "You were so engrossed you even forgot you were a judge. Please stop teasing me." He said seriously, "By the way, what kind of magic does Hazen use, anyway?" Su asked doubtfully. "Didn't you watch the entire match with your ruby eyes?" He replied, "I did. Even though I saw it, I still can't explain it. Using steam to hide from my ruby eyes. To think that he even hid tricks to conceal his magic from me." It's terrifying. I understand that he broke the hellish magic formula. But how exactly did he do it? I have no idea how he broke the magic formula. Sue also had other thoughts in her heart. Even with the ruby eyes, one of the 3 strongest reconnaissance magic eyes currently in existence, I still couldn't grasp what kind of magic it was. Kanjin added, "This is really bothering me." I asked him directly in the waiting room. Remembering his conversation with Hazan, he said, "And then what?" "Do you remember what I said? That a mage has the right to keep his magic a secret. I cannot reveal my magic to you." His expression was dejected. He refused, said it was a secret, and told me to find out for myself. Sue asked in disbelief, "Is it possible he did something illegal?" Kanjin answered seriously, "That's not it. The purity and structure of his mana are far too clean." Sue took her laptop and said, "The only thing I realized was, if I told you that I modified the memorization with a transformation spell, would you believe me? That the magic Hazan uses is not transformation magic. At least, that's what it seems." Kanjin continued, "In any case, this year's Olympiad will definitely be worth watching." Then he smiled excitedly at her. "Want to go grab a bite?" Sue just raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. Then she replied, "You'll pay me for overtime, right?" Meanwhile, at the Obelith Academy dormitory, the phone alarm displayed 7:30. Hazan's eyes dark-circled. He grabbed his phone and complained, "My whole body aches. I think I slept for about 8 hours. Maybe it's because I used resonance. And getting rid of fatigue isn't as easy as usual anymore. Once I've used resonance, I can't use mana at all. So even my master's cloak becomes useless. That's a pretty big problem. They'll have to be more careful from now on." He sat on the edge of the bed for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to something under the bed. It was from his father. Yesterday's battle must have been a bit. "Dad." Text message. "You probably overexerted yourself in yesterday's battle. I've arranged for you to have medical leave. Take the day to rest and get yourself back in condition." Hazan looked at the phone screen with a somber expression. "After yesterday's match, Dad left without a word, so I was worried he was upset about something." Thinking that, he smiled in relief. "That's a relief. Have I regained a little of Dad's trust?" "Not yet. Still not yet. The truly important part starts now. There isn't much time left until the Olympiad." Mia suddenly appeared. "Master, you're here. How did the match go?" Hazan cheerfully gave a thumbs up and replied, "Of course I won. It was an easy victory." Mia eagerly added, "Are you sure it was easy? You look like you're about to collapse." She added, "To be honest, it wasn't easy at all. Just one small mistake and I would have definitely lost. And thanks to the information from the Blue Tower Master, I was in a very advantageous position, so even though I won, I don't feel satisfied at all." Then he held up 4 fingers. "Then, Mia, bring me a book. One about the 4th infinite circle. Specifically, the amplification circle." Mia stood on a high platform, one hand on her hip, the other extended. The 4th infinite magic circle. Expansion. The books seemed to be imbued with power, floating in midair. "I have collected many books of magic for you, Master. So please read all of them." At Obelith Academy, a lecturer stood at the podium, looking at his computer while lecturing the students below. "Now, chapters 5 to 10 have been assigned. Write about the properties of magic and your answers to the questions within them. If you look at the materials carefully, it won't be too difficult." A pen glided lightly over the electronic tablet screen. Hazan rested his chin on the hand holding the pen, lost in thought. The expansion magic circle. The pen tip once again glided down, forming a line. The expansion magic circle is more significantly different than the previous circles. Circles of different colors appeared, interlocking with each other. The deliberation circle, the resonance circle, the interference circle. From the network, the lines of the circles continued to appear, formed by layers, structured like flower petals. Hazan looked at the lines he had just drawn on the electronic tablet, thinking, so then, because the expansion circle is surrounded by 3 magic circles. As those 3 magic circles rotate on a stable axis, the entire circle is stabilized, which in turn increases the magic's efficiency. He imagined himself standing in the middle of the rings. And when the magic circle is stabilized, the magic's weaknesses will be reduced. Hazan reached out his hand to touch the bands of light. Energy absorption increases. The number of resonances and the duration of resonance increase. He lightly touched the center where the rings converged and intertwined. The adverse effects from magic resonance will also decrease. Furthermore, the burden of using scattered spells is also reduced. After thinking for a moment, he smiled faintly. The same goes for the holy eyes. The circles formed a flower on the electronic tablet screen. But because this is a completely new circle compared to the previous ones, it won't be easy to create. Hazan recalled being in the reading room. That's right. That's the biggest problem. According to the book I read in MIA's room, it takes at least a year to create an expansion circle. He laughed foolishly. Of course, the more magic circles you have, the harder it is to create them. He glanced out the window. But this is just too much. Now, I can't even calculate the time it would take to create a magic circle. At the indoor training ground of Obelith Academy, Hazan held a phone with a timer next to Sun-chan and Adela, who were on treadmills. 5 minutes left. Sun-chan panted as he ran, drenched in sweat. Sweat also beaded on Adela's face. After the time was up, Hazan shook the phone in his hand. All right, 10-minute break. Immediately, Sun-chan collapsed onto the floor, shouting, I think I'm going to die. Adela slowly walked over. Are you okay? She bent down slightly. Hang in there. Hearing her words of encouragement, he flinched and froze. She smiled gently. Didn't we say we were going to try even harder? Sun-chan seemed to snap out of it. The night of the battle with that idiot Duha. He recalled Hazan's words. Everyone, I just finished a duel, so I'm very tired. Can we do it later? Sun-chan immediately raised a finger. What the hell? It doesn't matter how tired you are. You're the one who said the evaluation had to be done on the same day. That's what you said. Adela's face showed concern. But I think today is a bit much. Can we rest and do it tomorrow? Sun-chan grinned triumphantly. No. Hazan pointed at him as he ran, his face wretched and tired. Training while you're tired is the most important thing. Skipping that is like skipping 30% of your training. Sun-chan crossed his arms and said mockingly. That's what our master Hazan always says. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Hearing that, Hazan became furious. He immediately changed his attitude, laughed, and said, That's right. I've been too lazy. I shouldn't forget my original mindset. To prepare for the full training tomorrow, I'm really looking forward to it. Sun-chan gave an awkward laugh. I think it's best if you still rest today. Hazan immediately got angry, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him inside the room. All right, let's start with the first exercise. Let's take it one step at a time. Sun-chan went limp with fear, raising his hands. Help me, Adela. She just looked at him helplessly. Congratulations. The pieces of memory faded and shattered. At a building on the street. The sky was a deep blue. Sun-chan walked wearily, complaining. Even if he is my friend. Objectively speaking, a genius is still a genius. Adela praised. That's right. He's really amazing. He frowned slightly. He's truly insane. Just because the opponent skipped the first step. He completely changed his strategy, creating a new one right on the spot. The two walked down the street. Adela asked again, right? Sun-chan replied. Was Hazan like that when he was a kid? Adela brought a milk carton to her lips and turned her head slightly. Yeah, he was a little more childish back then. The two chatted as they walked down the street. You mean he was always immature? That's right. Recalling a scene from the past. Back then, I thought he was too aggressive with his training. It seemed like he overestimated his own abilities, too. An image of Adela as a child, hugging a trophy tightly. Of course, I also tried harder to keep up with him. She returned to the present, smiling softly, bringing the straw to her mouth. But now that I'm following in his footsteps, I've come to understand a lot of things. To be honest, I even enjoy it more. An image of Hazan standing among circles. I think I'm even more interested in the magic he is now than before. Sun-chan turned to ask, wait a minute, that guy, the master of perfection, had a time like that? She closed her eyes. That's right. At least, before he joined Obelith. He laughed and glanced sideways. In that case, Hazan's diagnosis of magic incompatibility might not have been a curse, but a blessing, right? She looked confused, turning to look at him. He quickly explained, don't get me wrong. I don't mean it in a bad way. You know how in comics or movies, geniuses often have that unique kind of arrogance? An image of Hazan standing in the middle of circles. I think that arrogance is what slowed his development. But Hazen always moved forward, learning and understanding many things. As time went on, he changed and improved more and more, Adela continued. In a way, it's because he has experienced failure. That's why. He has become as perfect as he is now. Is that what you mean? Sun Chan walked ahead of her. Exactly. That's how I see it. Hazen would probably be mad if he heard this. He looked ahead, smiling. Yeah, he's found his own path. So, that's why we can say he's bad at many things. Adela silently looked at him. He turned back and laughed. Adela, let's do our best. The three of them walked into the gate of light together. We have to show him that we're on the same path of growth as him. Sun Chan raised his hand, showing his determination. Let's do our best and prepare for the Olympiad. Adela smiled. Let's do our best. He lay down, looking out at the blue sky. That's everything. He turned over. What? Hazen handed him a water bottle. You did well. Sun Chan laughed shyly. You made me sick. And now you're giving me medicine? Hazen handed the water bottle to him. Hey, when did I make you sick? I'm giving you a dose of medicine with a prescription on it. Yes. Thank you. Truly a talented doctor. Adela looked at the two of them, smiling. Hazen waved. Adela, it's time for special training. At Obelith Academy. Indoors. Sun Chan was sitting and resting, exhausted. Adela stood beside him. Hazen walked over. Adela, sorry if I'm interrupting your rest. Can we talk for a moment? She turned her head. Talk. The two of them went outside the academy. Hazen then said, now that the team for the Olympiad has been confirmed, I'm thinking of revising the training schedule. He was holding a tablet. Starting tomorrow, we're officially allowed to skip our classes. She replied, that's right. Hazen raised a hand to his chin. He spoke while pondering. Although the academy has its own training program for the Olympiad, I don't think 8 hours is enough. He held up the tablet. So from now on, data cells appeared on the tablet in his hand. We'll have strategy meetings in the mornings. She was startled. Strategy meetings? Hazen's face was very serious. Yes, exactly. Well, analyze each Olympiad event, he continued, and review the new rules added this year to find a path to victory. Adela replied, sounds good. But why are you only telling me? He laughed, recalling how Sun Chan looked. Just from physical training, he's already struggling. So much. So even if I told him now, he'd be too tired for it to sink in. Adela agreed. That's true. Hazen then explained the analysis of the participants from other countries is being handled day and night by Sue from the Blue Tower. He looked at the electronic tablet. So I'll start tomorrow. Just remember that. She quickly said, wait. Adela raised a hand to her chin, thinking as she spoke. It's fine for us to come up with the strategy ourselves, but will the third-year students really follow a strategy made by us? Hazen smiled. He said smugly, there's a way to solve that problem. The next day, the three of them were standing and talking in the academy's outer courtyard. Sun Chan said, seeming impatient, aren't you guys worried? Hazen was very calm. Not really. Adela, standing beside them with her arms crossed, added, why would we be? Is there any reason to be worried? Sun Chan held up 3 fingers. His voice grew louder. His face was full of worry. What do you mean, why? Everyone thinks we're third years. You know, that awkward, intimidating, and unapproachable feeling. Hazen put his hands on his hips. The title of senior really has a certain feel to it. Adela rested her chin on her hand. Not really for me. Sun Chan wondered. What? Why not? How could that be? Adela calmly stated. Because I will defeat them. Just then, Jenny-on arrived from out of nowhere. She's even more conceited than I heard. She was standing with her friends. They stood right in front of the 3. Third year, Kong Shinyu. Third year, Magiosi. Third year, Jenny-on. As Jenny-on stepped forward, hey, Junior. Repeat what you just said. Adela was nonchalant. What did I just say? Jenny-on continued, provoking her. You just said you'd defeat us if we fought. Or something like that. Say it again. Adela showed no fear. If you really want to hear it again that badly, then right now, there isn't a single third-year student who can defeat me. Sun Chan was surprised by her words. Honestly, this classmate of ours is so rude. I'm so sorry. Then he turned to her. Adela, are you crazy? What good comes from making enemies of our seniors? She remained calm. I was just stating a fact. He quickly ran over and covered her mouth. He said worriedly, "Please, Hazan. Don't you start causing trouble too." Hazan immediately spoke up. "Of course, I wouldn't do that." Then, with a friendly face, he smiled and said, "Seniors, there you are. I've been waiting for you." Hazan continued to speak. "Pardon me, but what do you say we have a match between the second years and third years today?" Hearing this, Sun Chan shouted in shock, "Hey, I'm sorry, seniors, but in order to completely take command of the team, I need to subdue these seniors first." His face was extremely determined and serious. Shinyu, standing beside them, spoke up. "You mean second years versus third years, right?" He smiled and continued, meaning, "The three of you second years against the three of us?" Hearing this, Jinyan immediately volunteered. "Let me go? These insolent sprouts need to be trimmed down early." Hazan was very calm. He placed a hand on his hip and smiled. His eyes immediately turned serious. "All the second years versus the third years. Meaning, 3 versus 7. The whole group was startled by his words. Sun Chan's face turned pale with fear. Shinyu asked, "Your purpose? What is it?" Hazan replied, "My purpose is..." Shinyu held out a hand. His eyes showed contempt. "With your personality, you wouldn't provoke us like this for no reason. There must be a hidden purpose." Kong Shinyu, the second son of the Shinmu Kong family. Hazan thought to himself, "I met him a few times when I was young. His calm and cautious personality haven't changed a bit." He spread his hands. "Well, what kind of scheme could I have? I just think that a duel is the best way to gauge each other's skills." Magiosi, who had been silent until now, prepared to charge forward angrily. "You arrogant brat." He got into his stance. "Are you trying to crush us with your skills?" Shinyu seemed to realize something. "So, your purpose is to overwhelm us to seize command of the team for this Olympiad." Jinyan was furious. Magiosi stepped closer to him, smirking triumphantly. "Is that it? Am I wrong?" Hazan remained silent. Jinyan pointed a finger straight at him and shouted angrily, "That arrogant attitude of yours has gone too far, Junior. All of you. Patience has its limits." She continued to shout, "I know you and Adela are very capable, but this is not right. Your disrespect for your seniors has its limits." She was angry. If it were a one-on-one duel, you might win with your skills. Jinyan was furious. "But 3 versus 7? Are you kidding me? No matter how strong the three of you are." Sun Chan looked terrified as she pointed at him. "You could never defeat a force nearly double your size with a useless guy like that on your side, right?" He was both surprised and scared. "Useless?" Adela shot her an angry look. Both she and Hazan were silent. As Jinyan continued speaking, "They'll say this nicely one last time. If you apologize now, we'll let it go." Shinyu smiled. "That's right, Junior. You've really gone too far this time," Hazan said. His attitude was extremely calm. "Ugh, honestly, all this talk is so annoying." Shinyu smiled. Sun Chan stood by, cowering in fear. "Hazan, you're really crazy." "Huh?" Hazan continued. "Aren't you all the useless ones here? Shut up and fight." He smiled provocatively. "My esteemed seniors." On a beautiful morning. It was also when Hazan's group came face to face with their opponents. Jaeon, in particular, frowned, clearly showing his annoyance. "I don't like to ruin the atmosphere from the start, so I tried to mediate in every way possible, but my buttons were pushed." "Shinyu, are you okay?" Shinyu replied with an "oh." After that, the arrogant Jian walked up to Hazan. "Fine, let's do it. 3 versus 7. But just playing like this is boring, isn't it? If we juniors win, you will follow my battle plan. And if we seniors win..." Before he could finish his sentence, he sneered and accepted the deal. "Let's do it that way." Jian was a bit confused. "I haven't even said what would happen if we seniors win." Hazan turned his back confidently. "You can bet. Whatever you want. If you tell me to leave, I'll leave. Anyway, that's not going to happen." These words left Shin's group stunned for a moment. Among them, Kihian was the first to speak. "This little brat." While Sun Chan went, Hazan casually snapped his fingers. "And we juniors have one more condition. If we win." She was startled when he pointed at her. Immediately after was the extremely humiliating condition Hazan proposed. "You have to apologize for calling Sun Chan a lackey." The next day, at the Obelith Academy arena, environmental combat mode activated. Setting environment, night. Mountainous region. Enter. Hazen warmed up while discussing strategy. Are you ready? Adela quickly replied. I am. On Sun Chan's group's side, they were also ready. The system announcement sounded. The siege battle will begin in 5 minutes. Everyone, to your positions. This competition is set up as follows. This 3 versus 7 match is a simplified siege battle based on international rules. Each side will try to capture the flag, planted in a predetermined location. Hazen looked at the flag and mumbled, "This spot should be fine." At that moment, Sun Chan looked at him cautiously. Hazen immediately asked about his unusual expression. "Is there a problem?" Sun Chan was worried. He didn't even dare to look straight at him. "Hazen, is it really necessary to go this far?" Hazen was a little confused. "What? You?" He then stood up and struggled to explain. "I mean, deliberately provoking the seniors. Do we really need to fight to the point of being so emotional about it? If we don't go this far, the atmosphere is already such that they'll listen to you anyway." Hazen looked at him sternly. "Just listening isn't enough. They have to submit. They have to obey my every word. Sun Chan, you know better than anyone what kind of battle plans I make. But won't forcing them like this just cause them to resist?" For a moment, he was at a loss for words. A few seconds. "Anyway, the match has started." He smiled reassuringly. "It's fine. There's a way to handle that. We just need to win with such overwhelming power that they won't even have a chance to think about resisting." Hearing these words, Sun Chan would rather talk to a wall. I shouldn't have even asked. At the same time, Ki-hyen was throwing a fit like a madwoman. "Hazen, this is so annoying. What the hell? He's so confident he won't lose that he said to bet. Whatever we want. That bastard." Seeing her so agitated, Shinyu quickly reminded her. "Calm down, Ki-hyen. There are still 5 minutes left." Ki-hyen could only hold her head. She reminded herself. "All right. 5 more minutes. Calm down. I can't. What the hell? He told me to apologize for calling that guy a lackey? So what if I call a lackey a lackey? I'm going to lose my mind." Words had no effect. Shinyu looked helpless. He wanted to calm everyone down, but there wasn't enough time. Jae-eon somewhat understood what he meant. "That's right." He lightly adjusted his glasses. A sneer formed on his lips. "Even I can't hold back my anger. It was completely wrong from the very beginning. Since it's come to this, I might as well use my anger. Anger is something that can push a person's power to its limits, because it's the best kind of doping." Just then, the system voice announced. "Match starting. 3, 2. The game begins." Hazen frowned. He resolved himself for this bet. Right after that, the fire attribute team charged forward. "Let's go." On the other hand, Hazen's side remained quite calm. "I'm counting on you, Sun Chan." He seemed to understand and nodded. The night wind in the forest rustled the leaves. 5 minutes later, when Ki-hyen, from on top of a tree, surveyed the area, she reported to Jae-eon. "I found their flag." He asked, satisfied. "Very good. Who's guarding it?" Ki-hyen sneered out of old habit. "I only see one small fry." Hearing that, Jae-eon was a bit surprised. That guy is guarding it all by himself? Could someone be hiding nearby? She cautiously pressed herself against the tree trunk. "I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any movement." He cautiously reminded her. "Don't let your guard down. They might be setting a trap using that guy as bait." "I know. They'll try attacking carefully." At that moment, Ki-hyen boldly jumped down to where Sun Chan was. "You're the only one home." Still, even though she was an opponent, he still answered politely. "Yes. Well, how did it end up like this?" She shot Sun Chan a sidelong glance. "You knew I would be the first to arrive?" He affirmed without hesitation. This made her a bit hesitant. "How did you know?" Sun Chan frowned and replied. "Hasn't said. A gorilla would come. He also said that Senior Ki-hyen would definitely attack right at the start." He recalled a few minutes ago. Hazen pointed right at her face and said, "She has a fiery temper. She'd definitely be assigned to offense instead of defense." Sun Chan then realized his intention. "You provoked her for that reason?" After hearing the whole story, Ki-hyen still acted superior. "He knew I was coming and still left you to defend alone? This arrogant bunch." Immediately, she activated Fire Strike without holding back. A ferocious flame shot towards Sun Chan. Here it comes. A huge explosion occurred in the middle of the forest. This reaction startled Ki-hyen. Fire Strike is a fourth circle magic. Someone like you can't possibly block it. Before she could finish her words, her eyes widened, recalling what Hazan had said. Sun-chan, you know your role in this match is the most important, right? Are you going to let them look down on you and run away? The flame was completely countered by Sun-chan. Of course not. But if you put it that way, I can't stand it anymore. Hee-in couldn't help but be astonished at the scene before her. He blocked it. How is that possible? Rewinding to a few days ago, Hazan stood before a fired-up Sun-chan. Sun-chan, you just think of yourself as a main damage dealer. But actually, you were originally meant to be a tanker. Even he was astonished. Me? A tanker? Right after that was a long lecture from Hazan. Do you know that every mage has a primary attribute? Kinjin, the master of the Blue Tower, has water as his primary attribute. James, the master of the Red Tower, has fire as his main magic. Hee-in also has fire as her primary magic. When using your primary attribute, the mana consumption is lower, and the power and output are higher. Sun-chan, in my eyes, your primary attribute is non-elemental, and within that, you excel at defensive magic. Right now, the huge shield that Sun-chan created is the best proof. When Hee-in became openly angry, all you do is follow Hazan and Adela around all day. So you must have some misunderstanding. It seems, compared to those two, you are still far behind. You're just a small fry. Being thoroughly insulted again, he could only feel helpless. Called a small fry again. Then he lazily played along. I know that very well. Compared to those two, I'm nothing. But if you only attack this much, then I can still hold on. The provocation made Hyen even crazier. This brat. Two more teammates appeared from behind her. The two of them whispered to each other. Quick, support Hyen. Hyen rushed forward. Don't be arrogant. You brat. They'll make it so you can't open your mouth again. Be crushed. Take this. Humph. One of her punches hit Sun-chan's shield. He frowned. Beads of sweat had formed. It didn't even flinch. As Hyen launched another attack. Hey, race another one. But no matter how she attacked, it had no effect. What the? This shield. How can it be like this? It's just third circle magic. But I've never seen it before. But there are 3 people on this side. You can't block a simultaneous attack. This battle, we've definitely won this. Suddenly, Sun-chan read out some strange numbers. 16, 66, 13, 26. A dazzling light flashed from a distance. Minton-sek happened to catch sight of it. After that, all 3 members of Hyen's group were ensnared by wind spears. A bird shot up into the sky. Wind wave. Where from? Where on earth did it come from? Just then, Sun-chan continued counting. 16, 77. On the other side, she realized something was strange. Hazan, as Hyen quickly warned them. Everyone, be careful. She held back to raise her defenses. That detestable brat Hazan is hiding nearby. Right after, Hyen shouted towards the forest. Where? Where are you? Sun-chan was still reading. 21, 83. A ray of golden light pierced Liang-han. Hyen was startled and stammered. This is, she guessed internally, Adela's moonlight bullet. Cornered. As Hyen grew angry, she quickly called for backup. Jaeyeon. All 3 of them are here. I need support. On the other end of the line, Jian retorted. Hyen, stop joking around. If that's the case. Looking at Hazan and Adela in front of him, he wondered to himself, who are these people here? 2 against 1. Jaeyeon was determined to protect the flag. He remembered Shinha's group fighting elsewhere and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Because of the noise from that side, our team already sent 2 people to support Hyen. Even Shinhu is gone. It's a complete mess. Meanwhile, Hazan leisurely watched the rising smoke. It seems Sun-chan is still holding strong. On Sun-chan's side, Hyen was screaming her head off. Jaeyeon, hurry up. They're all on this side. I can't read the magic trajectory. What's going on? But how can Jaeyeon leave our team's base? Shinhu became angry. He quickly contacted him. Jaeyeon, where on earth is Hazan? Where should I go? One team member suggested, for now, let's just go back. Jaeyeon's situation wasn't much better. Hazan and Adela are right in front of me. Hyen cursed in frustration. You idiot. Look, I'm being attacked over here. Hazan, what on earth did you do? He smirked, having thrown the upperclassmen into chaos. There's no need to waste time. It'll be over quickly anyway. These words successfully angered their leader. You bastard. We've completely fallen into a trap. Jaeyeon calculated inwardly. If Hazan had come alone, I could have held on and stalled for time. But Adela is with him too. Jaeyeon froze for a long moment. His mind was in turmoil. This situation is like being hunted by two ferocious beasts, a dragon and a tiger. Shinhu gritted his teeth, thinking. Just then, Hazan began to use magic. This match is our victory. Shinhu, from a distance, saw the orb of light before his eyes. He shouted loudly, Jaeyeon. Back to the match. Hazan took the flag while Jaeyeon clutched his back and lamented. Damn it. Just then, the rest of the group arrived. He raised his hands in frustration. I'm such an idiot. We surrender. At the same time, Sunchan's side had also finished things. Hyen was lying on the ground, panting. Damn it. The system displayed a big win. Sunchan jumped up, unable to hide his excitement. Hooray. After the friendly match, everything returned to normal. In the meeting room of Obe Academy, Hazan's group of 3 was present here. Inside, there was also the group of upperclassmen. They were not in a very good mood. Hyen couldn't help but let out a sigh. She punched Jaeyeon's shoulder with her fist. So annoying. Hey Jaeyeon, what were you doing? You let them snatch it just like that? Jaeyeon's eyebrows shot up as they got face to face. You try standing there and defending the flag against those two. Hyen wasn't listening to a single word. You should have at least held out until Shinyu got back. This time, he didn't bother maintaining his image and retorted. It's because you mistakenly thought Hazan and Adela were over there that things turned out this way. These words directly silenced Hyen. But I was clearly hit by Hazan's and Adela's attacks. The calm young man, Shinyu, took the opportunity to speak up. That's enough, you two. There's no need to argue. What happened this time wasn't either of your faults. It's just that our opponents were too good. A young man with his chin in his hand looked at the 3 of them. He was Damon, from the 3rd-year team. The other 2 were Test and Hannah, also from the 3rd-year team. Another young man was Jaeyeon, 3rd-year team. Shinyu was absolutely right. Hyen could only accept it resignedly. Jaeyeon was the same. He pursed his lips, unable to say a word, waiting for them to quiet down. He finally spoke up on their behalf. Hazan, Adela, what kind of trick did you 2 use in the end? Hazan placed a hand on his chest, putting on a sincere expression. Let me first explain what you seniors are most curious about. First of all, the only flag defender on our team was Sunchan. Hyen slammed the table and shot up. So Sunchan used Wind Blade or Moonlight Bullet. He knew as soon as he heard it. She was a novice. Of course not. The spells that bound you seniors were all cast by me. This time, it was Jaeyeon's turn to be in disbelief. What? But you were right in front of me at that time. Don't tell me you cast a spell from our territory to yours. Hazan smiled, flexing the magic in his hand. Something like that. The entire 3rd-year team stared, mouths agape, at what was in his hand. Moonlight Bullet. This was so absurd that Hyen voiced her question. That's a secret spell of the mystic family. Adela, don't tell me. You violated the taboo? By revealing a secret spell? Hazan controlled the glowing orb in his hand and interrupted. Allow me to correct this so there are no misunderstandings. She didn't reveal any secret spell at all. This is a spell I analyzed and acquired myself. Shinyu started to have doubts. Analyzing a secret spell? Is something like that even possible? Hazan's firm affirmation answered him. Of course it is. Because I have eyes that can see magic itself. The group was stunned once again. Magic eyes. Jaeyeon crossed his arms and stammered. Impossible. Hazan continued. Don't be so surprised yet. I analyzed the Moonlight Bullet with my magic eyes. And as soon as the match began, I fixed Moonlight Bullets and Wind Blades all over the place. Sunchan. Hearing his name, he responded. What? Hey. Instantly, a wind spear appeared out of nowhere. Hyen's eyes widened in shock. Then, she squeezed her eyes shut. Hazan waved his hand lightly to dispel the wind spear. He slowly revealed the next steps. I used long-range magic. By utilizing the spells that were already laid out in the air, he silently recalled his arduous training sessions. This is an applied version of the magic I used when I faced Hangaguk of the Blue Tower. Damon also started to get curious. Then what about the aiming? Test broke out in a cold sweat and added. That's right. Your magic clearly flew right to where we were. It was super accurate. It was Sun-chan's turn to present. That was thanks to the numbers I just mentioned. Xinyu held his chin and speculated. Coordinates? Hazan confirmed seriously. Almost correct. The first number is the number of the fixed spell. The number after it is the angle to adjust the spell's trajectory. And time passed just like that. I explained my magic to everyone. The magic that I shared with Adela and Sun-chan. The third years couldn't find any fault with it. There was something even more important. Of course, I wouldn't talk about the Bay 10-style magic formula. An entire session passed. Hazan finally gave his conclusion. The secret of my magic ends here. At this moment, he paid attention to each person's expression. In this way, the third-year seniors have also learned about my abilities, as well as Adela's and Sun-chan's. Since we've all boarded the same ship called Olympiad, I think it's good to share a little. It helps you feel more at ease and makes it easier to persuade them. Thinking this, Hazan pointed at each of them with a serious voice. Let me say this again. My goal is to become the champion, which means the gold medal. They just listened quietly. He took the opportunity to show his determination. To achieve that, I really need the active cooperation of you seniors. I think this friendly match has proven just how effective the plan I proposed is. I apologize for my harsh words. Therefore, please trust and follow me. Ki-hyen's attitude changed in an instant because of Hazan's bow. Immediately after, he added another juicy benefit. In return, I will bring glory to all of you. Sun-chan temporarily held his ground, while Jae-eon and Ki-hyen helplessly agreed. She spoke up after their conflicts. Fine. I don't really like it, but I will listen to you, kid. After hearing that, Hazan had to exclaim, what? When Ki-hyen turned to question him. Why are you so surprised? She mumbled under her breath. You must be in deep shock. She quickly refuted this. That's not it. I lost the bet anyway, so I have to listen to him. Otherwise, I'd have to give up my spot on the national team. And I'm sorry for calling you a failure, kid. Sun-chan, I've seen your defensive magic. It's quite solid. Sun-chan's eyes lit up after being praised by the pretty upperclassman. He excitedly shook her hand and said, your fire-type magic is way more impressive. After the meeting with the third years at Obelith Academy, somewhere in the academy's cafeteria, Hazan was having a small celebration with Sun-chan and Adela. Everyone worked hard in the match against the third-year seniors. Now, before we seriously start planning for the Olympiad, I want to ask you guys for a favor. Hearing this, Adela was a bit puzzled. Us? Sun-chan quickly asked. What is it? His tone lowered, becoming very serious. About the night training. For the time being, can you proceed without me? I have something I want to do alone. Adela's eyes widened. Curious. Alone? Are you planning to practice mana circulation? A calculating look appeared in Hazan's eyes. That's right. I feel like the wall of enlightenment is about to appear. But in his heart, he knew. This is just an excuse. These words successfully surprised Sun-chan. The wall of enlightenment? Adela also quickly guessed. Is it the wall to the fifth circle? Although they are close teammates, Hazan also has his own secrets. I can't tell these two about the Bay 10-style magic. Although I've told everyone about it under the name transformation magic. The power of a level 3 Bay 10 magic is equivalent to the power of a 4th circle AI magic. To reach the 5th circle, I still need time to combine level 4 Bay 10-style magic. The wall of enlightenment is just an excuse to buy time. Across from him, Sun-chan wouldn't stop chattering. Reaching the 5th circle at 18? Adela, he's just spouting nonsense, right? She frowned and retorted. If he succeeds, he will be the youngest person in the world to reach the 5th circle. The absolute best. Complete trust. Not a shred of doubt. Seeing their positive reactions, he smiled in satisfaction. Well then, so we'll be absent from the evening training sessions from now on. Sorry, but I hope you guys can understand. After all, it's for a bright future. Adela cheerfully let it go. If it's for that reason, then I understand. You don't have to participate in night training if you want. On the side, Sun-chan also winked in agreement. That's right. Don't come starting tomorrow. I give you permission. Hazan maintained his expression and said, these guys. He guessed in his heart. They seem really happy about it. Then Hazan made a firm promise. Don't worry. They'll still regularly check on your physical reinforcement. The other two were stunned for a moment. What? So mean. As night fell, the sound of leaves rustling in the trees. At the Ma Dao family residence. In Hayek read the data on his computer and frowned. Horn of a bat sack. Beast. The heart of calamity. All of them are the most expensive materials. What on earth are you planning to use it for? Hazan affirmed without hesitation. They are essential for my magical achievement. Ever since I received the book from Bay 10, I received a hint from Mia on how to combine level 4. In the world of Bay 10, Hazan closed the book and sighed. Mia, isn't there a more intuitive book about the expansion circle? She leisurely replied, seeing Mia relaxing in a corner. He deliberately probed, are you going to help me or not? Then buy more books for me. As soon as she finished speaking, Hazan's hand touched the pile of books next to him. One of them fell to the ground. This caught his attention. Hazan quickly picked it up and mumbled, magical pharmacology. Hazan opened the first few pages of the book. This book is quite old too. This girl, Mia, she just picks them up randomly. Suddenly, he became excited. This is it. Mia, beside him, almost had a heart attack. What is it? His eyes lit up with excitement. As expected of Mia, this method will definitely work. Following the words in magical pharmacology, Hazan researched through the night. In it, he paid special attention to a certain potion. The formula for a secret potion that can absorb a large amount of magical power. But with this secret potion, the time to comprehend the expansion circle might be shortened. Returning to the present, Hazan spoke clearly and confidently. Right now, I am standing before the wall of enlightenment. And Hayek couldn't help but be surprised. Does that mean you're about to reach the 5th circle? Determination showed on his face. Yes, those ingredients are essential for me to achieve this magical feat. According to what was mentioned in magical pharmacology, he thought to himself, I can find most of the ingredients myself. But for the rare ingredients not available on the market, I can only rely on Father's power. At this moment, Father and Hayek was seriously considering it. Despite being scrutinized, Hazan's spirit did not waver. After a moment, he spoke to confirm. You don't look like you're lying. These ingredients are usually used to create secret potions. He nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. And Hayek continued to press him with a few questions. Where did you get the information about this secret potion? I have never seen a recipe concocted like this before. Hazan was vague. From an ancient tome. These words made in Hayek's brows furrow tightly. An ancient secret potion, huh? Very well. If what you say is true, then I will help you find them at all costs. Receiving his approval, Hazan was openly delighted. Thank you, Father. Then, he let out a remark. Last time, it was choosing an ancient cloak. This time, it's an ancient secret potion. I don't know what you're planning, but it seems your luck is quite good. Hazan felt a little guilty and stammered. What do you mean? The night grew late. The driver took Hazan back to the Obelith dormitory. On the way, he recalled the conversation with Hayek. After that, Father asked me about my magic. He asked for every detail about the magic I used in the match against Hangagak, and also the same questions the master of the Blue Tower had asked. Of course, I said I couldn't answer. So it's clear he's suspicious. First the cloak, and now a secret potion from an ancient tome. It would be strange if he weren't suspicious. Looks like I'll have to tell Father about my magic soon. The next morning, at the monster byproduct area, Hazan disguised himself, wearing a cap to blend into the crowd. This is the place. The monster byproduct area. Passing by a small stall, the owner there called out to him. Hey, student, I've got the essence of a red slime here. He glanced at the items on display. When buying monster byproducts, you have to be careful. The hawking continued to ring out. Come on, buy it. Dirt cheap. A nearby stall owner took out an item. Young man. Cobalt hide. Freshly arrived today. Hazan had only taken a few steps and already received dozens of offers. I've got a magic scroll here. Also a magic swordsman's blade. Today only. Buy one, get one free. He loitered about. He reminded himself to be careful. If you're not a veteran, it's hard to tell the difference. Because there are many scammers among the sellers. As Hazan passed by a stall, he was pulled back by the female owner. Hey, you student over there. Do you want to buy some gelatin spider silk? This is very valuable. Hazan throws out the bait, revealing himself to be a connoisseur of magical items. Since when did the thread of a one-horned spider become the thread of a holy spider? The shop owner was caught. She hurriedly raised her voice to suppress him. What are you talking about? Don't make absurd accusations. This is the real deal. To prove it, Hazan clearly listed each characteristic. Its characteristic is that it has a very special light. The shop owner still stubbornly insisted. So smart, huh? Look, can't you see this light? He smiled with disdain. There is indeed a light. As if from a solution. A luminescent substance sprayed onto the spider thread. Very skillfully done. You must have put a lot of effort into making that solution, didn't you? She angrily snapped and shooed Hazan away. Get lost. This damn brat. Get out of here now. He continued to stroll through the monster byproducts area. They must think a student walking alone is a novice. The 40,000 spells listed. In the open source library. I have memorized them all. How could I not be able to distinguish fake monster byproducts? Don't underestimate my brain. At this time, Hazan was still wandering in the monster byproduct area. The item he needed to find was already clear in his mind. I came here to buy the necessary ingredients. For brewing an ancient elixir. Distinguishing real from fake items in this monster byproduct area is very difficult. That's why among the merchants here, there are many scammers. Therefore, one must be cautious when buying. Speaking of the fake and real thread, Hazan teased the shop owner. Very skillfully done. You must have put a lot of effort into making that solution, didn't you? Because of that, she flew into a rage. Get lost. This damn brat. Get out of here now. Right after that incident, Hazan continued. As he was searching, someone called out to him. Hey, student. So young, yet you have such a sharp eye. Very sharp indeed. He didn't answer. He just silently observed the man. The old man with glasses slowly walked up to Hazan and said, They truly are a bunch of scoundrels. I really wanted to help you too. But there's an organization backing that shop. I'm sorry. Hazan didn't say much. He just gave a simple reply. It's okay. Only fools would be deceived. These words directly made the old man laugh with amusement. This kid is interesting. They'll give you a discount. Stop by my shop for a bit. Hazan agreed and took the opportunity to ask. I'd be glad to. Do you have any black clam horns? The old man patted Hazan's back a few times. Coincidentally, some just came in yesterday. Some time passed. The old man led him to a rundown house. This is my shop. They'll go get the black clam horn. You wait here, okay? After saying that, he hobbled inside, while Hazan watched him warily. 1 month passed. The old man brought out a glowing horn. Here, your black clam horn. S-grade. Not a single scratch. The purity is also over 90%. The magic power meter doesn't lie. Come on, take a look. It was indeed true. The screen displayed a full 94%. However, Hazan was still a little wary. The old man smiled and directly quoted a price. Let's call it fate. They'll sell it to you for 27 million gu. You know this is a high-grade byproduct that costs over 30 million gu, right? Today's your lucky day. A hostile aura erupted from Hazan along with his words. Since when did the horn of an African forest buffalo transform into a black clam horn? The old man's jaw dropped unconsciously. Hazan recalled the thread-selling owner and concluded. No wonder. At first, that woman brazenly trying to sell a fake item was so odd to me. So it turns out it was this two-faced trick. Now I get it. You're in it together, huh? Your daughter? Or daughter-in-law? But this trick won't get past me. Let's not waste each other's time anymore. Show me the real thing. If you even have one. The old man's face contorted for a moment. His mouth was as if it had been sealed shut. His cane fell to the ground. He stood up straight. He was tired of feigning anger. Hazan's face didn't change as he watched this turn of events. The old man smiled. His attitude had completely changed. It seems you're not just some ordinary kid. How rude of me. Follow me. That night, on his way back home, someone opened a transaction notification. Transaction history. Card from the old man's material shop at the scrap market. Amount paid, 37,540,000 G. Transaction history. Card from the fresh materials shop at the scrap market. Amount, 8,670,000 Gull. Co Hyen couldn't help but be surprised. Family head. There has been a transaction. A large sum using the young master's card. In Hayek replied nonchalantly. It's probably just for buying scraps. Just ignore it. I gave him that card to spend as he pleases. Hearing this, he was very confused. But why would he suddenly buy monster scraps? What on earth is he planning to do? He frowned, leaning back in his chair. I heard it's to create an ancient elixir. Co Hyan mumbled beside him. He's doing something unconventional again. But it's quite expensive. Let me check the quality of the goods the young master bought. And Hayek stopped him. There's no need. That kid has been an expert on all kinds of monster scraps. Since he was 5 years old. I didn't raise him to be so foolish that he can't tell fakes from real goods. What about the octagonal horned beast? He checked and then reported. The preliminary contract has been completed. We are currently adjusting the price. And Hayek began to calculate in his mind, including the delivery time. It will probably take about a week. Then, he snapped his fingers and cast a silencing spell. Then got down to business. What about the internal inspection I ordered earlier? Co Hyan carefully explained. We are investigating carefully. It seems there really is someone colluding with the Black Tower. I deliberately leaked some reports related to the Black Tower. And I found traces of forgery. But I haven't been able to identify the person yet. I apologize. For now, we will narrow down the scope of the investigation to high-ranking figures who can interfere with top-level reports in the family. But we haven't found any suspicious circumstances yet. Everyone is too clean. Not a single blemish. And Hayek rested his chin on his hand and looked out the door. His voice was somber. No suspicious circumstances and too clean, you say? Perhaps that cleanliness is itself the evidence. Co Hyan carefully committed the next words to memory. The corners of his mouth turned up with a suggestion. If you're so sure they're clean, then further investigation is probably useless. Then all we can do is wait for the collaborator to contact the Black Tower. Get ready. The book. Zabel was opened. Hazan brought the piles of materials to find Mia. I'm so tired. She ran over. Her eyes lit up. Successor. You bought everything already? Now we just need to find 3 more items to concoct the elixir. The thing Hazan needed to concoct was the mana enhancement elixir. If absorbed, the assimilation rate with mana would increase greatly, and one could absorb a larger amount of mana than usual. Using this elixir could compensate for a portion of the mana needed to connect the expansion circle. Mia looked at him curiously. When will the remaining ingredients arrive? Hazan calmly announced. On my way here, I contacted my father. He said it would be about another week. After hearing that, she was completely confident. 1 week is just in time for the Olympiad. On the contrary, Hazan was a bit hesitant. Well, that's true, but even if the elixir is completed, I can't use it right away. According to this book, to maximize the elixir's effectiveness, it needs to be consumed in a place with a high concentration of mana in the air. After that, I have to circulate my mana. Mia's eyes widened as she asked. So, have you thought of a location yet? Hazan announced the good news. Yes. I have a place in mind. She immediately became curious. Where is it? The place he decided to go was Bengyeongdo Island. The investigation results show that it is the island with the highest mana concentration in the country, and it has continued to increase recently. Mia crossed her arms. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Excellent. So when are we leaving? He pursed his lips and replied cryptically. I have a plan. A few days later, in a room at the academy, someone shouted, Really? A face. The team was extremely excited. They couldn't hide their excitement. Because Hazan had made an awesome decision. We will have our intensive training on Bengyeongdo Island. After Hazan's announcement, someone excitedly shouted, We're going for intensive training on Bengyeongdo Island in a week. He held up 5 fingers, implying a 5-day, 6-night special training on Bengyeongdo Island. I specially asked the master of the Blue Tower for permission, so everyone should prepare themselves mentally. Hyan joyfully put her arm around Adela. Awesome. This is so exciting, right, Adela? She timidly recoiled and quickly replied, Why yes. Shinyu took out his phone and scrolled through it. I guess I have a lot to prepare. Seeing this, Sun Chan grew curious. Why? Can't we just go there casually? His words were surprising, but he showed no expression. What are you talking about? Didn't you hear him just now? The master of the Blue Tower is even preparing the training regimen. Jian, who was next to him, grumbled and chimed in, Just go casually. But Sun Chan looked worried. But, looking at the team's current expressions, Hazan was slightly pleased. The atmosphere is under control now. The conflict between the second years and third years has been resolved. and I, after that friendly match, have taken charge of managing everyone's training schedule. With the support of the Blue Tower's master, of course. Trust will start to form. As he said that, Hazen paused. That's right. Now that I think about it, we have to go to the Blue Tower for a mana check right now. Everyone, get ready. Someone expressed their weariness. Really? What a blessing. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the Blue Tower headquarters. Sue was the one who greeted them. You've all arrived. I am Sue, from the Blue Tower. In front of her was Hazen's group. After exchanging a few words, Sue made a request. Those who need a mana check, please follow me. As for you, Hazen, the Tower Master asked me to tell you to see him privately. Following her words, Hazen went to see Kanjin. Inside Kangen's office, he took a sip from his cup and asked, So you've come. Is the training going well? Hazen casually nodded. Yes, everything is proceeding very well. Right after, Kanjin jokingly mentioned the conflict with the third years. There's no discord or any other problems on the team, right? This time, Hazen could confidently state, not at all. Although there's still some awkwardness because they just joined, everyone is quickly getting closer. After hearing that, he laughed out loud. That's good, then. If there are no problems, then just keep it up. Hazen politely placed his hand on his chest. Thank you, sir. And thank you for the matter concerning Bangnyeondo Island. He just chuckled. He brushed it off. It was nothing. It was just a small thing. Letting you use that island is no big deal. The reason I called you here today? I'm sure you've already guessed it, right? Hazen momentarily tensed up. Is it about the holy relic? Kanjin was quite pleased with his attitude. That's right. I want you to prepare to engrave your mana onto that holy relic. Why do mages need to engrave mana? Mana engraving is the process of engraving the personal mana code obtained from a mana check onto an artifact to optimize it for the owner's mana. The check that the members are currently undergoing is precisely to prepare for this mana engraving. Kanjin directly proposed. I also want to complete your mana check before you leave for intensive training. Yes. After careful consideration, Hazen agreed. In that case, any time after 8 p.m. will be fine. And since you mentioned mana engraving, it means you can already envision the holy relic's appearance. When it's completed, right? His eyes lit up with certainty. At the earliest, half a month. At the latest, 3 weeks. No matter what happens, we will complete it during the Olympiad. After the check, Hazen returned to the Obelith dormitory. The book of Bay 10 was open, meaning Hazen had gone to see Mia inside it. He held a book on magical pharmacology and called out to Mia. I finished reading this book. Is there a next one? She used magic to designate another book. Immediately, a book on the shelf levitated and flew down. It slowly landed on Hazen's hand. Mia smiled slyly. Take the next book. And then, are you prepared? He asked while reading. He answered absent-mindedly. Prepare for what? The circle expansion? Or the Olympiad? She answered without hesitation. Both. The book landed on the table. Hazen rubbed his chin, pondering. There's no problem with the Olympiad. But the circle expansion is still the same. There's no further progress. Mia was a bit curious. Is connecting the circle expansion that difficult? Her words made him very hesitant. On the contrary, theoretically, I've completely mastered it. The problem is, I have too little magical power in my body. She used magic to create an illusion of a potion bottle and remarked. So in the end, you still need the blessed mana elixir, huh? Hazen closed the book neatly. He let out a sigh. He reassured himself. But luckily, it seems the ingredients will arrive sooner than expected. I heard the laws have been relaxed. Thinking of this, Hazen's face paled. Wait a minute. Could it be that the revision of the law was due to my father's intervention? Suddenly, Mia burst out laughing. The heir really does have good luck. He forced a smile and brushed it off. Is that so? I guess so. Came back late from playing. The Blue Tower was silent as a grave. The next night, at the Blue Tower headquarters, Hazen finally finished the test. You've worked hard. This is the first time you've had your magical power tested this way, right? How was it? Hazen honestly shared his thoughts. The test itself was easy and went smoothly, but it took too long. So I'm a little tired. Kanjin chuckled in praise. But you were very fast, Hazen. It only took just 1 hour. Normally, it takes about 8 hours. Hearing that, his ears were ringing. Kanjin explained as he received the report. You said this test was easy. which is already very impressive. Not missing this remark, Hazen thought to himself grimly. Even though it's just a simple test of continuously moving magical power, accurately fixing mana within a 0.3% margin of error is by no means an easy task. These kinds of tests are a piece of cake for someone who has passed the second trial. Soon after, Kinjin received the test statistics. Anyway, the test results are good, so you don't need to worry about the artifact's degree of completion anymore. At this rate, we can aim for a masterpiece. Hazen laughed and scratched his head, brushing it off. Isn't masterpiece a bit of an exaggeration? Then, Kinjin clarified the issue for him. In the Blue Tower, there is a Tier 4 S-rank artifact, the Emperor's Ring. Of course, if we're considering a single attribute, it can't be as effective as the Emperor's Ring. But the artifact, Hazen's, is made from elemental magic stones, so it will be an artifact with 4 enhanced composite attributes. In terms of versatility, it's not inferior to the Emperor's Ring at all. Hearing these words, Hazen hesitated a little. You mean? His cheeks flushed with joy. My artifact will be at least Tier 4 S-rank? Hazen couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. So that means it's one of the highest class artifacts in the world. Unbelievable. Seeing his expression, Kinjin let out a soft chuckle. I think this is the first time I've seen Hazen so happy. Hazen clenched his fist and affirmed. Of course. Being compared to the Emperor's Ring is a great honor, isn't it? By the way, has that artifact been named yet? Sorry. Wait a moment. It's from my father. The message from Enhayek arrived with the content. Dad, the ship is expected to dock at 2:20 a.m. this morning. The materials will be delivered at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. CO Hyan will deliver the materials as soon as your training session ends. This was like a double joy for Hazen. All the ingredients for the elixir have been gathered. The next evening, at 8 o'clock, the book of Bay 10 was opened. Hazen and Mia stared thoughtfully at the pile of items before them. From common ingredients to an abundance of spiritual items. Mia's eyes shone as brightly as car headlights. The condition is excellent. The quality is also top tier. And the size is just perfect. This means we have everything we need to start concocting the elixir right away. Let's start by preparing the ingredients. A moment later, Hazen sat before the ingredients, carefully reading the book. Mia reminds him, because you might ruin it. So practice with the spare ingredients first to get used to it. He nods cautiously. Careful, careful. Wait, isn't it this one? Mia reassures him from the side. That much is still recoverable. Trim it a little more and then try again. Handle this one quickly, or it will run away. Somehow, I think it worked. This ingredient is different from light. Separate this fruit into 3 parts in the dark. Next. All right. This part is considered complete. Hazen's face is dotted with sweat. Now only the most important ingredients are left. Seeing that a long time has passed, Mia suggests, let's rest for a bit. He's a bit reluctant, but still agrees. Hazen lists his items. Basilisk's bone, the heart of the catastrophe, and the eye of the lavan. These are all extremely expensive ingredients. And we probably won't get another chance to obtain them in such perfect condition again. We absolutely cannot make a mistake. So Hazen and Mia take a tea break. He takes a sip, nods, and says, it's delicious. Immediately after, they both switched to intense battle mode. Shall we get back to it now? Let's do it. Hazen is cautious with every step. First, Basilisk's bone. Infuse as much magic as possible into the trimming knife, and slowly shape it from the surface. Mia holds her breath, waiting while he prepares to place the knife. The first cut is made. Suddenly, Hazen's eyes widen. Mia brings a glass box and places the heart inside. The heart of the catastrophe must be soaked in water, mixed with fairy wing powder to draw out all the blood. Keep the water temperature stable at 25 degrees. This is a delicate process, so you must not take your eyes off it for 6 hours. You need to cover the eye with a thin layer of magic, of the lavan. If you don't do that, it will explode while boiling. After this step is finished, Hazen lets out a sigh of relief. The pre-processing of all the ingredients is done. Mia flips to the next page beside him. Now then, the next step is simmer and stir the ingredients continuously for 10 hours. An unknown amount of time passes. The sky is already brightening at dawn. The Bay 10 book is still open. In MIA's world, a light shines down. Hazen had fallen asleep at some point. Footsteps slowly approach. Her face is filled with happiness. Well done, successor. Finally, it is complete. Safe and sound. 5 vials of purple liquid are placed neatly on a rack. It is called the Blessing of Magic. A few days later, the yacht heads out to Bangnyeongdo Island. Sun Chan's hair flutters in the wind. Bright and brilliant. He stares wide-eyed at the young man before him. Everything is going according to plan. It's finally time for the joint training. With this, I am fully prepared to weave the blood crest circle. Sun Chan runs over and puts his arm around his neck. My friend, people might think you're a model striking a majestic pose. Want to take a picture? Hazen frowns. What? You're just like those young people. Always taking selfies. The scenery behind. It's too perfect. I just feel like something's missing. Hazen glances at Sun Chan. What? If you've decided, then just do it. Suddenly, Sun Chan's brilliant mind comes up with something. He runs over to Adela and calls out. Hey, Adela, let's take a picture together. She seems interested. A picture? Sun Chan puts on the air of a true Gen Z. Standing in front of a picture-perfect scene like this and not taking a photo is a crime. Adela's eyes widen as she whispers. Is that so? He nods and urges her on. Exactly. It's a crime. Come on. Let's take it. 2, 3. That's it. The picture of the trio is absolutely perfect. Let me post the picture in the group chat. I'm going to take pictures with the seniors now. Adela watches his retreating back and remarks. He's always so energetic. But he's even more energetic than usual today. Hazen shows no interest. He explains casually. He's probably just excited. It's been a while since we've been on a trip like this. Seeing this, she teases him. But this is a training session, not an outing. Is it okay to be this happy? You're putting us to shame. He let out a sigh. Just let him enjoy it. Once the training starts, he'll run out of energy soon enough. At that moment, Adela asked, Aren't you excited at all? Hazen's face turned serious as he questioned her. Why would you think that? Seeing his expression, she unconsciously burst out laughing. Your face is so serious. That's why. I heard the mana density on Bangnyeongdo Island has become much thicker recently. I wonder just how dense it is. He looked at the island in front of them and replied, We'll find out when we get there. By the way, Adela, have you been to Bangnyeongdo Island before? She stood at the ship's railing. The wind blew through her hair. Yes, 5 years ago. From what I remember, that place is truly ideal for training. The corners of Hazen's mouth curled up slightly. Bangnyeongdo Island. I'm really looking forward to it. Before them, the island slowly came into view. Bangnyeongdo Island appeared clearly before their eyes. Sun Chan looked into the distance excitedly. We've finally set foot on Bangnyeongdo Island. As soon as they arrived, the group was taken to their lodging. Hazen had just started to introduce it. This is the lodging that the Blue Tower has meticulously prepared. Sun Chan and Hyen immediately screamed like crazed fans. How amazing! This place is truly astonishing. In the kitchen, several chefs were preparing lunch. Sun Chan spotted it. The shrimp on the table. His eyes sparkled like stars. Look, there's lobster too. This is the best. Hazen glanced over and thought to himself. Before, I also prepared a similar seafood meal. The only difference was the size. On the other side, Hyen ate every last piece of cake. Hey Adela, try this. It's delicious. And Shinyu was also quite happy because of this magic buff. The whole group happily sat down at the table. Right after, Hazen appeared with a stern announcement. All right, after the meal, everyone will rest for about 30 minutes. After that, gather at the Bangnyeongdo Magic Training Ground at 3:30. The group was still quite relaxed until 3:30. A while later, at the Bangnyeongdo Magic Training Ground, Hazen stood above, preparing for a light warm-up session. Is everyone ready? Before we officially start the training session, there's one thing we need to do first. Because Bangnyeongdo Island has a significantly higher mana density than other areas, you might feel some discomfort when absorbing mana through your circle. Therefore, everyone, please try to circulate your mana once. The trio of Jiyeon, with eyes half closed, began to breathe. The 3 third-year students also followed suit. The others were no exception. Hazen carefully watched every breath they took. After observing, he gave his feedback. For Senior Shinyu and Adela, I don't have any particular advice. Just continue as you are. The two replied while circulating their mana. Got it. Right after that, Hazen went over to Jaeyeon and Hyen. Senior Jaeyeon, you need to reduce your magic output from the circle by about 20%. Senior, you do the opposite of Jaeyeon. Please increase your magic circle's output by 15% from its current level. As for the others, he scolded them harshly. Finally, it was Sun Chan's turn. Hazen's hand carefully placed on his back. Then he gave dedicated guidance. Sun Chan, reduce the output by about 50% and adjust your posture to suit your body frame. Sun Chan frowned in confusion. What? Suddenly, his eyes widened. Sun Chan looked at Hazen with delight and exclaimed, "Oh, this feels so much more comfortable. It's amazing." Seeing the effective training, he commanded, "Right? All right. Now, maintain this state for 1 hour. Let's begin." They looked at his smile and screamed, "Good heavens. It'd be better to just kill me. Oh my, you demon. Don't smile like that." Time passed slowly. 1 hour. Hazen announced to the group. "It's over." Hyen collapsed onto the ground. "My God, who circulates mana for a whole hour?" Shinyu next to him added a comment. "It's really too tough." The third-year student laughed foolishly and said, "If even he's like this, who could possibly endure it?" At that moment, a bottle of water was offered. Adela carefully offered it to each person. "Have some water." Jaeyeon accepted it and replied wearily, "Thanks, Adela." Hazen didn't say a word, just observing the expression on her face. Seeing her refreshed state, he thought to himself, Adela looks completely fine. As expected, her level of magic is truly on a different level. After finishing up, Hazen put his hands on his hips and spoke. "Everyone has grasped the basics now, right? Are there any more questions? All right. Now, we will begin the main training session. The training content on Bangnyeongdo Island is self-training." A question mark appeared above Co Hyen's head. Self-training? Hazen confirmed it again. That's right. Everyone should train at their own pace. I've already given everyone all the advice I can. Throughout this training camp, please assess yourselves and proceed independently. Kihyun then asked curiously, "Then what will you be doing during that time?" He casually gave a rather convincing reason. "I also need to do some adjustment training." He already had a plan in mind. First, I need to get used to the mana density on Bangnyeongdo Island. That way, the efficiency of my progress will increase. At this time, Adela was chatting with Jenyeon. "Hazen, you said this is your first time on Bangnyeongdo Island, right?" He nodded. "I thought you were so familiar with it that you must have come here many times." The mountains ahead were what Hazen was aiming for. "The mana density is even thicker than I thought. This place is truly amazing. I must make the most of this environment to activate the expanded magic circle." Thinking of this, he called for a temporary break. "All right. Today's joint training session ends here." The next morning, when the sun had nearly reached its zenith, Hazen went on a long mountain hike. It must be around here somewhere. Suddenly, he sensed a strange source of mana. It made Hazen flinch for a moment. Walking a little further, he exclaimed joyfully, "Found it!" According to what he knew, spirit veins, in regions with mana density, naturally as high as Bangnyeongdo Island, there are points where mana concentrates even more intensely. These spots are called mana nodes. It's also near the dormitory area, and the mana density here is 5% higher than in other places. Hazen took a test tube containing a purple liquid from his backpack. He'll start by using one of the 5 auxiliary elixirs. Mana Blessing. I can finally test its effects. Without much thought, he drank it all in one go. All right, let's begin. As soon as he swallowed, Hazen coughed violently. The taste is horrible. Whatever. Let's ignore that unpleasant taste and see if it's effective. Hazen quickly deployed a magic circle. His cheeks flushed with excitement. Infinity Circle. Beitan style. Deploy. 3 circles. The amount of mana flowing into my body is clearly several times more than usual. He clutched his chest in pain. A huge amount of mana. I have to focus. The magic circle is being formed. If I don't precisely control this mana circulation, the mana will go berserk. Sweat poured down Hazen's face like rain. I have to endure it. Just 1 more hour. To activate the expanded circle, I need to increase my current mana by at least 20%. 30 minutes passed. Hazen muttered to himself. It's stabilizing now. If I keep going like this. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of red liquid. Looking at the liquid in his hand, he cried out, trembling. What is this? 11 o'clock at night. At a luxurious hotel in the city. JHN was waiting for someone's call. The person on the other end of the line asked, "You want me to take care of Hazan?" He frowned, clearly annoyed. "Yes. Can you do it?" The Black Tower mage smirked meaningfully. "Of course. It's always possible." However, avoiding the eyes of the Shadow Squad led by CO Hyan. "Is that the condition?" JHN couldn't keep his composure. He was sweating profusely. "Of course. You must avoid the eyes of them at all costs." The Black Tower mage crossed his legs thoughtfully. "As I said before, acting while they are watching is not wise. Our tower. We say this because we don't want a VIP client of ours to disappear." At that moment, a mutant rat scurried out. Nearby, a few cats had spotted it. While they were chasing a mouse, the Black Tower mage told Jachin, "For now, just stay quiet and wait for an opportunity. When the target is alone, that's when we strike. One blow." He clutched his face and stammered, "That's too late. Now, we have to act, no matter the cost." The man just scoffed mockingly. "Is there any reason why we must act immediately?" John's panic turned into rage. CO Hyan. He is trying to support Hazan. The Black Tower mage was startled by this. "You mean the current right-hand man of the Ma Dao family?" He hastily confirmed, "Yes. If CO Hyan sides with Hazan, I won't be the only one in trouble." The man on the other end agreed. "Exactly. We also hope you will become the new head of the Ma Dao family. But as I said, eliminating Hazan while avoiding CO Hyan is nearly impossible." JHN sat down on the chair. He retorted in a loud voice, "I don't care. But just because it's difficult doesn't mean there's no way." The Black Tower mage praised and flattered him. "Truly befitting of our VIP client. You're very sharp." "That's right. Indeed. There is a very good way, as you suggested." Coincidentally, the target is currently on Bengniangdo Island, so there is a special method that could be effective. Hearing this, John's blood boiled. "What is it?" The Black Tower mage tapped his fingers on the table evasively. "It is to trigger a mana disaster on Bengniangdo Island and disguise it as an accident." He immediately shot up and cursed. "Are you talking about causing an artificial mana disaster? Is that even possible?" Regardless, the man maintained a calm demeanor. "Of course. With the current state of Bengniangdo Island, it's entirely possible." JHN was momentarily at a loss. "You mean the mana density is increasing?" The Black Tower mage immediately snapped his fingers. "Yes, exactly. I shouldn't be telling you this, as it's confidential information. But since you're a VIP client, they'll make an exception this time. On Bengniangdo Island. Do you know what's there?" Back to Hazan. He just coughed up blood. Looking at the liquid in his hand, he wondered, "What is this?" This. Looking at the flow of mana before him, Hazan panicked. Mana overflow. And this isn't just an ordinary mana overflow. Just a moment ago, I felt like I was absorbing mana into my body. Now, every pore has become like a black hole, sucking in mana. Even for a spirit vein, it shouldn't be able to release this much mana. Calm down. I have to focus. This pain is making me lose consciousness. MIA's words suddenly came to mind. Hazan, if something triggers your mana to erupt, you absolutely must not lose consciousness. Endure it. Otherwise, you will die. Just thinking about that. Hazan found his motivation. Stay awake. He reminded himself. I have to hold on. Hold on until dawn, until the very end. The next morning, when the sun had risen, Hazan lay collapsed by the mana source. However, he was still conscious. I can't move my hands. Even the mana inside my body. Hazan tried to lie on his back and breathe. I can't feel anything either. I really overdid it. That's why. I'm lucky I didn't die. Then he curled up and thought for a long while. Maybe it was thanks to my regular mana circulation practice and MIA's advice. But why did the mana overflow happen so suddenly? And now I can't feel any mana coming from the spirit vein at all. Suddenly, something happened behind Hazan. Time passed. 2 days later, in a special room at the indoor training facility on Bengniangdo Island, Sun Chan took a stance and asked his opponent, "Please go easy on me." Hazan warmed up and reminded him with a smile. "Let me try something." The man standing opposite him was terrified. "I can't stand the look on your face." Adela signaled for the match to start. Begin. As soon as the word was spoken, Hazen rushed forward like a storm. First circle, whisper of intent. Sun-chan struggled to maintain his shield. This psycho. Control your power. Power control. Hazen looked excited. With what he had achieved. Even his mind was stable from the start. The total amount of mana output has increased, and it consumes less mental energy. So what about the resonance circle? With the reduction in mental energy consumption, its biggest weakness, the limited number of uses, has been improved. The efficiency and power have both increased by nearly half a circle. I haven't used resonance yet, so I can't be sure. Sun-chan's face went pale as he pointed straight at Hazen. Are you trying to kill me? He didn't seem to care. Still thinking to himself. There's no doubt about it. The duration and power have also increased. With that, Hazen cast the phase circle. All right. Next, the third circle. Interference. A scream echoed throughout the dormitory area. Inside the training ground, Sun-chan's shield shattered. I really hate this one. Adela's eyes widened in admiration. Amazing. Hazen clenched his fist. Good. He felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. This is actually quite useful. Defect field. One night on Bangnyeongdo Island, the dormitories were lit up. Inside the room, it was also illuminated by moonlight. Hazen had just finished showering after a long day. He sat on his bed and let out a sigh. Clenching his fist, Hazen thought to himself. Just as I thought. The interference circle has stabilized too. The overall pressure has decreased, and the range has expanded. I didn't use destruction in this sparring match, but I should be able to use it more stably. It's almost procedural now. Hazen half closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils had turned golden. Because it's not just my mana that has grown, he thought. The magic eyes too. Because the magic eyes develop along with the development of the circles. They have evolved as well. The amount of mana output has increased, so the duration has also been extended. I can see the color, the formula, and even the essence of magic more clearly. Putting that aside for now. Something's not right. Putting on a t-shirt. Hazen mumbled, calculating. The way the mana on Bangnyeongdo is getting denser day by day. Something about it worried him. No matter how I think about it, things are happening too fast. At this rate, it might even affect our training. We might have to spend all our time just adapting. After thinking it over, Hazen made a decision. He took out his phone to search for related news. I'm pretty sure there's a research center in the middle of Bangnyeongdo. All right then. Tomorrow, they'll make time to investigate further. At the same time, a source of dark mana was emanating from the Central Research Institute of Bangnyeongdo. An eerie laugh echoed from within. Now, there's not much time left. Just a slight turn of this mana core axis, and the Black Tower mage was revealed to be Kit. His eyes shone brightly in the night. All for the Black Tower. The next day, Hazen announced to the group. That's all for today. Everyone did a great job. I have to go somewhere for a bit. Adela didn't ask. She just carefully reminded him. Take care. Seeing his expression, Shinhu was a bit curious. Where is Hazen going in such a hurry? Sun-chan stretched his hands and quickly replied. Well, I think he said something about going to the research institute. Hearing that, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. That kid is going to the Mana Research Center? As for Co Hyun, he reasoned. The mana density on the island has definitely gotten weird since yesterday. Someone mumbled reassuringly, well, it's probably nothing serious, right? At the Bangnyeongdo Central Research Center, an observatory for the current situation on Bangnyeongdo, and at the same time, a facility for researching the mana overflowing on Bangnyeongdo. Hazen had arrived here with suspicion. The only place I can ask about the mana development on Bangnyeongdo right now is here. A girl steps out from inside. Hello, Hazen. He scratches his head shyly. Sorry for being so late. She waves her hand gracefully. Not at all. We were the ones who invited you at this hour. Given the current situation, we had to contact you urgently. Hazen takes the opportunity to ask. This is about the mana anomaly, right? Have you found the cause yet? The girl shakes her head helplessly. Not yet. We haven't made any significant progress. Currently, the leading theory is a ley line riot. The director will explain the details in person. Please wait here a moment. A few minutes later, she opens the door to a room. There's a magical power, strangely present. A figure steps out from inside. The door closes behind him. Sorry to keep you waiting. Hazen jumps in surprise. The person standing before him is 2Kit. Sorry I'm late. Hazan freezes for a beat. He asks with feigned innocence, "Is there something on my face?" Realizing he was acting strangely, he quickly shakes his head. "You look younger than I expected." 2Kit smiles politely. "Thank you. Would you like some tea?" However, Hazan knows all too well. That was a lie. The fact that the director of the Bangnyeongdo Center is young is something I already knew. But this uncomfortable feeling, that person claims to be the lab director. He must be at least a 7th circle mage. The 7th circle is considered the level of an archmage, and in the entire country, there are less than 10 people who have reached that level. Someone like that is the director of a laboratory here? Just then, he brings out 2 cups of coffee with both hands, correcting himself. "Coffee. Is that okay?" He almost gets goosebumps. "Thank you." Hazan doesn't have the energy to touch the coffee cup. Is he hiding his power? Or is he an imposter? Either way, I need to confirm it quickly. Magic eyes. Hazan's pupils instantly change color. He sees a strange magical power enveloping 2Kit. Unconsciously, Hazan breaks out in a cold sweat. This is... Suddenly, he whispers his name softly. "Hazan, I heard you often train on Bangnyeongdo. You've already endured so much. And now this happens." Hazan tries to regain his composure and laughs it off. This island is ideal for magic training. But even adaptation training has become too much. 2Kit reminds him with feigned concern. The mana density over the past few days is an extremely rare phenomenon. Considering the situation is so unpredictable, it would be best for you to stop all forms of strenuous training. He doesn't have time to care. His mind is busy thinking. 6th circle non-elemental illusion magic. Phantom image. A spell that uses a special mist to hide one's identity. It makes the caster look like a completely different person. This director is a fake. And this ominous flow of dark mana. I remember it. That's the same mana flow that surrounded Instructor Smith. This person is a mage from the Black Tower. Hazan's nerves are instantly on edge. An unbelievable thought appears in his mind. Does that mean? Could it be? This is a den of vipers. Looking at 2Kit in front of him, Hazan calms himself. Stay calm. If they find out that I know, it's not just me. Even my friend and the seniors will be in danger. For a moment, his eyes. 2Kit's eyes are as sharp as a knife. He lifts his coffee cup and speaks lightly. "So, you wanted to discuss the mana density on Bangnyeongdo." Hazan forces a laugh. He tries to steer the topic. "Yes, I need to continue my training. But recently the mana density has been constantly changing, making it very difficult for me to adapt." 2Kit, holding a tablet in his hand, smiles fakely. "I understand. You must be going through a lot. As for the current mana density on Bangnyeongdo Island." After that, the two of them talked back and forth. Who knows for how long. Hazan just talked and talked. The night grew later and later. Hazan smiles as he leaves the research institute. "Well, he'll be going now. Sorry to bother you so late at night." 2Kit waved goodbye from inside. "It's nothing. I had a great time too." Shortly after, he leisurely walked away. Even long after, the fake smile hadn't left his face. Suddenly, 2Kit felt something was strange. The girl beside him took out the robe of a Black Tower mage. "Thank you for your time. Should we send someone to tail the target?" He took the bait. He put on the robe. "No need. Just leave him be. There's already a shadow following him. We'll only leave unnecessary traces. Besides, he won't live much longer anyway." She also returned to her original appearance. "Yes, as you command, Lord 2Kit." 2Kit just smiled, revealing his wolfish heart. Then he whispered softly, "So now, should we go underground?" The girl hurriedly followed behind. "But, Lord 2Kit, why did you suddenly visit the laboratory? Don't you think the target has discovered our plan?" He pushed open the cellar door and replied, "It's not a problem. Even if he knows, it's already too late. The core has already reached its limit. And by tomorrow afternoon, the entire island will explode. The Spirit Stone is currently undergoing a frantic mana conversion." 2Kit waited with great pleasure. No matter what power he uses, he can't fight against the greatness of nature. The world will soon be plunged into darkness. Everything is going according to the Black Tower's plan. On the way back, the sound of panting could be heard. Hazan ran back to the dormitory with all his might. "Damn it! What the hell is going on?" Why is the Black Tower at the laboratory? I'm not being followed, am I? And that director, if he's a seventh circle, then even within the Black Tower, he must be at an executive level. Why would someone like that appear on a remote island like this? Could it be he's here to deal with me on John's orders? But they must know I'm being monitored by the Shadow Squad. They can't be stupid enough to be so reckless. Could it be that I'm not their real target? In short, the continuous surge of mana on Bengyeongdo Island, and the fact that the laboratory director is a high-ranking member of the Black Tower. It clearly shows the Black Tower is secretly up to something shady on this island. And at that exact moment, the request from my brother Jishen arrived, and our training camp coincided perfectly with that timing. If they've tampered with something to cause a mana overflow, and the spirit veins run rampant, then this would be the perfect opportunity for them to kill me, without leaving any evidence whatsoever. But I don't have any concrete proof. The most important key must still be in the laboratory. First, I need to ask Mr. Seo Hyun to investigate that director. No matter what happens, I have to get everyone off this island. The next day, Hazen couldn't help but feel agitated. The ship can't depart? The person in charge stood blocking the ship's entrance. I've already told you. The weather is completely chaotic. No ships are going out to sea today. He asked another question. What about the mana ship? Only regular ships are affected by the weather. He hurriedly pulled down his cap, then explained. The mana ship is also out of commission. The mana density has been too high lately. Every time we start it, the engine overheats, so we can't use it. The man beside him also frowned helplessly. And since there are no mechanics here, there's nothing we can do. Hazen gritted his teeth. This bad feeling. Could the Black Tower have prepared all of this so far in advance? Sun Chan, standing to one side, chimed in. What? The ship can't leave? Xian Trang nodded. She figured out a countermeasure. Yeah, I think we'll have to request a mana ship from Aini Port. Xinyu looked around and remarked. A helicopter probably won't be able to operate in this kind of severe weather either. Jaeyeon casually suggested. Should we go back to the training area? Hazan had no choice but to concede and find a better plan. For now, let's head back to the dormitory first. His mind was in turmoil. I haven't told them yet. I'm worried they'll panic. The situation is starting to take an unusual turn. Suddenly, Hazan's phone vibrated. He was quite surprised by the sender. A message from Seo Hyun. The location of the laboratory director could not be determined any. We're on the island. Upon receiving this news, Hazan's face hardened with anger. A high-ranking executive of the Black Tower has disappeared? And at a time like this? He questioned the current situation. What are they plotting? A heavy rain poured down on the island. Hazan met with Seo Hyun to inquire. Uncle, how is the situation? His eyes lit up. With a light wave of his hand. First of all, let me put up a barrier to block the rain. Hazan put his umbrella away. He quickly pressed for an answer. Thank you. So, what's the situation? Seo Hyun recounted the details. After receiving your message, I immediately broke into the laboratory to investigate. The laboratory was completely empty, and all the important data seemed to have been wiped clean. We've searched the entire island since last night, but still haven't found the director. A doubt arose in Hazan's heart. What the hell is this? Did he achieve his goal? Or did he have to leave urgently? Either way, this move was too fast. He was somewhat worried about Hazan. Young master, there's definitely something strange about that laboratory. His voice lowered slightly. You think so too, don't you? The two talked for a long time. Of course, this strange rain is probably also a consequence of the mana leak. It's still too early to conclude that the Black Tower has disappeared, just because they achieved their goal. Hazan made his decision. I need to investigate the laboratory immediately. Seo Hyun stopped him. We've already done that. Suddenly, he remembered in Hayek. You always want to do everything yourself. You are just like your father in that regard. Thinking this, Seo Hyun placed his hand on his chest in agreement. Understood, young master. We will accompany you. Hazan smiled. Before he could finish his words, a severe headache hit him. Young master. The heavy rain pounded on the rain barrier. What is that sound? Seo Hyun called his name in alarm. Young master. Subconsciously, Hazan realized something strange. This is the sound of mana resonance. It's different from the clear resonance sound coming from my infinity circle. It's as if mana is colliding with mana, screaming at each other. It's coming from the direction of the laboratory. Co Hyan ran to support Hazan. Young master, are you all right? He struggled to reply. I'm fine. More importantly, didn't you hear that sound just now? He frowned and looked around. A sound? I only hear the rain and wind. From these words, Hazan came to a speculation. Am I the only one who can hear the mana screaming? Why is it screaming? Is it trying to tell me something? Holy eyes. From a distance, the research area was covered by a barrier. Hazan couldn't help but be shocked. What? That? There's a barrier circle around the laboratory? It's overflowing with unstable mana. It's as if it could explode with the slightest touch. The dense mana in the air, a huge amount enough to break the laboratory's shield. And the scream from the mana. There's no doubt about it. This is a mana disaster. And this is the precursor to a mana explosion. Hazan's agitation grew. Damn it. Why didn't I realize it sooner? Co Hyan. I'm going to the laboratory. Seeing his reckless move, Co Hyan called out. We'll go with you. Standing before the barrier, the mana clashed violently. Even Co Hyan felt a chill. What in the world is happening here? A team member reported. There's a strong security barrier set up around the outer perimeter of the laboratory. It wasn't there last night. Looking at what was in front of him, he thought to himself, a high-level security barrier made of 720 parallel formulas. Even if one or two formulas are dispelled, the remaining ones will immediately restore them. At this moment, Co Hyan thought of something else. Young master, it would take at least 10 hours to break this. This is really not worthy of the level of this laboratory. Young master, so you think there's something inside the laboratory? Hazan didn't turn his head, just slowly sensing it. I'm not sure, but it seems like there will be an explosion inside. Moreover, it's a force strong enough to blow away this entire Bangnyeongdo island. For a moment, the entire guard squad was startled. Hazan focused his magic into his hands. He declared, using his 5th circle level power. First, I will destroy this barrier. Lightning struck, illuminating a corner of the sky. His source of mana had an effect, causing a crack to appear on the barrier. A person in the squad stammered. This barrier. There are still 719 more. Looking at the current situation, Hazan assessed. Right now, the mana inside the barrier is rapidly expanding and is about to overflow. He quickly signaled Co Hyan's group. Please step back a bit. Immediately after, Hazan applied everything he had learned. Every magic array has a weak point. That's right. As long as one formula is broken, the concentrated energy inside will exceed the barrier's self-repair capabilities, and it will collapse in a chain reaction. Find that opening and break the magic array to destroy it. That is, seal release. Co Hyan's eyes widened. In shock, the people around them whispered to each other. That's impossible. The protective barrier. It's gone. He frowned in disbelief. Young master, I heard you only recently reached the 5th circle. A member of the squad spoke up. I'm also a 5th circle mage, but the magic of young master Hazan is on a completely different level. He didn't pay much attention. He just gave the order sternly. Go inside. It was still raining heavily outside. Going inside, a team member commented. Just as I thought. The security room is completely empty. Hazan walked in one direction and said, this way. He could feel something. The dense mana. It's leading this way. The wall looks really suspicious. Interference. A basement appeared. This is a secret entrance. Co Hyan stepped forward and suggested. We will go in there. Young master, please stay behind us. Hazan nodded in agreement. So the whole team fumbled through the dark basement. Reaching the end, Co Hyan froze. Young master, this place. Just looking at the spirit stone's fluctuating mana is enough to understand. The cause of the mana disaster on Bangnyeongdo Island is a mass of mana that has lost control. A spirit core, a source of high-density mana. It is found in areas with dense mana concentrations. Spirit cores are usually located deep underground and release mana into the air through spirit veins. The mana-filled fissures formed this way are called spirit veins. And the lands where many spirit veins intersect, and the areas where many spirit veins form together, have an exceptionally high mana concentration, unmatched by any other place. What the hell are they trying to do? Facing this situation, Co Hyan had to think of a countermeasure now. I can't believe they dug up and researched a spirit core. Someone blurted out. These guys are completely insane. It seems they are illegally storing a spirit core. Hazan's face darkened with anger. He remembered that 2-Kit guy from the other day. Exactly. It seems this is the work of the Black Tower. But the identity of the lab director is still unknown. First, we must handle this situation. Seo Hyun approached Hazan and reminded him of something. Young master, there was once another country that tried to research a spirit core. And as a result, half of their territory was wiped out by a terrible explosion. Even if we warned the entire island to evacuate immediately, with a spirit core reacting this violently, we can't know how much time is left. Hazan stood before the spirit stone. He took a deep breath. We'll take a look. His eyes lit up as he activated his holy eyes. Dozens of talismans and magic circles appeared before his eyes. Hazan couldn't help but feel a headache. The amount of information is overwhelming. Even when using the holy eyes, I can't process it in time. But one thing is certain. The remaining time is only 1 hour. Bangnyeongdo Island will explode in 1 hour. Seeing your collapsed state, Seo Hyun shouted with worry. Young master, your face is turning pale. Hazan quickly informed the team. I'm fine. More importantly, it looks like it will explode in about an hour. Hearing the shocking news, everyone around began to panic and whisper. Only 1 more hour? Seo Hyun spoke up. Evacuation is impossible. He also agreed. Yeah, we don't have enough time. As if realizing something, he responded hesitantly. Then the only option is. With sharp eyes, Hazan growled, stating the final key point. We have no choice but to stabilize the mana core. But contradictions in his thoughts began to surface. But how can we stabilize the mana core? There are no records in the world of anyone stopping a mana core that has lost control. Let's start by considering the mana core itself. According to what I've read in the books from Mia, the books say that locating a mana core is nearly impossible. That's because cores are usually located deeper than the mantle, right near the outer core. Even if a core is located near the surface, it radiates mana over such a wide area that pinpointing its exact location is extremely difficult. Furthermore, once excavated, a mana core loses most of its power. Because the surrounding geological structure changes, it can no longer function as it originally did. But this core still retains all its functions. Those Black Tower bastards. What on earth did they do to this mana core? Hazan gritted his teeth bitterly. Damn it. He looked regretfully into the distance, his heart in turmoil. We know too little about this mana core. Suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder, interrupting his train of thought. It turned out to be the trusted guard. Hazan asked blankly. Chief Seo Hyun. Understanding the difficult situation, he spoke gently to comfort him. You don't have to bear this burden alone. We are here with you. Receiving their solidarity, Hazan immediately regained his composure. Yes, you're right. Thank you. Anyway, right now, we don't have enough information. Let's gather everything we can on the mana core. Everyone, get to your tasks. Seo Hyun also reported busily. I will go report to him. He agreed. Yes, go ahead. While the situation was unfolding, he fell into deep thought again. At this moment, I don't even have time to rely on Dad or the Blue Tower Master anymore. Only 1 hour left. I have to find a way to stop this mana disaster. Elsewhere, at the main residence of the Great Mage clan, in the dark of night, the rain poured down relentlessly. Hayek appeared with a mysterious tone. I see. The voice on the other end of the line urged. Only 1 hour until that core explodes. There's not enough time. His face darkened as he replied grimly. But, if my son dies, I cannot just sit by and do nothing. Immediately after, Hayek gave an order. It's me. Mobilize all available mana warships immediately, and summon all mages of the 8th circle and above. Elsewhere, the task force continued to investigate for clues. Suddenly, one of them stopped short. He cried out joyfully, Young master, I found the data log. The research journal. Receiving the result, Hazan urgently inquired. Yes, let me check. It seemed the mystery was about to be revealed. The information panel appeared. The time is counting down. Before him appeared a dense screen of confidential data. Hazan spoke in surprise. That's a huge amount of data, and it's counting down. He wondered, speculating. Could this be a system that erases all data as soon as it's accessed? Even if someone finds this data, they'd only fall into despair and choose death. Hazen turned and asked, "Can we save this data?" The person next to him replied, "Everything is sealed with a password. We need more time." Hearing this news, he froze, causing the person behind him to stutter. "Young master." A brilliant golden light flashed in his eyes. Hazen yelled angrily, "It's analyzing all the data now." Everything had come to a standstill. He thought furiously, "I didn't think we'd find a direct trace of the tower here. The connection between the tower and that bastard Jin was just a theory. Me, like this, right here? Am I going to die? And everyone will die. Because of me? Don't make me laugh. Jhan. I will survive and drag you down myself." Hazen muttered for a moment. Through the ley lines, the mana core. As if realizing something, he rejoiced. "Yeah, that's right." A moment later, he was stuck again. Hazen pondered, trying to come up with a strategy. But how do I disperse it? We don't have many people either. There's no other choice. Quickly, bring the whole team here. And at the same time, my bag from the dorm room too. In a flash, the team had gathered. Adela asked with a worried expression, "That's a mana core, and it's going to explode in about 40 minutes, right?" He was silent, then confirmed, "Yeah, I saw it with my own eyes. If we want to survive, we have to stop its rampage." Shinyu continued, "So this is the cause of the strange weather lately." Hyan exclaimed in panic, "Damn it, if we don't do anything, well, I'll be dead in 40 minutes. Jaeon crossed his arms and questioned, "What do you mean, kid? Don't do anything? You have a plan, right?" Hazen carefully affirmed, "Yes, of course I do. I called everyone here to stop this mana core's rampage. It's a type of potion called Mana Blessing. It only works on mages of the 4th circle and below. It significantly increases the rate of mana absorption." Hey, this is getting harder and harder to believe. Someone else jumped in and asked, "Why would you bring something like this? Is it safe?" Hazen exclaimed with a look of certainty, "I made it myself and have already tested it. So it's not poisonous." Just like that, they rushed forward one by one to ask, "So you drank it yourself? Did you really make these, kid?" So, after a heated argument, he came to a conclusion. There are 4 more vials. With this, we can release the mana core's energy through the ley lines. This is the plan. Outside the thunder and lightning raged fiercely, but nothing could sweep away his plan. The mana core on Bangnyeondo Island is currently rampaging, and the ley lines that are releasing its energy are also unstable. On those unstable ley lines, if we use the potion and absorb the mana directly, the mana overflowing from the core will be dispersed through the unstable ley lines. This will cause the ley lines to also fall into a state of rampage. When that happens, the rampaging ley lines will cause a mana overflow. The mana will be released into the air, and the mana core will gradually stabilize. Cutting off the train of thought, Hazen announced emphatically, "But there's one problem. As I said, someone needs to drink the potion and circulate mana on the unstable ley line. Of course, an overwhelming amount of mana, more than they've ever experienced, will flood their bodies. In the worst-case scenario, the person who drinks the potion will fall into a mana rampage. If that happens, it won't just be the end of their life as a mage." Back to reality. Holding an umbrella, Hazen walked forward, stunned, calling out the name of the person in front of him. Adela. Despite the violent weather, right now, Adela still recklessly closed her eyes, trying to gulp it down. The warning echoed in her ears. It could take their lives. Regaining her composure, she quickly urged, "We're out of time. Let's start now." On the other side, the crucial moment had finally come. His thoughts were now more intense. "He'll stay here until the end. Because I have to stabilize this core, I can't go to the ley lines. So now I'll assign who will drink the potion and go to the ley lines. Adela, Senior Shinyu, Senior Jaeon, and Senior Hyan. I'm counting on all of you." The rain continued to pour down relentlessly. The person in black had brought Hyan's group to the location. "We've arrived at ley line number 4. On the other end, Hazen was tense and didn't dare to raise his voice. "Senior, please get ready." Hearing that, she looked at the test tube in her hand without saying anything. Hyan turned slightly and called out to him. "Hazen, a quick question. What's more important, Controlling mana circulation or a mage's circle. It's mana control, right? Hazan answered calmly through the screen. Yes, that's right. Perhaps she wants Sun-chan to take her place. So it would be better to let Sun-chan handle it than for me to do it. He was flustered, his tone somewhat hesitant. Me? Hyen looked at Sun-chan as if she wanted to entrust him with something she couldn't say. Hazan, you know it too. Sun-chan can control mana. Better than me. Considering how serious this situation is, it's only logical to let the more capable person take charge. Sun-chan hesitated at her attitude. Senior. Not only that, Hyen also made a request. You've worked harder than anyone. Help us, Sun-chan. The test tube was passed from her hand to his. Sun-chan looked at the test tube in his hand, his throat tightening. He dropped the umbrella as thunder cracked across the sky. All right. I can do this. He'll do it. Are you sure about this, Hazan? Hazan closed his eyes tightly and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he smiled. His fist showed his trust. Of course. I'm counting on you, Sun-chan. The thick black clouds in the sky showed no signs of dispersing. A pair of slender hands reached for the phone on the table. Kit leaned forward, his calm eyes looking at the screen. So it's starting. Today will be a very special day. It's time to enjoy this luxurious room. Just then, the phone rang continuously. He answered cheerfully with a mocking expression. Welcome, my esteemed guest. The tone of the person on the other end was completely different. My father has noticed the mana core's rampage. JHN scowled and yelled into the phone. So what now? But Kit was as nonchalant as if nothing was wrong. Well, I'm not going to do anything. His tone was filled with disbelief. What? What are you talking about? Do you know how much money I've poured into this? And you're just, Kit, doing nothing? That strange magic was revealed. Ugh, my choice of words was poor. It's not that I'm not doing anything. It's that I don't need to do anything at all. Bangnyeongdo Island is completely isolated right now. Even if the 8th Circle Master takes action, by the time he arrives, Bangnyeongdo Island will be nothing but ashes. Whether we interfere or not, Hazan will die there anyway. So just enjoy the show. My dear client. On John's side, things weren't looking good. He spoke in a restrained voice. What? You were just lucky the storm made things more convenient. You're being a little arrogant. His face. Kit's face darkened when he was criticized. I think there's a misunderstanding here. Do you really think it was a coincidence? That a storm would appear at this exact moment? JHN frowned, confused by this twisted attitude. What I'm saying is, right before the mana core exploded, the ley lines collapsed, and the engineers disappeared. The storm rolled in. The ports were sealed. Kit raised his hand to the sky as if he wanted to rule over it. The storm is siphoning mana from the mana core. And even flight magic has become useless amidst all this. You still think all of it is just a coincidence? Hearing that, Jae-chin seemed to be slowly realizing something. Are you saying all of this was part of the plan? He slowly continued. A new explosion just occurred. The explosion will happen on Bangnyeongdo Island in 1 hour. That means the assassination plan will be complete. Jae-chin clenched his fists, a worried look on his face. But what if, for some reason, the plan fails? Kit gave a strange smile, his tone contemptuous. If some kind of miracle happens, and he's still alive, then I'll just go kill him myself. So stop your useless complaining and prepare my reward. If there's nothing else to say, he'll be going now. JHN hurriedly tried to stop him. Hey, wait. Before he could finish, Kit rudely hung up the call. He looked at the phone in his hand, deep in thought. Kit was still happily enjoying the game. Why on earth did his eyes suddenly widen in surprise? A streak of light in the distance had caught Kit's attention. A streak of light? No way. His pupils dilated abnormally. Damn it. Hazan. You're truly unbelievable. Scene shifts to Adela. When the rain splattered, no matter how hard it beat against her face, she remained persistent. On Shina's side, he closed his eyes tightly, blocking out all distracting noises. Energy line number 1 has begun circulating mana. Energy line number 2 has also begun circulating mana. Energy line number 3 has also started circulating mana. He closed his eyes tightly, entering a state of concentration. Hazan held his breath, waiting for the results while praying inwardly. Everyone is counting on you. Everyone is proceeding with the mana circulation. The swirling mana within the core stone began to disperse. The flow of mana is changing. Co Hyan reported the situation to him. The connection to each ley line is also gradually stabilizing. Using mana to communicate. No longer affected by the weather. Their group made a decision together. We will project an illusion. An announcement rang out. Hazen looked up in anticipation. Mana surge at energy line number 1. Unable to bear it any longer, Adela coughed up blood. He gave the order worriedly. Get Adela away from the energy line, quickly. The key to this operation is to create a mana surge. There's no need to continue circulating mana on a surging energy line. Lady Adela is safe. First aid is being administered. Xin Yu couldn't handle this immense power and passed out. Mana surge at energy line number 2 as well. Xin Yu is also receiving first aid. The energy of the mana core has clearly been severely depleted. On Jian's side, things weren't any better. Mana surge at energy line number 3. Get a hold of yourself, Genesio. Hazan was drenched in sweat, his tone extremely urgent. Only energy line number 4 is left. What's the situation with energy line number 4? The report wasn't even finished when Hyan shouted loudly. Currently, at energy line number 4. Sun Chan. Sun Chan coughed up blood, clutching his heart. He cried out in pain. Sun Chan's mana circulation is malfunctioning. At this rate, before the mana surge occurs, Sun Chan will die first. Beams of light from the sky shot straight down to the energy lines. A mana eruption occurred at the first energy line. A mana eruption has occurred at the second energy line. A mana eruption occurred at the third energy line as well. Hazan stood observing the giant stone inside the test tube in front of him. The mana within the spirit stone has diminished to a point where it's visible to the naked eye. Only energy line number 4 is left. What is the situation at energy line number 4? Scene shifts to Hyan. She called out his name worriedly. Currently, at energy line number 4. Sun Chan. Sun Chan clutched his heart, groaning, unable to answer. He let out a loud roar of pain. Sun Chan's mana circulation is malfunctioning. At this rate, before the mana surge occurs, Sun Chan will die first. As Hyan tried to run out and save Sun Chan, she was held back. Sun Chan, let me take your place. As expected, I have to. Minta blocked her in a flash. We don't have any potions. She was in agony but could only curse under her breath to vent. Damn it. What should I do? Sun Chan hunched over, feeling pain shoot through his entire body. It hurts so much. My insides feel like they're about to explode. Hazan's voice rang out, trying to preserve what little rationality he had left. Sun Chan, can you hear me? Hazan's voice. He called Sun Chan's name relentlessly. Sun Chan, listen carefully. Among the energy lines that channel mana, out from the thunder spirit, 3 lines are losing control and are erupting. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. If you look closely at the mana flow, the stream of mana flowing towards Sun Chan that's the mana stream flowing towards Sun Chan. That person is Sun Chan. He's enduring too much. It's making his mana circulation go haywire. Hazan made a final decision, instructing Sun Chan. Now, I will sever the mana stream flowing in that direction. In the meantime, regulate your breathing. The black aura moving around the spirit stone seemed to be slowing down. Hazan used all of his ability to control it. He gritted his teeth, enduring it to save his teammate. Hyan rushed over to Sun Chan. The pressure from the energy line has subsided. It's time. Regulate your breathing, Sun Chan. If you can't do this, everyone will die. I'm counting on you for everything. And your skills. If you give up and die, I'll kill myself too. So you have to do it. Do you hear me? Hey, Sun Chan tiredly spoke. It's so noisy. I'm listening. I have to do this. Even as he said that, he was still worried. But my whole body aches. Did everyone else go through this pain too? Right now, Hazan is doing his part. I can't let things go on like this. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Sun Chan. Hazan tried his best to persuade Sun Chan until he agreed. I'm going to restore it right now. You can do it, right? Sun Chan's face darkened. He clenched his fists. I can do it. I will do it. He screamed in his heart. I must do it. Fragments of light gently floated up. Jenian was overjoyed. Sun Chan. Sun Chan did it. His eyes had turned completely white, looking a bit scary. The man in black reported the situation. Energy line number 4. Mana overload confirmed. Sunchan fainted right after. Jeneon and Jaeyeon helped him up. Their images were all reflected on the screen. Hazan's side wasn't any better. Young master, you're pushing yourself too hard. His eyes showed clear signs of lethargy and fatigue. Yeah, I'm fine. Because I believe in Sunchan. Co Hyan. Hyan looked at him and offered a few words of comfort. The young master's teammates are truly extraordinary mages. Hearing this, Hazan suddenly remembered. That's right. I'm not doing this alone. Everyone believed in me and followed me. And they bet their lives on those words. But it's not over yet. Bangnyeongdo Island is in a critical situation because of the spirit core. Even though the mana stored in the spirit core has dissipated, an explosion is just a matter of time. From now on, it's my turn. Hazan had now recovered. He resumed his task. Hazan stared intently at the spirit stone, the huge one in front of him. The next second, his pupils turned golden. Holy eyes. Everything became crystal clear to Hazan. I can see the structure of the spirit core and the flow of the energy lines. He raised his hand high. A stream of white light gathered in his palm. Container type 6 radiance resonance circle. Even with everyone risking their lives to reduce it, the spirit core's mana is still at this level? Even in my current state, I can still control it. Multiple energy sources gathered. The scene was incredibly surreal. Interference. Hazan gritted his teeth and made a decision without hesitation. And then, even Co Hyan held his breath in anticipation. Two powerful streams of energy met. The test tube exploded just like that. Dispel. A powerful beam of light shot straight into the sky. The spirit stone sparkled with 7 eye-catching colors. Incredibly so. At the same time, it seemed like there was another explosion on the island. Time passed. A large hole appeared on the roof of the base. The dark clouds gradually dissipated. The sky slowly returned to its former clear blue. Sunchan remained unconscious with no sign of waking up. Sunchan. He's unconscious. Surprisingly, he groggily opened his eyes. Am I going to die now? Jeneon and Jaeyeon were too scared to even breathe loudly. Hey, you idiot. You fool. How dare you die? Look up at the sky. Hazan did it. It was just the two of them, but they were so noisy. Hey, Sunchan, are you listening? The sky. You're right. It's beautiful. That kid, Hazan, he really did it, but if this is the end, it's not such a bad ending. Sunchan awoke from a long dream. Adela and everyone else were very concerned about him. You're awake? Sunchan was dazed, still unable to grasp reality. Where's this? Didn't we all die? This is the hospital. Jian held his phone and happily told him. Bangnyeongdo Island and everyone are safe now. While you were sleeping, the news and the internet went completely crazy. Look. Sunchan took the phone and read the news. Hazan's name was on the front page. Shinyu stood before him with his arms crossed and added, that kid has already gone back to the academy without taking any rest. He's handling the aftermath and everything. Adela sighed in admiration. Truly extraordinary. Cut to Inhyuk. Co Hyan had finished reporting the situation. Is that all for the report? Yes. Using his holy eyes, he detected the rampaging lightning spirit. Then he used a type of magic I've never seen before to neutralize the lightning spirit and save everyone. Everything. I witnessed it with my own eyes right beside him. Inhyuk rubbed his temples, pondering with a headache. Indeed, it's truly curious. Of all things that could happen, the boy got caught up in that exact incident. And yet, he coincidentally had a way to resolve it. He gave him another mission. Regarding the Bangnyeongdo Island incident this time, we have decided to conduct a joint investigation with the Blue Tower. Even though we managed to stop it in time, a disaster like this must absolutely not be allowed to happen again. The magical book with many things flying out of it. Mia pouted. She seemed to be very angry with Hazan. He gave a forced smile, cautiously testing the waters, not daring to make a rash move. Mia? Why the long face? The magic book opened. Her gaze. Mia's angry eyes stared intently at Hazan. Hazan broke out in a sweat from her stare. His hands and feet went cold as he called out with a forced smile. Mia? Mia still didn't say anything. Her small body leaned towards him, scrutinizing him. For some reason, Mia curled her lips into a suggestive smile. The next second, Mia couldn't hold back her emotions, her eyes sparkling like stars as she looked at Hazan. Mia grew more and more excited, laughing and jumping in front of Hazan. He didn't understand what was happening, but smiled along to encourage her. Suddenly, Hazan remembered something and asked, "I have something I want to ask." Mia turned back to look at him. "Go on. What is it?" His eyes. Hazan spoke, unable to hide his suspicion. "It seems there's no information about dark magic here at all. Do you know anything about it?" Mia seemed to understand and pointed into the void, replying, "Dark magic, you say? If you mean magic of the dark attribute, then it's over there." Hazan touched his chin and dismissed it. "Not that. It's the kind of magic that has been corrupted by darkness. Do you know what I mean? Something like that." The more Mia listened, the more confused she became. Hazan earnestly looked at Mia and called out, "Mia." After a moment of hesitation, Mia spoke. "Successor." The aura around Mia showed her displeasure. Her eyes turned fiery red as she reprimanded him. "Where did you learn about that corrupted magic?" Hearing this, Hazan hesitated, his face thoughtful. "Now I remember. I haven't told her about the Black Tower yet. How do I explain it now?" After a moment, he said, "All right then. This is what happened." An unknown amount of time passed. Mia shouted agitatedly, "So you've been continuously threatened by the Black Tower?" Hazan answered honestly. "Last time, it was a teacher at the academy. This time, it was the director of the Magic Research Institute on Bangyeondo Island. When I came into contact with both of them, I could feel they were enveloped in that corrupted dark magic. It sent a chill down my spine, like a cold draft running down my back. That's the feeling I always get whenever danger from the Black Tower is near." Agitated, Mia unconsciously clenched her fists. "Successor, why are you only telling me this now?" Hazan hesitated, looking at Mia. "I'm sorry. After I met you, I didn't have any more dealings with the Black Tower." Mia angrily turned her back to him. She said sulkily, "Even so, for something so important." Hazan was flustered. He gave an appeasing smile. "Well, I'm telling you now, aren't I?" That remark made Mia's blood pressure spike. "Humph." She slammed her hand on the table and yelled, "You rascal. I'm going to tell you something extremely important. So listen carefully. You know that all magic today originates from primordial magic, right?" Hazan agreed. "Of course." Mia added, "The infinite magic circle is a magic system based on primordial natural mana. In that case, do you think the origin of the dark magic that the Black Tower uses, the one you just mentioned, also comes from primordial magic?" Hazan touched his chin and voiced his doubts. "It's completely different. It carries a completely different aura compared to ordinary dark attribute magic." Mia raised her voice and pointed at him, replying, "That's right. The origin of dark attribute magic is simply that, basic dark magic. It's completely different from primordial magic. This is a completely separate branch or system of magic." Hearing this, he became tense. "Do you mean there was a founder who created dark magic?" Mia replied in a low, serious tone. "Exactly. A disaster of the world. One whose existence erodes magical power and taints the entire world. The origin of dark magic. The one who destroys the entire structure of current magic. His name is Wei So Tan. At John's penthouse. 2 Kit. Elsewhere, at John's penthouse. Inside, an enraged Jichin smashes a vase and shouts, 2 Kit. What did you just say? Didn't you say Sin Hazan would definitely die on Bangyeondo Island? Because of the mess you made. Hazan has now become the hero who saved all of Bangyeondo Island. Now, there are many more factions within the family that support him. The headlines of all the newspapers are praising Hazan. Jichin grabs 2 Kit by the collar and yells, "How are you going to take responsibility for this? Huh? 2 Kit." John's face turns pale with anger. But 2 Kit shows no fear at all. 2 Kit's voice, filled with murderous intent, speaks up. "Let me go?" After his hand is released from his collar, 2 Kit sighs. "I apologize. I don't like showing my true face out in the open." 2 Kit continues calmly. "Of course, I will take responsibility for this matter. This is my fault." JHN quickly asks, "Take responsibility? What do you mean?" 2 Kit explains nonchalantly. His reputation has grown, and he has gained many supporters. He's even been nominated as the next family head. But if he dies, everything you've said will become meaningless, won't it? JHN loses his composure and interrupts. "You mean You'll kill Sun Hazan yourself? How? Tukit speaks. The Olympiad. As long as the target remains in this land, he cannot escape the eyes of the shadows and the surveillance of many powerful people. But when he goes abroad, that will be my chance. At this, Tukit gives a sinister smile. In the name of the Black Tower and the gods, darkness, I will end him myself to erase this disgrace. Elsewhere, outside the villa at night, Hazan lies on his bed, deep in thought. Information about Vei So Tan. It can only be unlocked upon reaching the 5th circle mage level. As Mia made it clear, all I can say now is that the Black Tower is definitely your enemy. You must become stronger to confront them. However, Hazan couldn't feel at ease right now. I still feel uneasy, even though I know the real name and the power of the one behind the Black Tower, along with the mana cloak. But it's all only revealed, and the mana cloak can only be used from the 5th circle onwards. The true magic, the power of the mana cloak, and the information about Vei So Tan and black magic. All of it is surely linked to me reaching the 5th circle mage level. Anyway, I still have to get stronger to participate in the Olympiad. The next morning, at the Blue Tower headquarters, Hazan, dressed neatly, looks towards the tower excitedly. Kanjin steps forward to introduce it to him. This is the artifact workshop we take pride in. Hazan immediately speaks up. That machine hasn't been announced to the public yet, has it? Kanjin calls out. Hazan, the incident on Bangnyeongdo Island was unexpected, but we also feel a sense of responsibility. We promise to support your team more as a sponsor. Thank you, Tower Master. Hazan replies with a smile. Thank you, Tower Master. Kanjin then says, Now, there's something you must see, Hazan. Looking at the machine before him, he asks in surprise, What is this? His eyes filled with doubt, he asks again, What is this? I've never seen a machine like this. Kanjin strokes his chin smugly. Of course. He introduces it with great pride. That machine was specially built to create an artifact for you, Hazan. Hazan is astonished. What? You made this just to create a holy relic? Kanjin agrees. That's right. This machine compresses a mana stone with a deformation rate of less than 0.1% per cycle. If this is repeated about 100,000 times, the mana stone can become as thin as paper. Based on your request, you wanted an artifact that doesn't hinder movement and is simple and light to operate. We researched many methods, but none was more effective than this one. The world's first 4-attribute fusion artifact. It is also an artifact activated by eye contact with its first user. The greatest masterpiece of the Blue Tower for seasons. Hazan exclaims in amazement. What? Just to make a single magical artifact? Kanjin explains warmly. I've tried many methods. There is no better solution than this plan. When combining the first 4 global attributes. And it's also the world's pioneering magical artifact that connects vision. A masterpiece. The greatest, belonging to the Blue Tower. This artifact. Because of Hazan, a new era will begin. I firmly believe so. A moment later, right after the tour ended, Kanjin looked at him and asked, Is the food to your liking? Hazan looked at the plate of food on the table and replied, Yes, it's delicious. He wiped his mouth with satisfaction and added, I've never known such a wonderful place. Kanjin laughed heartily. I'm glad to hear that. In that case, he then became serious and lowered his voice. May I ask what you intended to tell me? Hazan didn't refuse and replied, Yes, actually it's about the security issue here. Kanjin snapped his fingers smugly, interrupting. You don't need to worry about security, but it's best to ensure it's perfect. Immediately after, a protective barrier enveloped the space where they were sitting. Kanjin also got to the main point. Now then, you may speak. Hazan spoke up. He'll get straight to the point. In the depths of his eyes, there was a sense of mystery. To be precise, in the upcoming Olympiad, it's highly likely the Black Tower will interfere. Kanjin said loudly in agitation. What? Can you be more specific? Hazan added. In the interview after returning from Bangnyeongdo Island, you know that I've already revealed my mystic eyes, right? That allowed the enemy and the Black Tower to grasp my weakness and expose the flaws in my abilities. But it was a necessary choice to explain the incident on Bangnyeongdo Island. At the same time, it was also an opportunity for me to prove my abilities to everyone. And as you know, about in Hayek, thanks to that, I received considerable support from within the Ma Dao family. Kanjin felt intrigued and looked at him, asking, I saw that interview. Hazan, you made a risky move to become a target at the Olympiad. Of course, this is a strategy that requires immense confidence and transcendent ability. But aren't your mystic eyes also a detection type, like my ruby eyes? So what does that have to do with the Black Tower? Hazan didn't deny it. Yes, but my mystic eyes can identify magical energy by color. Kanjin repeated in surprise. Identify by color. I see. Now I understand. Then he asked probingly, you mean, this time you were able to identify the unique magical energy of the Black Tower again? He answered honestly. Exactly. During the Lance Smith incident, I recognized their magical energy by its color and confirmed it belonged to the Black Tower. And on Bangnyeongdo Island, that same characteristic black magical energy of the Black Tower was detected on the director of the Central Laboratory. Kanjin stroked his chin thoughtfully and deduced. So it's very likely the mana reactor incident there was also orchestrated by the Black Tower. Furthermore, there is someone within the Ma Dao family who wants to eliminate you. And currently, the family is fiercely competing for the position of the next patriarch. This means the person who wants to harm you is connected to the Black Tower. That's what you mean, isn't it? Yes. Hazan nodded. That's exactly right. Kanjin added. Since they've already gone as far as they did on Bangnyeongdo Island, they certainly won't miss the chance to attack when I go abroad for the Olympiad. Hazan questioned. Tower Master. He looked at him and said clearly, I promise to bring back victory in exchange for the Blue Tower's support at the Olympiad. But when facing an enemy like the Black Tower, who stops at nothing, my life will always be in danger. Therefore, during the time I participate in the Olympiad, I want the Blue Tower's protection. A moment later, Hazan was on his way. He gazed out the window with a distant look. He couldn't help but think, I can't make a firm promise right now. I will consider it positively and give you a response later. Although the situation sounds like a rejection, but coming from the master of the Blue Tower, it means there's a 99% chance he'll accept the request. The remaining 1% is just for him to verify things himself before formally agreeing. Later, the driver spoke up. We're here. Hazan. Yes, he replied. Thank you. After getting out of the car, he looked towards the building. With this, I've secured backing at the Olympiad. But I still feel uneasy, and the Ma Dao family here is truly the key to solving everything. Just as he entered, someone called out to him. Hazan. JHN was standing on the upper floor, looking down. Long time no see. Hazan called out politely, but inwardly, he was already annoyed. I just got here, and the first person I run into is him? JHN still spoke with a friendly smile. I was so worried when I heard about the accident on Bangnyeongdo Island. It's truly a relief to see you're okay. Inwardly, Hazan screamed. Damn it. What bad luck. Regardless, he had to put on an act, responding with a perfect pageant smile. I'm really touched that you're so worried about me. Hazan's voice trailed off, making it hard to hear him. I was only lightly injured, so I'm completely fine now and feel great. Brother. Like this. JHN maintained his complimentary smile. That's right. Hearing that puts me somewhat at ease. You've overcome a great danger splendidly. Then he slowly walked down towards Hazan. You truly are my brother. However, his voice couldn't hide its sarcastic tone. If anything happens next time, just come find me. That's what brothers should do for each other, after all. Hazan forced a stiff smile and said, of course. They'll definitely ask for your help. But you're always so busy with work. In any case, you don't need to worry about me. You're the one who shouldn't be overly worried. JHN quickly cut him off to correct him. Hey, don't say that. Of course I have to care. I feel very proud to have such a reliable younger brother. A servant not far away was moved by their display of brotherly affection and exclaimed, how wonderful. Seeing such a close brotherly bond between the two young masters, indeed. With young Master JHN at the helm, the Ma Dao family will surely grow stronger and stronger. What a heartwarming sight. JHN, ever the professional, placed his hand on Hazan's shoulder and smiled gently. In reality, in the depths of his eyes, there was an unconcealed, malicious wickedness. I heard a rumor that you're aiming for the gold medal at the upcoming Olympiad. Hazan replied without hesitation. Yes, since I'm participating. Winning the gold medal will bring great benefits to the Ma Dao family. JHN laughed out loud and praised him. A very commendable intention. I believe you'll succeed. I have high hopes for you. I'm truly proud to have a reliable brother like you. Hazan smiled faintly. Yes, with your encouragement, I'm confident I can win. I need to grow up faster so I can support you more firmly. JHN laughed out loud and quickly removed his hand from Hazan. Then he continued. Looking at the time, it's about that hour. I have to go now? As he said that, a malicious smile was hidden in his eyes. Let's meet in a better place next time, Hazan. Hazan, feeling no fear at all, watched his back. Of course. That guy JHN. He's definitely plotting something for the upcoming Olympiad. The hidden meaning. Next time. Let's meet in a really nice place, Hazan. Hazan watched his back, thinking. Definitely. That bastard, JHN. He's definitely planning to pull some tricks during the Olympiad. The Ma Dao family's main residence, in Hayek's research room. Hazan greeted him seriously. It's been a while. Looking at the familiar figure, he called out softly, Father. And Hayek's face was cold. His expression darkened a few shades. Sit. He walked closer to him. Time passed until it was dark. At the Obelith Academy dormitory, Hazan returned to his bed and sat down comfortably. A thoughtful expression was clear on his face. He recalled his conversation with Hayek from that afternoon. I told Father a lot at the main residence. Starting from the matter with Jenner, then to Baxter, and finally, the incident involving the Black Tower on Bangneongdo Island. But in the case of Bangneongdo Island, Mr. Co. Hyen must have already reported it. And when I sat opposite Hayek, the result was, after the Olympiad ends, they'll be protected by the elite members of the Shadow Squad, including Mr. Co. Hyen. Thinking this, he lay down on the bed. So, I've done everything I can. The things I'm hiding from Father right now are that JHN is colluding with the Black Tower, and that the magic I use is the Bay 10 style. 9 days left until the Olympiad. The next morning at the training grounds, Hazan announced enthusiastically. All right then. Today's training session ends here. Looking at the people below, he added, since there are only 5 days left until the Olympiad, let's start seriously managing our physical condition from today. Hee-Hien stretched comfortably. The feeling was both refreshing and indescribably pleasant. Jean Seo next to him also spoke up. At this rate, I wonder if we'll be able to win the gold medal. Sun Chan rubbed his hands and said, Brother Jean Seo, just believe in me. After the incident on Bangneongdo Island, all the team members have recovered from their injuries, and we immediately resumed training. Adela asked while drinking banana milk. Hey, Hazan, do you want one too? Banana milk. Hazan hesitated and replied, maybe later. After Adela drank the blessing of mana on Bangneongdo Island and circulated the mana in her rampaging mana circuits, her magic circle has grown much stronger. The magic circles of Jin Seo and Kong Xinyu also grew noticeably stronger. Although not as much as Adela, they're still very solid. I surrender. I said I surrender. But the truly surprising thing is, then Hazan looked towards Sun Chan. Sun Chan, because he risked his life to circulate his mana. Sun Chan broke through the wall of enlightenment and reached the fourth circle. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't hide his joy. It's truly worthy of the saying. Risk is opportunity. Thanks to that, the number of strategies we can use has increased unimaginably. That's right. Then Hazan stood in the middle of them and said clearly, there's one more announcement. Does everyone remember the matter about adjusting our flight to the Olympiad? A suspicious Kong Xinyu asked. What's wrong? Did something happen? Hazan didn't hide it and said directly, there was a small incident. He announced in a loud voice. We've been provided with an even better plane. Tomorrow, we will board the Blue Tower's private jet and depart for the US at 10 a.m. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. An excited Sun Chan shouted. What? We're leaving tomorrow? A private jet from the Blue Magic Tower? Hazan later announced. Everyone, please prepare well. The next day, as Jinian's eyes sparkled with excitement, she exclaimed, it's beautiful. Hazan held up the ring on his hand. Jinian immediately asked, is this the magic tool we'll be using in this Olympiad? He quickly replied, the artisans of the Blue Tower personally upgraded them for us. According to the rules, the external appearance is the same as other countries. Only the color is different. An excited Sun Chan took the ring from Adela. Adela, let me see that. She spoke suspiciously. Why? That is mine. Sun Chan laughed excitedly and continued. Does wearing more of them increase their effectiveness? Hazen chuckled softly. These rings are customized to each person's mana frequency. Therefore, hearing that, a disappointed Sun Chan pouted. A dejected Sun Chan collapsed to the ground. I feel like my stomach is turning inside out. Hazen snapped his fingers and explained. This is what happens when you wear someone else's. Someone entered from outside and spoke. I forgot to tell you beforehand. It was Kanjin. He added. Also, because the magic tools need time to adapt. It's best to wear them all day. The master of the Blue Tower. Kanjin gave a forced smile. Sorry I'm late. Hazen was polite as he approached. He looks very tired. He waved his hand and replied. I'm fine. There's nothing to worry about. Actually, my 6 elements are too special. So I was the only one who kept failing to imprint the magic tool. He already had the answer in his heart. But I heard it finally succeeded thanks to the efforts of the Blue Tower's master. He must have stayed up all night. Su, who was beside him, spoke up. It's time to depart. Kanjin said hurriedly. Oh my, is it that late already? Let's go now. Outside the airport. The weather was very favorable. The plane prepared for them was also ready. The interior was spacious and luxurious. They looked at it with crazed excitement. Their eyes, brighter than headlights, shouted in excitement. Is this a private jet? This is amazing, Kanjin said to Su from behind. We have about 40 minutes before takeoff, so everyone is free to look around. They'll have Miss Su show you around. Su replied softly. Yes. Hazen approached immediately after. To think you even provided the magic tools and the private jet for us. I am truly grateful. Kanjin sat on the chair and replied calmly. I still haven't fully repaid the debt I owe you, Hazen. More importantly, there's something I must tell you. Hearing that, he was surprised. Yes? Kanjin snapped his fingers and an envelope appeared. Hazen looked at it and asked in surprise. A secret document sealed with magic? He looked at him seriously and said clearly. Hazen, the movements of the Black Magic Tower are unusual. Hazen looked at the envelope in his hand and said loudly. A secret document with hidden magic? Kanjin also said clearly. Hazen, the movements of the Black Magic Tower are very unusual. The planes outside are also preparing for departure. Kanjin inside will tell you more. I've also been investigating the Black Magic Tower in my own way. From various angles. That's all. Hazen skimmed through the documents in disbelief. So detailed. The man sitting opposite him added. As you can see, the number of incidents suspected to have been caused by the Black Magic Tower this year is 67. Then he took out another laptop. And this is a chart showing the number of incidents caused by the Black Magic Tower from January to May over the past 10 years. Hazen took it in surprise. Except for this year. The annual average is about 131 cases. Unexpectedly, the number of cases this year has dropped by half. That fluctuation is definitely not normal. The man explained. And this is from 11 years ago. This is the number of incidents that occurred between January and May of that year, when the Great Atlantic Incident happened. The Great Atlantic Wormhole Incident. That's one of the 10 great disasters in the world. The more Hazen read, the more uneasy he felt. It was never officially announced. But it was a man-made disaster caused by the Black Magic Tower. Kanjin looked straight at him. As you can see, the number of incidents from January to May 11 years ago was 61. The pattern is very similar to this year's. He voiced his thoughts seriously. So that means there's a high probability the Black Magic Tower is currently preparing for something like a terrorist attack. Kanjin pointed at the screen and explained. That's my assessment. And this. Take a look at the next set of data. This is a map comparing the locations of this year's incidents with the locations of incidents 10 years ago. He asked again. This year? An unusually high number of incidents have occurred in the U.S. Kanjin nodded in reply. That's right. And also, this year's Olympiad, Hazen repeated in horror, is taking place in the U.S. This year, in the U.S., the Black Magic Tower is planning to prepare a terrorist attack. Time to coincide with the Olympiad. The man advised in a low voice. We will also have to prepare carefully. A big storm is coming. A while later, the flight arrived. At Los Angeles International Airport, USA. Sun Chan excitedly raised a hand to his forehead. So this is America. Even the air here smells different. Jaeon raised both hands enjoying it. Is this the smell of America? Heehan cut in scornfully. That's the smell of the airport's air purifier. Sue, who was in front, looked at them. Let's go. He'll lead the way for you all. Just then, someone noticed Kanjin was missing and asked, "Isn't the master of the Blue Tower coming with us?" Sue replied, "The master of the Blue Tower already had a meeting scheduled with the master of the Red Tower." Adela looked at Hazan and asked, "The Red Magic Tower. I want to go there someday." He smiled lightly. "Me too." Sue walked for a moment, then turned back and asked, "If you wish, shall we schedule a visit?" The two of them exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Sue looked at them without any expression. The master of the Red Tower has also expressed a desire to meet Mr. Hazan and Ms. Adela Stace. Hazan continued excitedly. "If it's not too much trouble, can we accept that invitation?" Adela was enthusiastic. Yes, yes. A while later, it had turned dark. The streets were completely deserted. Only the car carrying them could be seen rolling down the road. Assistant Sue provided some refreshments. Sunchan couldn't contain his excitement and said, "So thoughtful." Hazan immediately replied, "Of course. That's why I said." She's getting more and more reliable. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared from nowhere. Hazan looked in the direction of the light. Even Adela beside him noticed it. Sunchan glanced over defensively with them. In the sky, that source of light grew brighter. The three of them quickly backed away. A powerful attack was aimed at them. Assistant Sue was sent flying back in alarm. Heehan looked over in shock. What? Heehan called out anxiously. "Adela! Sunchan!" Jaeyeon screamed in fear. "Hazan!" Over there, a source of light appeared in the white mist. Fortunately, the three of them had managed to deploy a protective barrier in time. Someone approached from the distance. Very impressive. A perfectly coordinated effort. It was the representative from the UK. Hilandi. He smiled warmly and greeted them with a bow. "Hello, representatives of Korea. I wish you all a good evening." Adela, with no goodwill, glared at Hilandi with eyes full of killing intent. "So this is how people from England greet each other. This is the first I've heard of it, Hilandi." Hilandi, still smiling, defended himself. "That's not it. England is a country of gentlemen and ladies. There's no way they would greet people like that. This isn't a greeting. It's a provocation." Sunchan couldn't keep his cool. He shouted angrily, "What are you talking about? Such insolence." Hilandi took a weapon from his bag, smiled, and replied, "I'm being serious. Honesty is the quality of a knight. After all, let's fight. Right here. Right now." Hilandi pointed the tip of his sword at Hazan and called out, "Hazan, I'm very curious about your skills." Hazan, with no interest at all, spoke up. "Why should I fight you, Hilandi? Also known by the nickname Knight of the Tempest." Hilandi answered, full of confidence. "Because I want to fight you. If you need an arena, they'll have one prepared immediately." As a warrior mage, he specializes in high-speed close combat. Using wind magic fits his nickname perfectly. Hazan was annoyed hearing those words, feeling full of contempt. They say he's a battle maniac with an aggressive personality who loves to fight the strong. However, I never thought he'd be this unreasonable. Hazan didn't want to get involved with this crazed person, so he signaled his refusal. "Forget it." Hilandi, feeling slighted, shouted, "Why not?" Sunchan scoffed, obviously. Adela, disgusted, added, "You haven't changed a bit since the first-year tournament." Hazan returned Hilandi's earlier intensity back at him. He brushed his hair back and spoke clearly with confidence. "Because I gain nothing from fighting you. Besides, it'll be a big deal if you get hurt." Hilandi was directly hit by that. His jaw dropped unconsciously. "What makes you think I'd be the one getting hurt?" Hazan's teammates started to worry. "Here it comes. That lunatic. Here we go. His bad habit." Hilandi looked at him with a serious face. "Although you could have looked up information on me. A fifth circle mage." Hazan cut him off indifferently. "I don't need to." Hilandi was hit for the second time. His whole body unconsciously stumbled back as he shouted, "Unbelievable." Just then, Maya walked over. "See, I told you it wouldn't work." Hilandi called out dejectedly, "Maya." It was Maya Nezwan from the UK team. Maya spoke without emotion. "Don't be so disappointed, Captain. We'll get to fight him next week anyway." Then, Maya looked at them and added, on behalf of Hilandi, "I apologize to you. I'm sorry for suddenly causing you trouble. He didn't have any ill intentions." So I hope you can understand, Hazan. I really don't mind. That magic, full of sound and fury, didn't cause any damage to the people or the bus. It was just an empty spell, right? With that, Hilanti and Maya also left. Thank you for your understanding. We'll be going now. Hilanti still cheerfully bid him farewell. Next time, they'll go all out. Okay. Sun-chan helplessly watched them leave and sighed. What's wrong with them? It was like a storm just passed through. Hazan became serious. You're right. It seems like it's going to be a series of storms from now on. They also got on the bus and left the area. Kihyun spoke up first, annoyed. What were those lunatics doing just now? They just popped out and attacked us. Then gave some half-assed apology. And then just left. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. They're seriously mentally ill. No way. I can't just let this go. Hazan looked back from the front seat. So what are you going to do? Kihyun replied loudly. What else? I'm going to report them. At the very least, they should be punished. Hazan coughed lightly and continued. There won't be any punishment. Hearing that, Kihyun excitedly leaned towards the front seat. Why not? They used attack magic right in the middle of a crowd. Hazan explained seriously. But Hilanti's Winter Cutter Volley was just a harmless mass of wind attribute mana. Even a direct hit wouldn't have left a single scratch. Sun-chan then remembered. No wonder. My shield wasn't affected at all. He explained further, moreover. We are in the US. This level of magic isn't considered a crime here. It's more like a way for mages to test and observe each other's magic. Jinyeon sighed. Besides, they were also recording with a nearby magic observation device, which is enough proof that it wasn't. Jinyeon could only swallow her anger and curse loudly. This is so annoying. Their calculations are detestable. Adela spoke after thinking for a while. Seeing how well prepared they were. They must have challenged other teams as well, right? Hazan replied. It's very likely. Adela asked again. Their goal must be to gather information, right? Hazan replied, probably. Recording with that camera will help them gather a ton of data. Jinyeon added. Even Sun-chan's magic from before was exposed. Sun-chan thought further ahead. But still, would many teams accept such a reckless duel? Hazan agreed. There will be plenty. Sun-chan was agitated. Why? He interrupted softly. Remember what Hilanti said? Because you can gather information on a fifth circle mage like me. Sun-chan leaned back in his seat, annoyed. That's right. If they fight, they can gather data on Hilanti. Hazan looked at him seriously. And the reason I avoided the fight is because my information is more valuable than his. Sun-chan just said casually. Yeah, say whatever you want. At this point, you must be sick. It was a well-founded decision. Jinyeon looked out the door and spoke up. It looks like we're almost at the hotel. Even then, Jinyeon couldn't swallow her anger and shouted. This is so annoying. I'm so heated. I definitely won't forgive those guys. Jaeon immediately replied to Magiosi. You go with me. He'll go too. The room was clean and airy. Hazan looked around once. All right. That completes the preparations. Only the I to Z book is left. The I to Z and Mia tomes. Now then, where are they? Suddenly, the box under the table caught his eye. What's this? A magic repository, too. Hazan placed his hand on the magic book. He activated the technique. After a moment, he spoke with satisfaction. As expected of the Olympiad, the resources are on a different level. The treatment is different, too. Even though it's not the highest tier, this security system is more than enough. He continuously searched. Very good. Now that I finally have some free time, I'll focus on my own business. He saw Mia calling. Mia, I'm here. Mia looked at him. Successor, you've arrived safely? Hazan replied calmly. I've returned to my lodgings safely. Mia asked again, really? Nothing happened on the way. He put his hand to his mouth and coughed. If you had to call it a problem. After a while, the room became quiet again. Mia, sitting on the chair, spoke again. I see. It's about the Black Magic Tower having a very high probability of plotting something. And the UK team, too. The successor didn't cause any trouble, did he? Hazan hesitated. Of course not. What reason would I have to cause trouble? Mia, full of confidence, shot up from her seat. I generally understand what you want to say. Helping with that is my role, after all. Trust in Mia and leave it to me. Hazan continued worriedly. I've always trusted you. But what did you mean when you said you understood? Mia then cast a spell to find some magic books. Hazan stared at Mia, his eyes wide with surprise. In a flash, 3 magic books were placed on the table. Hazan picked one up to examine it. What's this? Mia introduced them formally. What else could they be? Books about 4th circle mages. Hazan was astonished. What? How did you know? Mia spoke confidently. I could tell just by looking. The UK team is smarter than I thought. The probability of clashing with the Black Magic Tower is increasing. I have to improve my strength, even if just a little, to prepare for an emergency. Then Mia enthusiastically recounted his words. Mia, teach me how to reach the 4th circle. It's this book, right? Hazan corrected her while reading the book. Mia, don't laugh like that. But you're not wrong. You're right. Mia. Hazan gripped the book tightly and declared, I must improve my abilities to prepare for what's coming. Mia replied happily. That's exactly what I was about to say. Hazan looked at the book. And in this book, it's written about the realm of a circle mage. Harmony. Before the Olympiad begins, I must master it. It was not until the afternoon. Outside, the sky was very peaceful. While taking a walk, Hazan ran into Adela. He called out, Adela, her eyes. She answered sadly, Hello. He walked over. What's wrong? Why are you sitting alone in the park? I'm just taking a walk. Are you worried about something? Adela spoke awkwardly. It's getting late now. But in the depths of her eyes, her worry was still visible. I don't have anything to worry about. I should get back to the hotel. Come to think of it. During the joint training session today, she didn't seem okay either. She was also distracted during dinner. Thinking about this, he started to panic. It seems something is worrying her. This is not good. Adela is the pillar of our team. If her mood slumps, the whole team will be affected. Seeing her leave, Hazan called out to her. Wait, Adela, do you want to talk for a bit? Time passed, and it was now evening. Hazan was trying to figure out what made Adela act this way. Could it be? The thing that's bothering you is the visit to the Red Magic Tower tomorrow? Because after Sue came to the training ground this morning and told us about the visit to the Red Tower, I saw your mood seem to change. Adela refuted that idea. It's not because of that. Hazan started getting anxious. It's not. Then what is it? Adela looked down and spoke sadly. You want laugh, right? Hazan agreed. I promise. Her expression. Adela looked serious and articulated each word. You know, in the US, they don't sell banana milk. Just hearing that made Hazan a bit dumbfounded. It was as if his head was crushed by 1,000 bananas. At that, Adela cried silently. Her eyes were wet with tears, looking utterly tragic. What should I do? Without it, Hazan called out softly. Adela. She couldn't control her emotions and covered her mouth. They sell banana milk in the US too. You can find it in the import section of a nearby supermarket. Hearing that, Adela shouted excitedly. No way. But Sister Hyan clearly said so. Suddenly, she ran off quickly. I got tricked by Sister Hyan. Thanks. I'm leaving now. Hazan waved happily. Yeah, see you tomorrow. I should also get ready for tomorrow. Finally, tomorrow, we go to the Red Magic Tower. He still felt incredibly amazed. It was like visiting a dream destination. I never thought I would get to set foot in this place. Everyone was marveling at the scenery here. A man with glasses praised admiringly. It looks like a spaceship. Then he'll go prepare the documents for everyone's tour. Please wait a moment. Adela's senior sister sincerely apologized. He'll never joke like that again. Sun Chan was still dazed, not understanding what was happening between them. Hazan looked over and already understood. Sister Hyan was teasing Adela that they don't sell banana milk in the US. For Adela, that was a very serious matter. All the facilities here are top of the line. Lately, it seems they've been focusing on the mechanization and automation of magic. He quickly turned to whisper to him. This might be a silly question, but is it okay for us to be here right now? This is that girl's home base. What if information gets leaked? Hazan didn't think it was anything to be alarmed about. So what? We're not using magic, just touring the place. Anyway, this competition is truly an encounter to look forward to. The 3 towers are all supporting the competing teams. This has almost become a proxy war. Don't tell me the tower masters are betting too. A girl suddenly answered this question. They bet. Now they're on their way back after a crushing defeat. They said, if the tower master loses, then it's all over. At this moment, Everyone's expression turned to panic. Isn't putting that much pressure on a disciple too much? Are all tower masters like that, Hazan? He calmly answered that question. I'm not sure either. I'm not a disciple of the blue tower master. So I don't know for sure. That girl even spoke with a sarcastic tone. Is that so? What a shame. If the blue tower master cherished his disciple, maybe I should switch sides. Hazan replied without hesitation. Is that so? Then let me tell you in advance. The blue tower master loves his disciple very much. If you want to change masters, I recommend him. That girl immediately changed her attitude. I was just kidding, you're quite funny. It's a pleasure to meet you. You know my name without asking, right? He immediately replied to her words. It's a pleasure to meet you. I don't need to introduce myself either, right? I mean, I'm famous too. Besides, we've met before. What? You are already acting like that right after meeting? Hazan jogged her memory. Don't you remember? This isn't the first time. We met once when we were just 10. You came with the Red Tower Master on my birthday. Back then, you were introduced as an elite disciple. The red-haired girl only vaguely remembered that time. I don't remember it well, but if you say so, I believe you. In that case, once again, it's been a long time, my friend. Suddenly, she kissed him on the cheek. Even Sun Chan felt himself blushing. That master has finally appeared. That's my disciple. Has he started using his charms? Both of them turned and realized it was the Red Tower Master. He immediately got straight to the point. Blue Tower Master, what will you do now? It seems we've won this bet. You couldn't resist Danria's charms. He also replied immediately. Charms? I don't know about that. I think it was more like a handsome man's charm. The two of them were bickering lightly. That sounds about right. That's my disciple's type. She felt angry being teased like that. That's enough. Saying any more would be rude to our guests. He immediately burst out laughing. What's this? Do you really like him? She immediately flew into a rage. Tower Master, please be quiet. All right, I'm leaving. See you later, Hazan. Let's meet again next time. All three of them were sighing in relief. The Blue Tower Master spoke up to remind him. Keep it down a little. If she keeps this up, she'll lose her mind. The Red Tower Master clearly knew this as well. But her reaction is too fun. I can't help it. He had to speak up and remind him. She said she wanted to change masters, which made him even more disappointed. What? Am I that bad? Just a little more, and she would have switched for Real. No way. Never. Anyway, this is our second time meeting, isn't it? It's a pleasure to meet you again. Hazan also extended his hand in greeting. It's an honor to meet you again. He immediately felt pleased. Originally, I wanted to guide you all personally, but my schedule is packed. Please feel free to look around. Hazan seemed to have taken a liking to him. At the Red Tower's magic data analysis room, the Red Tower's training room also became crowded. The staff there also introduced it. You can see the analysis results immediately. I wish our academy had this. It was time for everyone to eat freely. Has it been 2 hours already? It was so fun, I thought only 10 minutes had passed. A man came out and made an offer. Could you talk for a moment? Hazan truly felt curious. He also agreed to follow that person. They went to room number 75. Hazan felt that this place was very well prepared. They even rolled out a red carpet to welcome him. The highest floor of the Red Tower. The ceiling and hallways were all made of fossils. Hazan confidently walked in without any fear. But then he met his father here. When did you get here, father? Weren't you planning to come on the day of the finals? He just replied calmly. I arrived 4 hours ago. For an important matter. Hazan could guess from his father's attitude. What is it about? The Black Magic Tower, right? The Red Tower's master spoke up to confirm this. I apologize for having to pull a visiting student in for work. But work is work, I hope you understand. Hazan was waiting to listen. The Blue Tower's master couldn't wait any longer either. This morning, we captured a Black Magic Tower member disguised as an official. The four of them sat down to discuss together. The city had now moved into the afternoon. We will negotiate with the U.S. government about what was discussed today. After that, we will inform everyone in writing. I will also discuss this with the organizing committee. I will be in charge of contacting the International Counterterrorism Center. Hazan didn't expect them to handle it so quickly and efficiently. Truly impressive. The way they made decisions and assigned tasks so quickly and accurately. They truly are the world's top mages. A little girl is researching something. Human experimentation. They still haven't given up that habit after all these years. Otherwise, just withdraw from that competition. Hazan closed the book and made a decision at the same time. That's why I'm going to change my strategy. The little girl was puzzled, not understanding his words. Change what? I will enter the 4th trial page. She still seemed to disbelieve his words. Are you sure? You know this well, The 4th trial can only be entered once a month. On the day of the opening ceremony. Everyone couldn't hide their anticipation. What kind of performance will there be today? Which country is worth looking forward to? The performance at the opening ceremony. The team representatives will demonstrate their magic in a performance format. A spectacular performance means that team's representative has excellent skills. Not only that, the honor of their nation also rests on their shoulders. As representatives of their country, they cannot perform carelessly. The most noteworthy countries are the UK, the US, and Korea, right? Do you know who that country's representative is? I'm looking forward to him just as much as Danria, the world's youngest 5th circle mage. Plus, he can cast ensemble magic. As an engineer, Sun Chan was getting more and more worried. He's disappeared. Hazan isn't here. Have you checked his room? But there was only a book on the bed. And a robe, but he's not here. What do we do now? It's almost time for the performance. At the tournament venue, many people had come to watch. People had filled all the surrounding seats. After searching for a while, Sun Chan helplessly informed everyone. He's disappeared. Hazan is not here. Have you checked his room? But there was only a book and a robe on the bed. He's not here either. Only the 2 things he mentioned were left on the bed. The red-haired girl was just as worried. This is driving me crazy. Adela, we have to find another solution. First of all, since the Blue Tower Master and the head of the Ma Dao family are on their way, let's wait a little. In the worst-case scenario, let's decide who will perform in his place. The announcer's voice could be heard from the screen. Thank you for waiting. The announcer was equally cheerful. Right now, the opening ceremony will officially begin. Sun Chan was so worried he was a mess. What do we do? Adela sighed, also not knowing how to resolve this. On the night before the ceremony, Hazan had tried every possible way to win. He had been working tirelessly day and night. Hazan finally found the secret magic book. He wanted to strengthen himself. The book was full of fascinating symbols. Once you can completely master the expanded circle, enter the 4th trial page. However, I can only enter this page once a month. Think carefully. Before accepting the trial, Hazan was suddenly taken to a strange place. He realized that this was the 4th trial page. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. Welcome, I am the guide in charge of the 4th trial page. My name is Gamma. It is an honor to meet you, Just as expected, after the other 2, it's this girl. Hazan also cheerfully greeted her introduction. She started on the main topic. In the 4th trial, we will test whether your infinite circle has achieved complete harmony. If you fail, you won't be able to try again for 30 days. So be very careful. Hazan didn't expect this trial to be so dangerous. Just as expected, this is a risky bet. If I fail this trial, I won't be strong enough to defeat them in the exam. So I must pass it. All right, let's start the trial quickly. Then that girl will also proceed with the trial. A blinding light made it impossible for him to see clearly. Hazan opened his eyes and unexpectedly saw something strange. A piano seemed to be waiting for him to play. He didn't know what the meaning of this was. Hazan suddenly heard his master's voice. Gamma has transformed into an instrument that you can use. Hazan tried to place his hands on it, but heard no sound. There's no sound. If you cannot completely harmonize the 4 circles, it will not produce any sound. Hazan finally understood the meaning. But it was as if an electric current flowed from the instrument. He engrossly played a familiar tune. A sound came out. What an unpleasant sound. Normal magic has no effect. This trial is quite simple. Play a piece of music on that piano perfectly. If you create a result that satisfies you, then you will naturally pass the trial. The time limit for this trial is 12 hours. The clock is also starting to count down. My disciple, I wish you success in passing this trial. The feeling is truly abstract. But anyway, Master made it clear that normal magic has no effect. Hazan will do as his teacher said. And Gamma said the goal is to test the harmonization level of my infinite circles. Hazan was sensing the power within. Suddenly, some kind of power was urging him on. Hazan started to place his hands on the piano keys. He finally figured out this game. Only magic that is perfectly harmonized through the 4 circles can create a pure sound. Now that I understand how to do it, let's get serious. It's been a long time. The last time was probably during etiquette class. Hazan finally felt the sound. At the ceremony, it was almost time for his performance. Sun-chan and Adela were happy to see him. Hazan had to run with all his might to get here. Sorry for being late. As soon as he saw him, he started scolding him non-stop. I've already asked the master of the Blue Tower to prepare the performance and costumes. That was an overwhelming performance from the Italian team. Thank you to the team for the wonderful performance. And now, thank you for waiting. The next performance is the beautiful, fiery flower of our nation. Introducing the United States team, led by Danria. Right now, everyone is more excited than ever. Finally, the US team has decided to appear. I can't wait to see what the Red Tower has prepared for today. Danria has stepped out and is preparing her performance. She thinks she will win this competition soon. She has prepared her fighting method beforehand. Not every participant has that confident look. The entire audience is on edge with her every step. Danria still has many interesting things prepared. She wants everyone to witness this sight. Another flame continues to burn. Even the previous contestants couldn't do that. Danria has proven her talent to everyone. She is very proud of what she has shown. Someone is relentlessly praising her. A pillar of fire is transforming into a giant flower. It's so beautiful. Danria remains focused on completing her task well. Everyone is extremely delighted with this performance. The rose flower has clearly appeared this time. Danria believes she will defeat all the contestants. She continues to showcase her talent. Danria focuses on enjoying the results of her relentless training. She wants to prove to everyone that she is not ordinary. The performance continues amidst everyone's praise. Everyone is interested in this. A sparkling, brilliant flower blooms from the pillar of fire. This intense, yet beautiful performance is her true nature. With a calm gaze, she stands before a spectacular display of fireworks. It's no wonder she's known as a world-famous fifth circle mage. This is truly a wonderful performance. This isn't the best one. Until now, it's truly unbelievable. Everyone inside couldn't stop praising it. Truly astonishing. That's right, she's on a completely different level. Next up is the performance from the UK team. Right now, the audience is cheering non-stop. That person is raising his sword high all by himself. The talented ones are about to be revealed. He seems to be gathering power within his body. I wonder what he's planning to do. His power is getting stronger by the second. Everyone is anticipating the performance. The wind is so strong. But that just makes it even better. He has started to raise his sword. He seems mysterious, not wanting to reveal himself yet. The audience is probably also looking forward to this performance. The power is also getting stronger and stronger. But suddenly, someone realized he had disappeared. Where on earth did he go? Someone spotted him and immediately pointed upwards. It turns out he was in midair. He is flying down before everyone's eyes. I must say, this is the most captivating performance yet. The audience is incredibly excited for this performance. A giant whirlwind. He's like a real storm. He shot straight down to everyone's applause. The Wind Mage of the United Kingdom. A completely different kind of performance. It's no wonder he has so many fans. Everyone's reaction suggests that this year's representatives are all talented individuals. Like both of them, the expectations for our team are getting higher and higher. He's getting ready, and our turn is next. Adela, have you heard anything from him? Nothing at all, but I have faith in him. The audience is still waiting for the next performances. In the stands, someone offered praise. But the master of the Green Tower looked annoyed. What a shame. I thought I could finally shatter. The pride they have. I should be the one saying that. Even if I don't like it. I have to admit. We have to acknowledge their efforts. But why hasn't someone arrived yet? What was that? All that boasting about him being the youngest fifth circle mage in history. Don't tell me he ran away because he was scared. But it couldn't be that simple. Unfortunately for you, he didn't run. I ran into a bit of a. But it's all taken care of now. The performances of the US and UK teams are over. So what are you going to show us? That woman turned to scold him. Don't want to talk? So stingy. It's not like that. It's just that I really can't say. To be honest, I don't know either. For this performance, the Blue Tower only prepared the outfits. Because Hazan isn't the type to use AI-based magic. So we couldn't interfere at all. I'm actually very curious myself. I wonder what kind of performance Hazan will show us. Inside the stadium, fervent cheers mixed with the announcer's voice. The next performance is... Hazan walked out from inside following the introduction. The representative of the Korean team. Hazan. The crowd below cheered enthusiastically. Adela and Sun Chan looked towards Hazan, full of worry. Up above, Kanjin and those beside him watched intently. Hazan didn't keep everyone waiting. He quickly began to cast his magic. As soon as the mana was released, a piano appeared in front of him. Sun Chan nervously watched his every move. A piano? Adela added worriedly. What is he trying to do? Hazan then sat down on the bench, to everyone's confusion. He closed his eyes, composing his emotions. The stands fell silent, following Hazan's breathing. Then Hazan opened his eyes. A sparkling light shone from his pupils. His hands gently glided across the keys. The sound seemed to spread throughout the forest, harmonizing with the plants and trees. Those around were astonished as they felt the novelty. The graceful softness transmitted from Hazan's hands. Even Kanjin above had to exclaim in amazement. That sound. Is it riding on mana? No. Is he creating it with mana itself? Before the surprise could end, butterflies appeared next to Kanjin. Creatures attracted by the scent of flowers. Not just one, but countless butterflies were flying towards Hazan. Kanjin exclaimed in disbelief. Spring. It's the presence of warmth. The chirping of birds. The breath of the grass and trees. Everything feels unbelievably real. The music and the mana are resonating with each other. Ramas next to him couldn't hold back and shouted. What the hell? How is he able to do that? Garen was just as alarmed. So he really was hiding something. Carlin covered his mouth, breaking out in a cold sweat as he watched Hazan on the stage below. Next to him was a scream of terror. Kanjin, what the hell is that? Even Kanjin couldn't believe it in his heart. I've never seen or heard of a spell like this. Down below, Hazan was still gliding his fingers lightly across the piano keys. A skeptic spoke up. The melody has changed. The person next to him shouted in alarm. Look! Before their eyes was a living aquarium, mesmerizing everyone who could see. A question arose. The ground is rising. A firebird. Lush green vegetation. The blinding sun. This is the season of life, delivered by Hazan's hands. And now, it is summer with a clear blue sky. The audience below roared wildly in response. As a cool breeze gently brushed their cheeks, the leaves swayed as if they were dancing. The season where bustling life bears sweet fruit. Autumn. Golden deer then flew out of the illusion. They ran down to the stands, to the audience's amazement. Look, dear. Is that real? Each note Hazan played seemed to blend many sounds, carrying a warmth that slowly faded. And winter arrived. The dry leaves fell, while a blanket of white silence covered the world. The world was now white and cold. Hazan himself understood this season better than anyone, because it was during that cold and lonely time that Hazan became the person he is today. The light in the depths of his eyes. Hazan's eyes blazed with a brilliant light. All 4 seasons. Feeling the heart and will of the mana, harmonizing with it throughout the world. Blending all things into one. The space surrounding Hazan was now a blanket of white. The sound of the piano grew wilder. The path of inheriting the magic of Archmage Bay 10. This place is like a stage for him, where everything is formed based on him. It is the endless circle. Before the astonished Sun Chan and Adela, he thought that just being born as a mage was a blessing in itself. The astonishment in his eyes. Kenjin always looked at Hazan. He thought, but not arrogant because of that power. Because that is a realm only those who ceaselessly strive for the peak can reach. Whether as a child or grown up. That is what my master taught me. To just keep moving forward. Finally, Hazan's hands gently lifted from the piano keys. The corners of his lips curved up slightly. He stood up and bowed. A sense of relief washed over him. This is who he is now. Following that bow were the excited cheers of the audience. Above, Kenjin, along with Garen and Ramas, pensively watched Hazan. Garen frowned, speaking in disbelief. He's not just infusing mana into sound. He's also directly touching the listener's emotions. James, now terrified, continued. And controlling them. Is that really magic cast without any assistance? At this moment, Ramas glanced at Kanjin and asked in a low voice. Kanjin, what the hell is he? Kanjin covered his mouth thoughtfully and replied. I knew his control was very good. And his mana output was also extremely high, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. At that point, Kangin's face grew serious as he continued. That can't be achieved just with magic eyes or formula modification. Of course, he knew in his heart. He is definitely hiding another type of magic. Below, Sun-chan excitedly ran towards Hazan with his arms open. You crazy bastard. Sun-chan excitedly jumped onto Hazan's back to celebrate. Inside the waiting room, Jinyeon looked at Hazan and praised him. That's our captain. I knew you could do it. Adela also added. Remember to tell us how you did it later. Hazan laughed loudly. Yeah. Shinyu, from behind, added. With this performance, the strategy for tomorrow's match will be easier to execute. Speaking of which, Hazan spoke seriously. About that, the tournament starts tomorrow, so I plan to make some adjustments to the strategy. The next day, at the Red Tower, everyone has shown up. The cheers are endless. The announcer cheerfully begins his speech. It's finally starting. The first match will be a 5-on-5 siege battle. The teams will advance in a tournament format, and the winner of the final match will take all the glory. At the announcer's words, the barrier opens. And the first two teams are Team Italy and Team Korea. The captain of Team Italy has started to worry. Our first opponent is Team Korea? Someone else speaks up. After watching that performance, I'm starting to get worried. The captain of Team Italy reassures them. Don't worry. In a siege battle, the objective is simply to capture the opponent's base. We don't have to face him directly. With Shin Hazan, when the display screen shows start, the sound of their determination rings out. The match starts. Let's go. While they were scouting, the captain of Team Italy heard a report from his team. Captain, someone's coming. He asked in surprise. What? How many? Before he could finish his sentence, Hazan's group had already met Team Italy, and the one they were facing was Hazan himself. They immediately reported back. It's just Shin Hazan. He asked in surprise. What? How many? Before he could finish his sentence, Hazan's group had already met Team Italy, and the one they were facing was Hazan himself. They immediately reported back. It's just Shin Hazan. At that moment, Hazan tilts his head, a slight smirk on his lips as he calls out. Hey! On the Italian side, they quickly sent people to Hazan's location. But they were still very scared inside. There's no way he came alone. Are the other four surrounding us from the outside? At this point, Team Italy had gathered in this spot. The captain loudly gave an order. Be on guard and search the surrounding area. They looked around cautiously, trying to find Hazan's other teammates. Hazan, as if worried they were concerned for nothing, generously told them. There's no need to search. I came alone. The captain of Team Italy looked at him, annoyed. What? What does that mean? Hazan replied with a smug smile. It means I can take on all 5 of you by myself. Those words directly made them turn pale with anger and start cursing. You foul-mouthed brat. There's a limit. Don't you dare mock us. With that, they all charged at once. He's all alone. Everyone. Get him. Hazan didn't say much either. A light flashed in his eyes. That was resonance. A large beam of light struck down. That night, at the lounge, a lively sound could be heard from outside. Hooray! You could see the atmosphere was extremely cheerful. Hyen said excitedly. From the opening ceremony to the match, everything was perfect. Shinyu criticized with a stern face. You seem a bit too excited, Hyen. Today's victory was all thanks to Shin Hazan. Yeah, we really didn't do anything. Hyen laughed loudly and said, What are you talking about? We are Shin Hazan, and he is also us. So this is our perfect victory. At this moment, Jin Seo looked at Hazan. By the way, are you okay, kid? Hazan was confused. Jin Seo smiled and said, Didn't you say that if you used all your power, you'd be exhausted for at least 12 hours afterwards? Hazan replied cheerfully, Ah yes, but I'm fine. But in his heart, he already knew. Because resonance is a secret. I covered it up by saying when I use my full power. Adela raised her hand at this moment. I have a question. You already dropped enough bait during the opening ceremony. So was there any reason for you to show off your full power right in the first match? Hazan gave a sinister smile. Of course, there was a reason. Everyone was silently waiting for the answer. Hazan pointed to his eye and added, when I came to perform, you knew I was wearing the holy relic for seasons, right? That's the key point in this matter. Sun Chan asked again. You mean that thing is like a mana suppressor, right? Hazan replied seriously. It's a holy relic that allows me to draw out all of my power. But the truth is, do you think the other teams know? Meanwhile, at the UK team's hotel, in the conference room, as you can see from the footage we captured with the mana analysis camera, Maya discovered Shin Hazan didn't use any relics during his performance. Hilani also added Maya. His mana seems to be especially dense around his pupils. What is that? Maya guessed in response. I think it's the mana from his magic eyes. Hilani stroked his chin thoughtfully. Maya pointed at the board and added, and this is the analysis report from the British experts on his performance. Everyone was somewhat astonished by those numbers. Even Hilani was no exception. They've determined the person in the video is likely a sixth circle mage. Hearing this, Hilani was shocked. Shin Hazan is a sixth circle mage? Hazan, a sixth circle mage. So that's why he didn't fall for Hilani's provocation trap. Maya pointed clearly. This is from the analysis of the match against Team Italy. All the magic he used in the footage surpassed the 5th circle level. It's estimated to be around the 5.5 circle level. He used 6 of those spells simultaneously, and it was evaluated as stable. No overload was detected. In other words, Shin Hazan is very likely a 6th circle mage. That means all the plans we made have gone up in smoke. We need a new strategy to stop Shin Hazan. With that, Maya looked at Hilani. So what now, Hilani? The next day, the sound of enthusiastic cheers. The announcer spoke loudly. The match is over. With this, all the siege round matches to select the top 16 teams have concluded. The winning team is, as the South Korean flag rose, Hazan's team name was called Team South Korea. Sun Chan, emotional with tears welling in his eyes, choked out. I can't believe a powerhouse like Germany was crushed so easily. Then he looked at Hazan. Wow, we followed your plan today. But anyway, Hazan cut him off indifferently. I didn't do anything today. Sun Chan, excited, yelled, yeah? You really didn't do anything. So it was all thanks to that super fancy decoy strategy, right? Jin spoke up disdainfully. Your ability to name things is terrible. Super fancy. Really? Continuing yesterday's conversation, Hazan looked at them and asked, but do you think the other teams know? Jin wasn't sure either. I wonder if they do. I mean, for seasons is still a relic. They can analyze it, right? Hazan smiled and replied, I'm guessing. They can't. First of all, a contact lens type relic that is attached directly to the eye doesn't exist yet, and the eyes produce an especially dense mana reaction. Moreover, they already know I have magic eyes. When the other teams analyze me, they will probably think my circle level is 6th circle. Hearing this, the whole team jumped and shouted in unison, what? Hazan sat up and said exactly. He clenched his fist confidently. We need to exploit that point to the fullest. In fact, according to Hilani's classification, it's only a 4th circle spell. But to keep it a secret, I officially announced it as an improved magic. So people usually think I'm a 5th circle mage. For me now, if a rumor spreads that I might actually be 6th circle, back to reality. Adela continued. Then the opposing team will change their initial strategy, right? And that will slow down their movements. Hazan replied with a serious face, though I'm not sure if this trick will work on our next opponent. This time, the representative of Team UK, a 5th circle mage, Hilani Venier. Fortress Conquest Tournament Quarterfinals, Match 3. South Korea versus the UK. Below, the crowd was buzzing with discussion. Who's going to win this time? It's obvious. The land of history and tradition. The UK? Someone immediately retorted. Didn't you see how Shin Hazan performed in the showcase in the match against Italy? South Korea will definitely win. The other person shouted, what? Wanna bet? The other person replied loudly. Yeah, let's bet. Kanjin, in the stands, pushed up his glasses. James, sitting next to him, asked, "Which side do you two think will win?" Garen replied with a light smile. "Of course, our Hilanti will win." Not to be outdone, Kanjin retorted. "Of course, Hazan will win." And so, James sat in the middle, watching them bicker with an excited smile. Watching this as an outsider, it's really fun. Kanjin wouldn't let it be and glanced over. "Ramas, what do you think?" Garen looked at James with annoyance. James didn't care either, just stroked his chin seriously. "I'm not sure. He'll vote for that person." With that, Ramas pointed towards the arena. The battle now officially began. The announcer said, "All right, the battle has begun." And right from the start, the first direct confrontation is between. The first person to be named is Hilanti. The second is none other than Hazan. Just at the opening, we can already see a ferocious attack in this battle. Hilanti, maintaining his trademark smile, spoke up. "Long time no see, Hazan. To be precise, it's been 183 hours, 47 minutes, and 34 seconds. Hazan replied with a cold expression. "I'm not sure if that's accurate, but yes, it has been a while." Hilanti smiled meaningfully. "It is accurate. Since the day we met, I haven't been able to forget about you." Hazan sighed. "Are you sulking because I refused to duel you?" Hilanti raised his voice and pointed at Hazan. "What? Me? Sulking? No way. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." Hazan assessed him inwardly. Still as competitive as ever. But there are no openings. Hilanti channeled his magic and said with a smile, "That's enough for a greeting, right?" Seeing the magic before him, Hazan exclaimed inwardly, "Now I understand why they call him the Knight of the Tempest." Gusts of wind swirled towards him as if commanded, and the wind is gathering around Hilanti. Little by little, as if programmed into the right position. It fits perfectly in the palm of Hilanti's hand. Clearly, Hilanti is extremely confident in his own magic. Hazan focused, observing Hilanti's every move. His eyes widened in shock, because before him, Hilanti was already protected by a layer of armor. The wind god's armor. Hilanti said with great confidence, "Show me what a seventh circle mage feels like, Hazan." Hazan leaned back to dodge. "He's coming." He started to panic. A cold sweat ran down his body. So fast. Hazan seemed to be on the defensive. The attack from Hilanti had wounded his cheek. Hilanti is very confident. You could say that Hilanti isn't taking him seriously at all. Only then was Hazan able to channel his magic. The two great powers collided, creating an overwhelming scene. Hilanti's laugh grew more maniacal as he shouted, "Oh, you're the first person to block my attack so perfectly on the very first strike." Hazan calmly replied, "So this is a wind strike, huh?" Hilanti posed confidently, "Yep. First form of the wind god sword style, air strike. A spell that focuses a strong wind onto the sword's blade. It significantly enhances the blade's power and speed." Hazan, of course, knew its power as he thought to himself. "That last slash. I couldn't even see it clearly. He's much faster and sharper than I thought. Pre-match data analysis won't be of much help anymore." Well, anyway, that's why I decided to personally mark Hilanti in our strategy. Hilanti pointed his sword towards Hazan. "Let's see if you can block this one too." Hazan also began to open his holy eyes. Thanks to that, he knew. This time, he's launching several consecutive attacks. Hazan nimbly dodged each blow, but it seems Hilanti's attack speed is just too fast. Hazan seized the moment. The opportunity to launch a fireball. His hand struck directly at the chest, striking directly at Hilanti's chest, leaving him unable to react. Before their eyes, Hilanti was sent flying. Hilanti's feet scraped hard against the ground. A serious look appeared in his eyes. Hazan smirked, looking over. "I predicted this to some extent, but I didn't expect that even a third circle spell wouldn't deal any damage." Hilanti exclaimed meaningfully, "Wow, you dodged them all." It also seems Hilanti isn't serious yet. He expertly pointed at Hazan and taunted, "But using a fireball? Aren't you underestimating me a little?" Hazan replied seriously, "Not really. I've never underestimated you." And yet, the young man, Vinter, blushed. His whole being seemed to bloom as he asked back, "Right?" Saying that, Vinter rushed forward as if energized. "Then come at me with all you've got, Hazan." Outside, everyone was watching them on the screen. James watched this, clapped his hands, and laughed gleefully. Well now, dodging all those attacks and even counterattacking. He's really something. Right now, Hazan's power surpasses not only Hilanti, but also Danria. It's not just his output, but his magic eyes and intellect make him nearly invincible in strategy. Garen heard this and shouted angrily. And only now does he reveal he's a sixth circle mage? That's completely unfair. Ramas laughed heartily. Indeed. Even among us, that would be a dirty trick. Kanjin just remained silent, feeling bewildered inside. Ever since Hazan first saw the Four Seasons, he must have been planning for this. After thinking, Kanjin spoke up and asked, can you promise me something? Ramas looked at him skeptically. A promise? So suddenly. Kanjin said gravely, yes. Promise that you won't tell anyone what I'm about to say. Garen replied expectantly. All right. I swear on my title as Tower Master and on my mana. James said calmly. I also swear the same. On the honor and mana of the Red Tower. The eyes. Kanjin stared intently at the screen and exclaimed. The level of Hazan hasn't reached the sixth circle yet. This match, Hazan might lose. Kanjin stated seriously. Hazan is not at the level of a sixth circle mage, which means, in this battle, Hazan could lose. But right now, he's still fighting very advantageously. Vinter, on the opposite side, shouted, Go all out, Hazan. Hazan, still full of confidence, retorted, More power? Is it really necessary? Do I have to do that? It's clear that Vinter is on the offensive, but upon hearing his opponent's words, his composure wavered. Are you saying that even going all out against me, am not even worthy of that? Hazan replied in a cold voice. Do you really not understand? This match isn't a one-on-one fight, which means I don't even need to defeat you. Suddenly, screams came from Vinter's side. Vinter asked in alarm. What? Everyone. What's happening? The voice from the other side came through. Hilani, this is an emergency. Vinter glared at Hazan and shouted. What? From Hazan's side. He heard the sound coming from his earpiece. Power was always being channeled from Hazan elsewhere to support long-range magic through fixed magic. 47, 79, 33, 123. Sunshine over here is in an urgent situation. The sound was extremely chaotic. 28, 89 are surrounding you. It was clear Vinter's teammates were struggling. Maya called out urgently. Hilani. Vinter's side clearly heard the transmitted sound. Hilani, can you hear me? Vinter became enraged and pointed his weapon at Hazan. What did you do? Hazan repeated proudly. What did I do? His smile became excited as he looked at Vinter. Just something interesting. Vinter also retracted the armor around his body. He began to worry. At the other battle, Adela launched the final attack. The announcer outside shouted. The match is over. The winner is Team Korea. Hearing this, the audience below cheered wildly. Garen now asked hesitantly. Kanjin, who is that kid? How can one person cast magic so accurately from 2 kilometers away? Kanjin answered hesitantly. That's a good question. They'll have to analyze the footage later to find out. Garen then asked Ramas. Master of the Red Tower. What about you? Ramas replied cheerfully. Of course, I don't know. Then he glanced at Kanjin. Well, the magic itself. I'm not sure. But I'm guessing the kid must have a lot of tricks up his sleeve. In the showcase match against Italy, he made everyone suspect he was a sixth circle mage. Even though Hilanti went so far for the kid to mark him, after luring the opponent's strongest combatant out of their base. He supported his teammates with ultra-long-range magic instead of fighting directly. But the more I say it, the more unbelievable it sounds. It's hard to understand. Are you telling me this plan was devised by an 18-year-old kid? And on top of that, the kid didn't even really fight Hilanti, and he's still feigning his magic circle level. This could be dangerous for Danria too. Scene changes to a magic book opening for Mia to appear. Inside the familiar room, the two sit facing each other. Mia rests her chin on her hand, looking at him. I see. So, according to the successor, that madman is that strong, is he? Hazan replies, yeah. And what's more? Our compatibility is terrible. Mia asks skeptically, compatibility? He explains, that's right. Hilanti is a close-quarters combat type. He focuses on speed and maintains a constant defensive shield called Wind God. For someone like me, who specializes in free-form combat magic, he's the worst possible matchup. Mia wonders. But if you use resonance, wouldn't you win? Hazan becomes serious. Of course, I'd win if I used resonance. But the problem is, the opponent isn't just Hilanti. Mia touches her chin and adds, the successor mentioned it. You mean that red-haired woman? Her name is Danria, right? Hazan continues, that's right. And using resonance puts too much strain on me. So, if I have to face both Danria and Hilanti back-to-back, I'll have to fight one of them without using resonance. Mia sighs. Here we go again. That pesky perfectionist syndrome. Despite saying that, Mia is still very willing to help. It's fine. Being proactive and cautious isn't a bad thing. Hazan looks at Mia and smiles gently. Thanks. He smiles. Hazan is still worried. The Olympiad has just begun. To face them, I still need to go further. To the fifth infinite circle. The circle of truth. A few days later, the battles continue. In the waiting room, Sunchan announces. The US team won their semi-final match. Shinyu also adds. They overwhelmed their opponents without even using their hidden magic. It seems, just as you said, Hazan, the assumption that they don't have any data on Danria is reasonable. Jae-eon is excited. Feels like an emotional final match, doesn't it? Ki-hyun laughs in agreement. Just last year, when we fought the US team, it felt like a funeral. Sunchan is startled by those words. Seniors, we're still only in the semifinals, you know? Jae-eon grins smugly. Hey, haven't we basically already won the semifinals? We already beat the US team, so what's the problem? At this point, Hazan also joins in. Yeah, the semifinals aren't a problem. With our current situation. He pauses there, then says, so let's go out and fight the semifinals. They shout excitedly. Leader Shin. So cool. Why do you look so charming, Leader Shin? Shouldn't I be wary of this guy? A moment later, outside, the announcer speaks. The siege match, the second semifinal, has ended. Team Korea, the rising storm, has easily crushed the powerhouse USA. This year, Korea is on a completely different level. How they will target the US team in the finals. Elsewhere, an angry person slams his fist on a table, knocking over a glass of water. It's Jahan. He curses, unable to accept it. Damn it. I only expected them to do well. I didn't think it would be to this extent. And with that brat revealing he's a sixth circle, he grinds his teeth and dials on his phone. If, in this situation, they actually manage to bring home the gold medal, even if they only get silver, there'll be no way to keep him in check. Having said that, JHN calls 2-Kit. Hey, what the hell is going on? 2-Kit is silent for a long moment before replying. You're so impatient. I told you to leave everything to me, didn't I? What else? The more JHN spoke, the more he lost. JHN yelled loudly. You still have to report to me. Tell me exactly how you're going to handle this. Don't leave out a single word. 2-Kit. I'm sorry, but regarding this plan, even to you, client JHAN, I cannot reveal it to anyone. If I were to give you a hint, high-ranking executives have been mobilized to handle this matter. It's not just me. Hazan will definitely be eliminated. The next day, on the day of the siege battle finals, Kenjin arrived early, quietly observing the arena. Just then, someone walked in from outside. Seeing the person before him, Kenjin called out in surprise. Lorden, did you come to watch the match in person? Hazan would be very surprised if he knew about this. And Hayek asked in a cold voice, is everything going smoothly? Kenjin smiled and replied, yes, the international counter-terrorism operation has decided to accept our proposal. Those stubborn fools. You must have gone through a lot of trouble. And Hayek sat down and asked back, what about on your end? He calmly sat beside him. Everything here is going quite smoothly. James and Garen also said there are no problems. Those two couldn't make it today due to other matters. James is sad that he won't be able to watch Dahlia's match. Saying that, Kenjin held up 2 fingers and grinned with delight. Thanks to that. It's been a long time since we could quietly cheer for Hazan together. And Hayek scoffed. That choice of words sounds a bit strange. His expression turned colder. And besides, his gaze turned towards the packed audience below. In the arena, Hazan's team had also come out. And Hayek smiled meaningfully. I don't think the boy needs any extra cheering. Kenjin tilted his head and looked at him. I see. Even Sinham, the ghost of the Ma clan, finds his own son so endearing. the announcer declared. The first match of the Olympiad, the 5v5 siege battle. We will begin the final round now. Hazan charged forward as soon as the match began. Because Hazan had a plan. Dahlia's specialty is high-damage fire magic and large-scale destruction magic. For her, fighting as a team is disadvantageous. Just like the battle with Hilanti, forcing a one-on-one fight is best. But unlike Hilanti, there's no guarantee Dahlia will come out obediently. If Dahlia and I face off one-on-one, I can crush their main base with magic, by fixing the coordinates like last time. But if Dahlia chooses to go on an all-out offensive, they'll have no choice but to charge into the enemy's territory. What's bothering me is the US team's strategy. If Dahlia makes that decision, we will surely lose. And finally, Hazan reached Dahlia's base. Dahlia looked at Hazan with her hands on her hips. You're here. But her cool demeanor didn't last long. Dahlia enthusiastically started talking about the weather. Nice day, isn't it? On a day like today, we should be taking a walk in the park, not fighting. Hazan silently looked at Dahlia, assessing her with suspicion. Then he spoke up and asked, "It seems your other 4 teammates have stayed at the base." Dahlia laughed loudly. "Moving around unnecessarily and falling into your traps would be a pain, right?" Hazan calculated inwardly. She realized my coordinate fixing magic is a type of preset magic. The battle was then initiated by Dahlia. Dahlia cast her magic, aiming at him. Oh, by the way, our team's strategy is for the 4 of them to go on full defense, excluding me. And unless your 4 teammates show signs of joining you, my team won't take a single step out of the base. As long as I, the large-scale destruction specialist, am here, your team won't try to regroup with you. And that means my team won't need to meet up with me either. Hazan noticed the aura around Dahlia was blue fire. Dahlia added, in other words, this match depends entirely on us. Inferno. Dahlia's attack shot straight towards Hazan. He quickly dodged and launched a counterattack. Dahlia's signature secret art, the pride of the Red Tower. Inferno burns at a completely different temperature than normal flames. The one who masters that magic can freely use blue flames of 1,500 degrees Celsius. Dahlia saw through Hazan's thoughts and reminded him loudly, "How long are you going to keep probing?" "Hazan, it's so boring." "Hazan," Hazan said while running, "I wish you'd go a little easier on me." Hearing that, Dahlia laughed gleefully. "Don't you go crying now. You've activated your magic eyes now. I can't observe the magic circle." Dahlia's. A notification appeared. Minimum condition to observe the magic circle is to be within a 4-meter radius and look directly at its core with my magic eyes. Hazan was worried, but the attack range of the burning hellfire is too wide to approach, and even that tiny sphere incinerates everything within a 10-meter radius. She's difficult to deal with in a completely different way than Hilanti. A protective shield was opened, but it only made him more worried. I want to use a shield to block her spell and observe the magic circle through it. But against that geothermal heat, even the shield would melt instantly. On the other side, Dahlia's eyes widened in excitement. "Hey, are you really planning to run away? If you do that, they'll be disappointed." With that, Dahlia launched a new attack. It split into perfect small groups, heading straight for Hazan. Hazan focused on the incoming attack. Then he leaped high into the air to dodge. His magic activated immediately in midair. Winds formed into the shape of birds' wings and flew back towards Dahlia. Dahlia also knew it was a wind blade. Only a cold scoff from Dahlia could be heard. The wind blade struck right in front of Dahlia. Hazan took the opportunity to launch another new attack. Another wind blade was unleashed. Dahlia's eyes widened in surprise. The trajectory. Even so, Dahlia wasn't worried. But this level is useless against me. Finally, Hazan landed back on the ground. But seeing the result, he felt uneasy. I thought this degree of curve and speed would be able to break through. Then he spoke up. "I guess there's no other choice." Hazan decided to use resonance. Dahlia thought with wide-eyed surprise. "A water system spell? With such a sloppy spell, you can't possibly stop my superheated great hell." The two spells collided just like that, creating a violent explosion. The fight scene between Dahlia and Hazan was shrouded in thick steam. The area became misty. The commentator was stunned. "We can't see anything. What the hell is happening?" Looking at this scene, even Dahlia had to pause for a moment. In the hazy steam, Hazan stood all alone, firm and unshaken. At this moment, she became excited and exclaimed, "You're the first person to block my attack so perfectly. And you're still holding back, aren't you?" Then Dahlia continuously unleashed new moves. Another series of moves was launched by her. The area was once again plunged into mist. The stadium erupted in murmurs. "The steam has reached all the way here. I can't see anything in front of me anymore." Even Dahlia herself is having her vision obstructed by her own move. "The steam is obscuring my vision." If this was intentional, a flash of light shot across the sky. She reacted quickly. Turning around, she said, "There you are." Through the steam, Dahlia's spell shot upwards. However, it didn't hit anything. She was stunned. "It's not there." Sparks of furious lightning began to appear from the air. Surprisingly, Hazan had already prepared a finishing blow from behind. Seeing the lightning all around, Dahlia frantically looked around. From behind? This is too. It won't be able to break through. Seeing Dahlia just repeating the same move over and over, Hazan couldn't help but taunt her. "Is that all you've got?" Then immediately, he rushed towards her. His eyes, Hazan's, were ice cold. A warning shot grazed past her face. Dahlia grew more and more terrified, thinking to herself, "This crazy bastard." She reacted quickly. Jumping high to dodge, she prayed silently in her head. "Thank God. It just grazed me." I didn't think he would charge, and right at that moment, Dahlia became increasingly angry. She yelled at him, "Punching a woman in the face. You really don't know how to behave at all." Her face, her expression darkened. All of her power was released. Hazan simply nudged it with his hand, causing her technique to shatter. Dahlia fired randomly. Adela dodged frantically. She thought excitedly, "This is fun. This tension. I don't know how long it's been since I last felt this way. My earpiece. It's gone. Did it fall out then? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Anyway, this match will be decided between the two of us. More importantly, I need to focus on this first round." Thinking that, Adela became more determined to unleash a great power to decide the battle. However, she could feel it clearly. Hazan is very strong. Adela continued to think. But what is this uncomfortable feeling? Could it be that this guy isn't a sixth circle? Otherwise, he wouldn't be struggling like this. He should have already overwhelmed me with pure firepower. As if reading her thoughts, Hazan spoke first. "Dahlia, do you perhaps think I'm not a sixth circle mage?" She was stunned instantly. Hazan sheathed his sword and continued. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not avoiding sixth circle magic. I just don't need to use it. My goal is to gather information about you. About the super thermal hell." Adela immediately retorted, "Nonsense. If you were a sixth circle mage, you would have crushed me with magic instead of talking." Hazan continued to speak. "If this were a one-on-one match, then certainly. But this is a team match. The tournament is still very long." Adela said, confused. "What do you mean? It's as if even without you, your teammates could defeat us on their own?" Hazan affirmed with certainty. "Of course. You'll see it this time, too." Adela lost her composure and shouted, "Then say that after you take this hit." However, at that very moment, an announcement rang out. "The match is over. The winner is..." Adela was stunned. "What? Team Korea?" The media began to report. "The winner of the first Olympiad event, the siege battle, is Team Korea. A true comeback." A high-ranking leader of the Black Tower observed the match and commented, "They're getting overly excited over such a gaudy performance." The other person replied, "Why not? Isn't it entertaining?" He continued, "Just let everyone enjoy things while they still can. After this Olympiad event ends, they won't be laughing anymore." After saying that, the high-ranking leader gave a dangerous glance. A shadow slowly appeared out of nowhere and said, "Stop talking nonsense. He's about to arrive." At the same time, the TV screen turned off. The group of subordinates bowed respectfully and greeted. "You have arrived,